Hi, welcome to my channel. The full version of the audiobook is available on my Patreon. You can quickly find it through the link in my profile description. Thank you for your support.
Chapter 1 Starting Reward, Pirlo's Maxed Out Long Pass. Host, Xia Yuan. Age, 17. Height, 183 centimeters, still growing. Weight, 75 GK. Position, midfielder. Body attributes. Speed, 72. Confrontation, 66. Jump, 71. Health, 70. Physical fitness, 79. Technical attributes. Long pass, 69. Short passes, 69. Through ball, 68. Radius, 67. Shots in the penalty area, 68. Long shot, 69. Set pieces, 69. Header, 69. Penalty kick, 68. Ball control, 67. Field of view, 62. Breakthrough, 67. Interception, 65. Steals, 74. Tackle, 65. Defense, 67. Rating, 69. Grade, C. Player skill cards, none. Level description, C level, 60 to 75 substitute level in the top 5 European leagues, B level, 76 to 85 starter level in the top 5 European leagues, A level, 86 to 95 star level in the top 5 European leagues, S level, 96 to 100 Ballon d'Or winner level. It's finally here. System. Xia Yuan quickly glanced at his attributes and couldn't help but show surprise on his face. So strong. This player is definitely good enough to be selected for the Xia Kingdom's national men's football team. Xia Yuan knows football. Although the overall score is only 69 and the grade is only C, compared with the national football team's level, it has almost reached the top. He absolutely deserves a spot on the national team. Just as Xia Yuan was getting excited, the system's voice rang in his ears again. Ding! Congratulations, host, for activating the system. You are rewarded with a newbie gift pack. Open the new player gift pack. Open. Start. Xia Yuan was surprised to find there was a reward. Suddenly, several cards appeared in front of Xia Yuan, and the system indicated that Xia Yuan should draw them. Xia Yuan randomly drew a card from the middle. Suddenly, the card emitted a golden light, revealing the words, Peak card. Then, right after that, the Italian flag appeared. After the national flag disappeared, a player wearing an Italian national team jersey appeared in front of Xia Yuan. It's Pirlo. In his previous life, Xia Yuan often played Pro Evolution Soccer, so he was no stranger to opening cards. This series of actions is just like opening card packs in a football game. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a peak card and obtained the peak long pass attribute of Italian superstar Pirlo. Long pass attribute 69 to 99. When Xia Yuan's long pass attribute reached 99, his total score also rose from 69 to 72. Xia Yuan naturally knows Pirlo very well. This player is one of the strongest midfielders in Italian football history. He helped Italy win the World Cup in 2006. His long passes are like cruise missiles, hitting exactly where he aims. Just then, Xia Yuan suddenly heard his teammates calling his name. When Xia Yuan came to his senses, he found that the football had already been passed to his feet. Perfect. Let's test Pirlo's long pass ability. Chapter 2, A First Try. A second assist. After Xia Yuan stopped the ball, there were no Swansea U17 players around him interfering. The Swansea U17 players believed that Xia Yuan, being an Asian, was incapable of making threatening passes. Naturally, no interference was made with Xia Yuan. This actually gave Xia Yuan an opportunity. After glancing at his teammates' positions, he immediately completed a long pass. Whoosh! Quickly strike the ball with the inside of your right foot. In a matter of moments, the football traced a beautiful arc through the air. 2 seconds later, Xia Yuan's long pass successfully landed in front of striker Telfair. This gave the Aston Villa U17 striker a one-on-one opportunity against the goalkeeper. Then, Telfair unleashed a powerful shot, and the ball successfully nestled into the Swansea U17 goal. 3-1. Aston Villa U17 finally scored a goal. Well done, Sia. Keep spreading it like this. We will definitely win. After scoring, striker Telfair immediately gave Sia Yuan a thumbs up. On the bench, Aston Villa U17 head coach Charles immediately gave them a round of applause. To be honest, Charles didn't have high hopes for Sia Yuan. After all, Sia Yuan had only made 2 appearances in the U17 league this season. And he even came on as a substitute during garbage time. If it weren't for the injury to the substitute midfielder, Sia Yuan wouldn't even have made the matchday squad tonight. Is this really Sia Yuan? Charles never expected that his helpless substitution would have such a miraculous effect. The match has reached the 74th minute, with only 16 minutes remaining until the end of the game. With a 2-goal deficit, there's still hope of leveling the score. Get the ball. High-pressure pressing. Don't give Swansea U17 a chance to attack. We still have time. Charles checked his watch and realized there was still plenty of time, so he immediately shouted loudly at the players on the field. After the restart, Aston Villa U17 players on the pitch immediately followed Coach Charles's instructions and began pressing Swansea U17 players under high pressure. Just 3 minutes later, Aston Villa's U17 player successfully made the tackle. Send it to me. Sia Yuan raised his right hand in midfield and loudly called for the ball from his teammates. Without hesitation, the latter quickly passed the ball to Sia Yuan. After all, Sia Yuan's pass had just helped the team score a valuable goal, so Aston Villa U17's teammates had no reason not to pass the ball to Sia Yuan. Seal it off. Don't give this Asian guy a chance to pass the ball. On the Swansea bench, head coach Wright immediately tensed up when he saw Sia Yuan receive the ball. The order was given to Swansea's midfielders immediately. Coach Wright didn't want the Asian player to get a second assist. Moment. 2 Swansea midfielders charged towards Sia Yuan in a powerful formation. Sia Yuan was not in a hurry. Through that assist, he now knows just how terrifying his passing ability is. Bang! Just as the 2 Swansea defenders were about to interfere with Sia Yuan delivered another long pass. A long, over-the-top pass. Chapter 2, a first try. A second assist. However, this time Sia Yuan's pass was not to Tur, but to another striker, Andre. As an African player, Andre is clearly faster than Victor. Andre, like a black whirlwind, quickly rushed into the Swansea U17 penalty area. At the same time, Sia Yuan's long pass successfully reached Andre. The ball arrives, and the player arrives. The timing was perfect. Andre did not waste the opportunity. After successfully receiving the ball inside Swansea's penalty area, he immediately chose to unleash a powerful shot. The shot was completed before the Swansea U17 defenders could interfere. The football flew powerfully into the goal. 3-2. What? How is this possible? On the away team's bench, Swansea manager Wright was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that Sia Yuan would be able to tear apart the team's defense twice in just a few minutes and help the team win. Find out who player number 33 is right now. That guy's passing was terrifying. This is not the level of a 17-year-old player at all. Wright realized the seriousness of the problem. As a coach who had been involved in youth training for many years, Wright could sense that Sia Yuan's passing ability was far superior to that of players of the same age. Wright even suspected that Sia Yuan had changed his age. Soon, his assistant coach handed Sia Yuan's information to Wright. What? He's only made 2 appearances in the U17 league this season. And both were as a substitute. How is this possible? This player is definitely good enough to play for the first team. How could he only have 2 appearances in the U17 league? After reading Sia Yuan's information, Wright couldn't help but begin to question the meaning of life. On the Aston Villa U17 bench, head coach Charles could hardly believe his eyes. Sia Yuan has been at Aston Villa's youth academy for 3 years, but in those 3 years, Charles has never seen Xia Yuan perform as well as he does today. He even once thought that he had hindered Xia Yuan's development. Fuck. It's all my fault for being blind. We almost wasted a potential superstar. Charles's tone was filled with regret. On the field, the Swansea U17 players are already mentally broken. Aston Villa breached their goal in just a few minutes, and the player who provided both assists was an Asian player with black hair and a yellow face. This had a huge impact on the Swansea U17 players. As a result, Swansea U17 made frequent passing errors after the restart. The 83rd minute of the match. Aston Villa made another interception in the attacking third. But the player who made the steal was forward Andre. Instead of passing the ball to Xia Yuan in the middle, he chose to go it alone. Just as Andre dribbled into the Swansea U17 penalty area, he was instantly surrounded by multiple defenders trying to disrupt him. Andre had absolutely no chance to shoot. His forced shot was ultimately blocked by a Swansea U17 defender. As it turns out, without Xia Yuan's passes, Aston Villa U17's forwards were unable to pose any threat to Swansea U17's goal. On the bench, Charles, the head coach of Aston Villa U17, also noticed this. Charles immediately rushed to the sidelines and shouted to the players on the field, "Hey! Give that damn ball to Xia. Let Xia organize the attack. Don't bring these things randomly." Chapter 3, Assist for the game-winning goal. Game vision of Xabi Alonso. In the blink of an eye, the match has reached the 89th minute. On the field, through tireless running, the Aston Villa U17 players finally managed to steal the ball from the Swansea U17 midfielders. Immediately, Aston Villa's players immediately followed head coach Charles's tactical instructions and quickly passed the ball to Xia Yuan. And at this moment, Xia Yuan moved to the right lane. After receiving the ball, he didn't rush. Instead, he glanced at his teammates' positions in the penalty area before making the pass. By this time, the Swansea U17 defenders were in position. Fullback plus defensive midfielder. Two Swansea U17 players suddenly appeared in front of Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan calmly and deliberately made the pass. The Swansea U17 defenders didn't dare to be careless and immediately stretched out their legs to intercept Xia Yuan. But little did they know, that pass was just a feint. The next second, Xia Yuan decisively chose to dribble the ball. Xia Yuan's speed attribute reached 72. Although a speed attribute value of 72 is quite average in the top 5 leagues, this is, after all, the U17 league. A speed of 72 is more than enough. Moreover, with the game now in its final minute of regulation time, the two Swansea U17 defenders were at their physical limit after 90 minutes of play. That's all. Xia Yuan easily shook off the two defenders in an instant. The next second, Xia Yuan truly demonstrated his passing skills. Cross from the byline. The football traced a leaf-like arc over the Swansea U17 penalty area. After successfully clearing the heads of Swansea U17's two centre-backs, the ball plummeted downwards. It landed with incredible precision right in front of Aston Villa's U17 striker, Ter. The latter immediately headed the ball towards the goal. Bang! The football flashed past the Swansea U17 goalkeeper and swiftly entered the goal. 3-3. Aston Villa U17 and Swansea U17 played to a draw. Pretty good job, guys. Marvelous. After witnessing his team equalize, head coach Charles jumped up in excitement. Meanwhile, striker Telfair immediately charged towards Xia Yuan. "I want to celebrate this equalizer goal with Xia Yuan." However, at that moment, Xia Yuan rushed into the opponent's goal and picked up the football. For Xia Yuan, achieving a draw was not his goal. He desperately wanted to win. At this moment, the God-level midfield system sounded again. Ding! Mission issued, help the team achieve victory. Ding! Mission reward. Draw 1 platinum card. What the heck is a platinum card? As soon as Xia Yuan finished speaking, the God-level midfield system provided an explanation. Ding! The host can acquire attribute points in 2 ways. The first way is through training, but the effect is not significant. The second way is by completing random tasks issued by the system and obtaining rewards to allocate attribute points. Depending on the difficulty of the task, the system will reward different skill cards and skill points. The skill cards, from lowest to highest difficulty, are Platinum card, Black Gold card, and Pinnacle card. Understood. After listening to the system's explanation, Xia Yuan was already full of fighting spirit. Upon his debut, he successfully obtained a top-tier peak card, unlocking Perlo's Long Pass skill card, which instantly boosted his Long Pass attribute to 99. Although the newly announced mission reward was a Platinum card, it was still a great opportunity for Xia Yuan to improve his attributes. He absolutely must help Aston Villa U17 win. After the restart, the fourth official raised the overtime indicator. Only 3 minutes left. Xia Yuan needs to race against time. Steal the ball. Don't just stand there. Chapter 3, Assist for the game-winning goal. Game vision of Xabi Alonso. Let's go get the ball. However, once the match started, Xia Yuan noticed that the Aston Villa U17 players were not performing actively on the field. It seems that for the Aston Villa U17 players, a draw would be a cause for celebration. Upon seeing this, Xia Yuan quickly called on his teammates to continue the high-pressure pressing. However, the Aston Villa U17 players' stamina is already depleted. Although they wanted to win, they were clearly outmatched. There's no way around it. Xia Yuan has no choice but to go himself. As a substitute player, Xia Yuan's stamina is naturally not a problem. During the match, Xia Yuan was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, galloping wildly across the entire field. Where there's a will, there's a way. In the 92nd minute of the match, Xia Yuan succeeded. With the force of a tiger descending a mountain, he intercepted the pass before the Swansea fullback could make a move. Xia Yuan's current steals attribute value is 74. His 74 steals rating is already at the level of a substitute in the top 5 European leagues. They are more than capable of dealing with Swansea U17 players. Now. On the forward line. After seeing Xia Yuan make the tackle, both strikers, Tel and Andre, rushed towards the Swansea U17 penalty area almost simultaneously. Xia Yuan did not make a feint this time. He passed the ball cleanly and efficiently into the penalty area. Bang! A moment later, the football landed in the opponent's penalty area. In front of the door. Aston Villa's U17 striker arrived just in time. A header. Although the Swansea U17 goalkeeper made a save, Tel's header was at a very tricky angle. The football grazed the goalkeeper's fingertips. Bang! The football went into the net. In the final moments of stoppage time, Aston Villa U17 successfully scored. 4-3. The moment the ball flew into the goal, the referee blew the final whistle. A decisive blow. Aston Villa U17 secured a victory. After the match, almost all of the Aston Villa U17 players rushed toward Xia Yuan. They piled on top of Xia Yuan like a human pyramid to celebrate. On the bench. Aston Villa U17 manager Charles breathed a sigh of relief as his team finally ended their losing streak. Charles also personally hugged Xia Yuan after the game. Well done, Xia, great job. From now on, you will be a key player on the team. I'll send the video of this match to the first team coaching staff, maybe you'll get promoted to the first team. Xia Yuan nodded and thanked the coach immediately. After. Xia Yuan and his teammates returned to the locker room to wash up. After a quick wash, Xia Yuan suddenly remembered that he hadn't drawn his reward yet. He immediately initiated a system check. 5 platinum cards immediately appeared in front of Xia Yuan, and he needed to draw one from them. That's it. Xia Yuan selected a card, and instantly the words, "Platinum card," flashed before his eyes, followed by the Spanish flag. It's Xabi Alonso. Xabi Alonso's vision attribute. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Xabi Alonso vision skill card. Vision range, 62 to 84. Chapter 4, the first team's assistant coach was present at the scene. I thought it was Xavi from Barcelona. But it's Xavi Alonso. Oh well, I can accept it, I guess. For Xia Yuan, he naturally hoped to gain Harvey's attention. After all, Xavi was the midfield maestro for Barcelona back in the day. Extremely high football IQ. One of the key players in Spain's World Cup victory that year. Of course, Xabi Alonso's football intelligence and vision are also quite good. This player was also a key member of Spain's World Cup winning team that year, and he also played for a powerhouse team like Real Madrid during his career. While Xabi Alonso may be slightly less accomplished than Xavi in terms of player accolades, he is arguably superior to Xavi in terms of coaching career. After washing up, Xia Yuan returned to the player's apartment to rest. Aston Villa is a big club after all, and the facilities in the youth academy's player apartments are quite good. The room is for 2 people, with a private bathroom and 2 computer desks. You can watch Champions League matches or play video games when you have free time. Just as Xia Yuan was about to lie down on the bed to rest, his roommate excitedly rushed up to him. "Summer. I've heard about your deeds. 4 assists in a single game. How did you do that?" "My roommate's name is Karker, and he is Dutch. He was previously a substitute midfielder for Aston Villa's U17 team, but he was not included in the squad for this match due to an injury sustained in training last week." I just sent it randomly," Xia Yuan replied casually. "I knew it. You're a genius. Xia. If you ever become successful, don't forget your roommate." Kak boasted enthusiastically about Xia Yuan while pulling out Xia Yuan's jersey and continuing his rambling. "According to my inside information, Coach Dean Smith has already taken notice of you. You might be promoted to the first team soon. Hurry up and get me an autograph. Once you become a world-class star, I'll definitely make a fortune selling you." Xia Yuan couldn't help but applaud Kak, praising him. Choosing to play football was a real mistake. You should go into business. With your brains, you could definitely make a fortune. Actually, Kark's inside information was quite accurate. Now, inside the manager's office at Aston Villa, head coach Dean Smith is watching Xia Yuan's match footage. Coach Dean Smith is only 47 years old, which is considered young in the football coaching industry. Dean Smith smiled after reading it. Although Dean Smith is young, he already has 18 years of experience coaching the first team, and he is confident that the future of this dark-haired, yellow-faced young man is limitless. He's definitely a future star player. So, the Aston Villa first-team head coach immediately called his assistant coach and asked him to go to the stadium to scout Xia Yuan. Aston Villa are currently ranked 8th in the championship. Having just experienced a 3-game losing streak, the team is in terrible form. This season, the club's board of directors has set a goal for Dean Smith to lead the team to the championship title, or at least qualify for promotion to the Premier League. To be honest, given Aston Villa's current form, achieving the board's goals by the end of the season will not be an easy task. They need some fresh blood. Besides bringing in star players during the winter transfer window, another way is to develop talent from within the club. Xia Yuan is clearly a very suitable candidate. If he can continue to perform well, Dean Smith might promote Xia Yuan directly to the first team. The next day, Aston Villa's Youth Academy. Before training, U17 head coach Charles also specifically sought out Xia Yuan. "Xia, I have good news for you." Chapter 4, First Team Assistant Coach present at the scene. The first team's assistant coach will be here to assess your performance at the next match. Play well. You might just get promoted directly to the first team. Faced with this unexpected good news, Xia Yuan could not hide his excitement. He never imagined that he would attract the attention of the first-team coach with just one match. He also never expected that his roommate, Karker, would have such excellent connections. "Don't worry, coach. I won't let you down." Xia Yuan is now brimming with fighting spirit. Xia Yuan put in extra effort during the training session that day. Even after training ended, Xia Yuan took the initiative to pull his roommate, Kak, for extra practice. They trained for a full 2 hours before returning to the player's apartment to rest. This level of training intensity lasted for a full 3 days. Finally, the date was January 25, 2019. Aston Villa U17 will travel to Trent River to face Stoke City U17. Stoke City U17 have had a decent season in the English U17 League, finishing in 8th place. Aston Villa U17, on the other hand, are second to last. Although Aston Villa U17 does not have any advantage in terms of strength. But Xia Yuan was full of confidence in this. After all, he's a man blessed with a system. It's inherently bugged. 3:30 p.m. The big match between Aston Villa U17 and Stoke City U17 has officially begun. As expected, Xia Yuan successfully made it into the starting lineup. In addition, his roommate, Kak, who has performed excellently in training after recovering from injury, was also selected for the starting lineup. The moment Xia Yuan stepped onto the court, he heard that familiar voice again. Ding! Mission issued, promoted to Aston Villa's first team. Ding! Mission reward, unknown. Reward unknown. They've made it all quite mysterious. Even though the system didn't specify the task rewards, Xia Yuan was determined to complete the task, since joining the first team was his dream. Even without system tasks, Xia Yuan would definitely go all out. After all, only by being promoted to the first team can one participate in championship matches and have a chance to attract the attention of top clubs through outstanding performances. After the match began, the home team, Stoke City U17, immediately took the initiative. They constantly threatened Aston Villa U17's goal by using crosses from the flanks and long passes from the backfield into the penalty area. Stoke City's first team is nicknamed Sky City. The reason is that Stoke City is a team that is very good at scoring with high balls. This characteristic has also been carried over to the youth team. In this match, Stoke City U17 centre-forward Mario reached a height of 193 centimeters. His heading ability is outstanding. This season, Mario has scored 9 goals in the U17 league, showing excellent form. Within the first 5 minutes, the Stoke City U17 striker had 2 opportunities to head the ball. Xia Yuan realized that he couldn't let the opponent cross the ball too easily. Therefore, Xia Yuan took the initiative to move to the flank to defend. Chapter 5, Leading at Halftime. Xia Yuan's godlike performance. The 7th minute of the match. Xia Yuan and the Aston Villa U17 fullback worked together to successfully intercept the ball by double-teaming him. This is a good opportunity for Aston Villa U17 to counterattack. After receiving the ball, Xia Yuan immediately observed his teammates' positioning. 2 Aston Villa U17 strikers, Tel and Andre, sprinted toward the opponent's penalty area. Bang! Xia Yuan delivered a long pass. Only. Xia Yuan didn't send the ball into the penalty area, but instead passed it to his roommate, midfielder Cake. The edge of the penalty area. After receiving the pass from Xia Yuan, there were no Stoke City U17 players around him interfering with him. This is a great opportunity to shoot. Bang! Kak took a powerful shot. The football, spinning wildly, hurtled straight towards the Stoke City U17 goal. The Stoke City U17 goalkeeper made no attempt to interfere. Because his view was completely blocked by the players inside the penalty area. They didn't even notice Kak's shot. By the time the ball was in front of the Stoke City U17 goalkeeper, it was too late to make a save. The Stoke City U17 goalkeeper could only watch helplessly as the ball flew into the goal. 1-0. Aston Villa U17, playing away from home, took the lead. After scoring, Kak immediately rushed towards Xia Yuan. The two embraced tightly. Kak was ecstatic, this was his first goal in the U17 league this season. In fact, Kak and Xia Yuan had been practicing this tactic before the match even started. Unexpectedly, it actually succeeded in the actual test. Right now, in the stands, John Terry, assistant coach of Aston Villa's first team, takes notes in a notebook with a pen. That's right, this Aston Villa assistant coach is none other than John Terry, the iron-willed captain of Chelsea. After retiring in 2018, Terry became an assistant coach for Aston Villa. It was easy to tell from Terry's expression that he was very shocked by Xia Yuan's passing choice. After all, the most common thought would be to pass the ball to the striker in the penalty area immediately, but Xia Yuan did the opposite. They actually passed it to the player at the edge of the penalty area. This pass clearly demonstrates that Xia Yuan possesses a vision and football intelligence far exceeding that of his peers. The match continued. The Stoke City U17 players clearly could not accept a score of 0-1. After the kickoff, the Stoke City U17 players immediately launched an attack on the Aston Villa U17 goal. They desperately wanted to equalize the score. But Aston Villa's U17 players did not have the same opportunities as Stoke City's U17 players. Coach Charles deployed a defensive wall. All 11 players dropped back to their own half to participate in defense. Stoke City U17's attack has hit a bottleneck, especially their tall striker Mario. The player was constantly surrounded by two Aston Villa U17 centre-backs harassing him. Even if Mario manages to win the first point, it will be difficult for him to generate enough power. In contrast, Aston Villa's U17 attacking players were waiting for a counter-attack opportunity. Soon. The 21st minute of the match. Aston Villa U17 have a chance to counter-attack. It was another steal from Xia Yuan. Chapter 5, leading at half-time. Xia Yuan's godlike performance. He was in midfield and successfully anticipated the opponent's passing route, managing to disrupt it with a sliding tackle. After. Xia Yuan quickly stood up and immediately sent out a long pass. It's Xia Yuan's signature long over-the-top pass again. The football flew through the air in a rapid, leaf-like arc, successfully bypassing the heads of the Stoke City U17 defenders. The ball, unsurprisingly, landed in front of Aston Villa's U17 striker, Telfair did not waste Xia Yuan's exquisite pass. He chose to shoot without stopping the ball. He kicked the ball hard at the bottom with his right foot. Moment. The football flew swiftly over the head of the Stoke City U17 goalkeeper. Bang! The football hit the goalpost and then bounced back quickly inside the goal line. Goal stands. The score has widened from 1-0 to 2-0. Xia Yuan provided 2 assists. On the Stoke City U17 bench, head coach Kurt stood motionless. He never expected that this seemingly one-sided match would change because of the appearance of a player of Chinese descent. It's been a long time since I've seen such a talented young player. The opponent's number 33 player, his passing choices and accuracy are really incredible. Kurt has gradually come to realize the seriousness of the problem. Before the restart, Kurt immediately gave Stoke City U17 midfielders a firm order, demanding that they block Xia Yuan's passing lanes. To be honest, the results were just as so. During the game. Although when Xia Yuan receives the ball, there are always 1 or 2 defensive players who will interfere with him. But Xia Yuan always manages to get there first and pass the ball out. 30th minute. Another attacking opportunity for Aston Villa U17. This time, Xia Yuan didn't receive the ball in the familiar midfield, instead, he received a throw-in from the goalkeeper in the backfield. At this moment, Xia Yuan was only being interfered with by one Stoke City U17 player. However, Xia Yuan remained calm and immediately made a passing motion with his right foot. Stoke City U17 defenders quickly stretched out their legs to intercept, but at that moment, Xia Yuan suddenly slashed the ball with his right foot. Fake fax number. He successfully evaded the Stoke City U17 defender. Then, Xia Yuan calmly delivered a long pass. The moment Xia Yuan passed the ball, striker Telfair also began to accelerate. The moment Telfair rushed into the penalty area, Xia Yuan's long pass had already successfully reached its destination. This time, didn't choose to shoot directly. Because he was too close to the goalkeeper, had no chance to shoot at all, so he had to choose to head the ball. Bang! The football successfully passed the goalkeeper's right side and flew into the goal. 3-0. Aston Villa U17, ranked last, are 3 goals ahead of Stoke City U17, ranked 8th. Both teams were stunned. After the restart, even the Stoke City U17 coach was intimidated by Xia Yuan. Instead of ordering his players to push forward and attack, he ordered them to retreat and defend. He was afraid the team would fall behind by even more goals. In the final 10 minutes of the first half, all the Stoke City U17 players retreated to their own half to defend. especially in defending against Xia Yuan. Coach Kurt even assigned 3 defensive players to keep a close eye on Xia Yuan. Final. At halftime, Aston Villa U17 led Stoke City U17 3-0. Chapter 6, a hat-trick of assists plus a crazy number of steals. In the Stoke City U17 dressing room, head coach Kurt was furious. In a fit of anger, he gave all the starting players a severe dressing down. He even cursed for a full 15 minutes. After halftime, the second half of the game began. Kurt explicitly instructed his players to launch all-out attacks in the second half. "We must win today's match." Aston Villa U17 were particularly well prepared. After the start of the second half, all Aston Villa U17 players dropped back to their own half to participate in defense. Their goal is very clear. They maintained their 3-0 lead until the end of the match. However, to be fair, Stoke City U17's attack was quite fierce, especially in the first 10 minutes of the second half. Stoke City players made a lot of use of crosses from the wings. They pinned all their hopes of scoring on their tall striker, Mario, whether on the flanks or in the backfield. Then, once they receive the ball, they will immediately pass it to Mario inside the penalty area. Mario, who is 193 centimeters tall, also got a lot of opportunities. You could say that during this period, Aston Villa U17's defense has been shaky. 10 minutes later, after seeing that the team's attack was all bark and no bite, the Stoke City U17 coach made a tactical adjustment. He sent on 3 players at once. 2 of the players are forwards, and 1 is an attacking midfielder. Coach Kurt's intentions are very clear. That means being prepared to fight tooth and nail against your opponent. The 58th minute of the match. Stoke City U17's attack successfully threatened Aston Villa U17's defense. After the winger completes a breakthrough, they quickly launched the ball into the penalty area. The pass was in a very good position. It's the middle lane. Unfortunately, both Stoke City U17 strikers were vying for that one spot. As a result, the 2 players collided violently. Neither side touched the ball. Aston Villa U17 escaped a close call, although no goal was conceded. But as the team's head coach, Mr. Charles was also extremely nervous. He knew it very well. If Stoke City U17 continues to put pressure on their defense at this attacking pace, it's only a matter of time before they concede a goal. Therefore, Aston Villa U17 head coach Charles must make adjustments. He substituted 2 defensive players in quick succession. Its main purpose is to enhance the team's defense. However, the effect was not obvious. In the time that followed, Stoke City U17, playing at home, continued to launch a storm of attacks that swept through Aston Villa U17's defense. The 71st minute of the match. Finally, through relentless attacks, Stoke City U17, playing at home, scored a goal. This is a corner kick attack. Stoke City U17's number 8 midfielder sent the ball towards the near post. Stoke City U17 striker Mario happened to be in that position. He immediately opted for a header. In the blink of an eye, the football flew towards the goal like lightning. Finally, Stoke City's U17 young player has scored. The score went from 0 to 3 to 1 to 3. Chapter 6, Hat-trick of assists plus insane steals. This was a crucial goal. Stoke City U17, playing at home, saw hope of equalizing. After the restart, the Stoke City U17 players launched a full-scale attack. After scoring a goal, the Stoke City U17 players clearly found their rhythm and launched a furious attack on the Aston Villa U17 goal. They even started to send a large army forward. With only 20 minutes left in the game, the Stoke City U17 players are racing against time. The Aston Villa U17 players, on the other hand, will face immense defensive pressure. Apart from striker Telmo, the rest of the Aston Villa U17 players have all joined the defense. But Aston Villa's defense remained riddled with holes despite Stoke City U17's fierce attacks. This gave the Stoke City U17 players frequent shooting opportunities. In a short time, The atmosphere in front of Aston Villa U17's goal was tense. 75th minute. It's Stoke City U17 attacking again. After receiving a pass from his teammate in midfield, player number 8 didn't waste any words and prepared to immediately launch an attack towards Aston Villa U17's penalty area. Just as the number 8 player was about to pass the ball, Xia Yuan appeared in front of him. He got there first, intercepting the ball with his right foot. At the critical moment, Xia Yuan stepped forward. In fact, Xia Yuan demonstrated his defensive talent in the final moments of the previous match against Swansea U17. Now, Xia Yuan is going all out. Relying on his physical advantage, he sprinted across the entire field. Wherever there is a threat, Xia Yuan will appear. In a short period of time, they disrupted multiple passes from the opponent. Even in the 80th minute of the match, Xia Yuan successfully launched a quick counter-attack by intercepting the ball in midfield. He's still Stoke City's number 8. This number 8 player is very tall, but at the same time, his reaction speed is quite slow. When Xia Yuan suddenly appeared in front of the player, there was no time to react. This undoubtedly gave Xia Yuan an opportunity. Successfully completed the steal. Aston Villa U17's counter-attack opportunity has finally arrived. After Xia Yuan gained control of the ball, who had been lurking in the opponent's defense, immediately accelerated. Using 84's vision ability, Xia Yuan quickly spotted moving forward. He did not hesitate. Take the kick immediately. Bang! It was Xia Yuan's signature long pass again. The football, spinning wildly, hurtled rapidly towards the opponent's penalty area. After receiving the ball, glanced at the opposing goalkeeper's position and then decisively took a shot. However, the Stoke City U17 goalkeeper reacted extremely quickly. He rushed out immediately and made the save before could shoot. They successfully thwarted Tell's one-on-one shot. Fortunately, the Stoke City U17 goalkeeper didn't push the ball too far, and it landed in front of Kak. Xia Yuan's roommate unleashed a powerful shot. Bang! The football, like an arrow, hurtled swiftly towards the opponent's goal. 4-1. The score has been rewritten. This goal also marked the end of the suspense. In the final 10 minutes or so, the Stoke City U17 players completely lost their composure. They were no longer able to pose a threat to Aston Villa's goal. Finally, the 90-minute battle ended. Aston Villa U17, playing away from home, defeated Stoke City U17 4-1 thanks to a hat-trick of assists from Xia Yuan. After the match, all the Aston Villa U17 players rushed to Xia Yuan and frantically slapped him on the head to celebrate their victory. After a losing streak, Aston Villa U17 have finally achieved 2 consecutive victories. At this moment, John Terry, the assistant coach of Aston Villa's first team, also came to Xia Yuan. Chapter 7, Team in Danger. Report to the front line late at night. Xia. Let me introduce you. This is John Terry, the assistant coach of Aston Villa's first team. I think you should be familiar with him. At this moment, youth training coach Charles introduced Xia Yuan. Of course, I grew up watching Mr. Terry play football. John Terry smiled and said to Xia Yuan, "Young man, you played well. Your passing was very accurate, which reminded me of Lampard. But Lampard wasn't at your level when he was 17. Hearing John Terry's praise, Xia Yuan was naturally happy, as it showed that his strength had been recognized by Terry. Thank you, coach. Terry nodded and then said to Xia Yuan, although I am not the head coach of Aston Villa, but only an assistant coach, I believe that after Coach Dean Smith reads my report, he will definitely promote you to the first team. I'll pack up these next few days and get ready to go to the first team. After giving a few instructions, Terry left the stadium with youth coach Charles. After Terry left, Xia Yuan's teammates from Aston Villa U17 immediately surrounded him, their faces filled with envy and excitement. As Xia Yuan's roommate, Kak grabbed Xia Yuan's neck and shouted excitedly, "Xia! I told you! You're sure to make it into the first team." Xia Yuan calmly replied, "This matter is not yet confirmed, and there may still be changes." Then, Kak said very firmly, "Didn't you hear what Terry just said? You're a midfielder who's even better than Lampard." Lampard. The key player for both England and Chelsea back in the day. Don't worry. You'll definitely make it into the first team. If I don't get promoted to the first team, I'll do a handstand while washing my hair. After Kak finished speaking, Aston Villa's U17 star striker, had mixed feelings. He couldn't help but say, "Xia, once you're promoted to the first team, my goal tally will decrease. No one will ever be able to pass me that over-the-top long pass again." 11 p.m. Inside the Aston Villa U17 club. First team head coach Dean Smith received Terry's technical analysis report on Xia Yuan. 2 whole pages. Quite comprehensive. Xia Yuan, 17 years old, 183 centimeters tall, midfielder, possesses exceptional football intelligence and a strong sense of the game, always able to find open spaces for his teammates immediately. His passing is precise, especially his long passes, which he has the ability to penetrate defenses. He displays excellent stamina in U17 matches, able to maintain high-intensity physical play and sprints even after 85 minutes, demonstrating a certain level of interception ability and solid defensive performance. Player development model, Pirlo, Lampard, De Bruyne. Signing recommendation, sign immediately. Terry then sent the video recording of Xia Yuan's match to Dean Smith's email address. After Dean Smith finished reading it, he clearly couldn't sit still. He was very certain. This 17-year-old Chinese-American boy is the basketball prodigy he's been searching for. Dean Smith immediately called Charles, who was in charge of the youth academy, and asked Xia Yuan to come to the club to report for duty right now. The reason why Coach Dean Smith was so anxious was not only because he recognized Xia Yuan's strength, but also because the team's midfielder Glenn Whelan was injured. In the championship match that just ended tonight, Glenn Whelan was injured in a challenge. After an initial diagnosis by the team doctor, it was determined to be a torn ligament, and he will need at least 3 months to recover and return to play. Chapter 7, Team in Danger. Report to the front line late at night. Dean Smith needs to find a suitable replacement, and Xia Yuan is clearly a perfect fit. Aston Villa U17 players' apartment. Just as Xia Yuan was about to wash up and rest, youth training coach Charles arrived. "Xia. Congratulations on your promotion to the first team." Charles's expression was one of extreme excitement. He was genuinely proud of Xia Yuan, because if Xia Yuan hadn't emerged out of nowhere, his position as a youth training coach would have been long gone. "Quick. Pack your bags. Report to the club right now." "Ah. Now. But it's already 11:30 p.m. Where will I sleep after I get there?" Xia Yuan hadn't expected things to be so urgent. Xia Yuan's roommate, Kark, dismissively said, "You'd better go. Aston Villa is such a big club, how could they not have a place for you to sleep?" Coach Charles explained to Xia Yuan, "The reason we asked you to report to the club so late is probably because we want to sign a professional contract with you. If you sign today, you might be able to make it in time for the championship match 3 days from now." "Ah. The match is starting so soon." Xia Yuan hadn't expected happiness to come so quickly. By day he's a youth player for Aston Villa's U17 team, and by night he'll be a professional player. Charles glanced at his watch, not having time to explain further to Xia Yuan, and hurriedly urged, "Let's go. I'll drive you to the club." After saying that, Charles hurriedly pulled Xia Yuan's luggage downstairs. On the way to Aston Villa, Charles informed Xia Yuan of Glenn Whelan's injury. "You mean I'll be starting in the next championship game?" Xia Yuan sat in the passenger seat and asked incredulously. Charles shook his head and said, "That's not necessarily true. Although Glenn Whelan is injured, there are definitely substitutes who can play in his position. You'll be lucky to make it to the bench at best. Of course, everything is still uncertain. Coach Dean Smith really likes to use young players. You might even become a starter if you join the first team." About 10 minutes later, Charles and Xia Yuan arrived at Aston Villa Club. Head coach Dean Smith and assistant coach John Terry had been waiting for a long time at the club's entrance. "Looks like you have quite a bit of influence, huh?" The head coach and assistant coach personally greeted you, ha ha ha. Charles never expected that the first-team coach would value Xia Yuan so much. He quickly opened the car door and walked with Xia Yuan to Dean Smith. Dean Smith was the first to greet Xia Yuan. "Hello, Xia Yuan, I am Dean Smith, the head coach of Aston Villa. From now on, you will be a player in Aston Villa's first team. I watched your U17 game, and you played very well. Terry also told me that your passing is better than Lampard's when he was young. I look forward to seeing you showcase your talent in Aston Villa's first team." Chapter 8, Random Skill Card Draw. Become friends with Grealish. After exchanging pleasantries, the two sides went to the club's office to sign the contract. Xia Yuan originally only had a youth training contract with the team, but now that he has signed a formal contract, he has a formal contract. However, since Xia Yuan is only 17 years old, Aston Villa did not offer him a high-paying contract. The annual salary is only £40,000, which translates to a weekly wage of only £770. Moreover, the contract term is 3 years. Despite the low salary, Xia Yuan signed the contract without hesitation. He believes that with his ability, as long as he can become a regular starter in the championship, he will definitely attract the attention of top clubs. At that time, you will naturally be able to get a sky-high contract. Moreover, if they perform well in the championship, they might even receive a hefty endorsement fee. After signing with Aston Villa, Xia Yuan, accompanied by John Terry, went to the team's apartment to rest. The first team apartments are actually quite similar to the player apartments in the youth academy. It has a separate bathroom, a small sofa, and a kitchen. However, its biggest advantage is still that it's a private room. After packing his luggage, Xia Yuan lay down on the bed to rest, as he needed to be well rested for the next day's training. But just as Xia Yuan lay down, a familiar voice rang in his ears again. "It's the system." Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully advancing to the first-tier team. Reward, 1 chance to draw a random skill card. Chance to draw platinum, black gold, or peak skill cards. After the system voice disappeared, 3 skill cards suddenly appeared in front of Xia Yuan. They are all the same color. Xia Yuan chose the middle card to continue drawing. It's a platinum card. The nationality displayed is German. His position is midfield. Schweinsteiger. The attribute gained is combat. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Schweinsteiger counter skill card. Platinum card. Match ending, 66-82. Overall score, 72-74. Schweinsteiger the little pig. Xia Yuan instantly became excited. Schweinsteiger was a top midfielder in football during his peak, and a key player for Bayern Munich and the German national team. A versatile midfielder. The resistance level has been increased to 82. The timing is perfect. Xia Yuan was fairly satisfied with the skill card he had drawn. After all, Xia Yuan was about to participate in the English Championship. As everyone knows, the English Championship is a very competitive competition. Now that he had Schweinsteiger's competitive talent, Xia Yuan was more confident. Morning. 7 o'clock. Just as the sunlight shone through the window and onto Xia Yuan's face, his phone alarm went off. After a quick wash, Xia Yuan prepared to go to the training ground for training. Before setting off, Xia Yuan suddenly remembered something important. He hasn't told his parents yet that he's been promoted to the first team. Xia Yuan immediately made a phone call to share the good news with his parents, who were in Norway. Through the memories of this life, I learned that after Xia's father and mother went bankrupt, their life was still quite difficult. They could only make money by relying on the Chinese restaurant. However, there were not many Chinese people in Norway, and the restaurant's business was not very good. Despite this, Xia's parents still supported their son's football playing. They even gave Xia Yuan a living allowance every month. So, Xia Yuan felt it was necessary to tell his parents about this and make them happy. Just as expected. Chapter 8, Random Skill Card Draw. Become friends with Grealish. When Xia's parents learned that their son had been promoted to Aston Villa's first team, they were overjoyed. They even decided to close their shop for 2 days and fly to England to watch Xia Yuan play. Upon hearing that his parents were coming, Xia Yuan quickly said that he was not a key player and might not have a chance to play in the next game. Despite this, it was still hard to resist the parents' enthusiasm. Aston Villa training ground. Before training, Dean Smith asked Xia Yuan to introduce himself. After a brief introduction, Xia Yuan officially joined the team. The players first warmed up for half an hour. Afterwards, assistant coach John Terry divided the first team players into two groups. Team A and Team B. Then the two teams will play a 30-minute intra-squad practice match. Dean Smith hopes to use this method to assess the players' form and select the starting lineup for the next game. Xia Yuan was assigned to Team B. His teammates included Grealish. That's right, it's Grealish, the cradle of Manchester City. However, in the 2018-2019 season, Grealish was still playing for Aston Villa and was the absolute core of Aston Villa, wearing the number 10 jersey. It's important to know that in football matches, players who wear the number 10 jersey are generally considered to be key players for their teams. Grealish, like Xia Yuan, is a product of Aston Villa's youth academy. You could say they came from the same school. This led Grealish to take good care of his junior teammate Xia Yuan after the match started, frequently passing the ball to him. Xia Yuan did not disappoint Grealish's trust. He delivered two high-quality long passes over the top in midfield, successfully helping Grealish complete his brace. This directly helped Team B defeat Team A 2-0. After the intra-team training match, Xia Yuan also won praise from the first-team players. Especially Grealish. Great job, young man. No wonder they're players from Aston Villa's youth academy. You've got some skills. We didn't disgrace Aston Villa's youth academy. Grealish praised Xia Yuan while ruffling Xia Yuan's hair with his own hand. They completely ruined Xia Yuan's hairstyle, turning it into a bird's nest. It's just a so-so. Xia Yuan appeared rather modest in response to Grealish's praise. Are you free tonight? I'll take you to a bar to have some fun. Grealish said, giving Xia Yuan a wicked grin. Maybe another day, my luggage isn't packed yet. Xia Yuan decisively declined Grealish's invitation. Sure enough, there's a reason why Grealish is called the Cradle by fans. They even went to bars to have fun during the league season. This is exactly the same as his public persona. Xia Yuan has just been promoted to the first team, so he can't afford to act recklessly. Moreover, with only 2 days until the next match, Xia Yuan needs to use this time to get himself into top form. There's simply no time to go to a bar. Although Xia Yuan rejected Grealish, Yao Zi was not angry. In the afternoon training session, Grealish specially paired up with Xia Yuan for passing drills. Help Xia Yuan understand the team. The two quickly became good friends, and apart from the bar, Xia Yuan and Grealish were inseparable for the past 2 days. When Grealish learned that Xia Yuan's parents were coming to watch the game, he even gave Xia Yuan 2 tickets with good seats. Chapter 9, Parents watch the game live. Xia Yuan stands as a substitute. Match day. 7:30 p.m. At Villa Park, Aston Villa fans in the stands have already begun singing the team's anthem, Hi-Ho Aston Villa. Fans eagerly awaited the start of the big match. Xia Donghua and Huang Kaiyun also took their seats, eagerly anticipating the start of the match. Especially Xia Yuan's father, Xia Donghua. Upon entering the Villa Stadium, he continuously filmed short videos with his mobile phone. Quite excited. In contrast, Xia Yuan's mother, Huang Kaiyun, was much calmer, constantly using her phone to reorganize the news about Aston Villa. Check whether Xia Yuan has made it into the starting lineup. Now. Inside the home team's locker room. Dean Smith announced the starting lineup. Unfortunately, Xia Yuan did not make the starting lineup. This was actually an outcome that Xia Yuan had already anticipated, even though he had performed exceptionally well in the team's training matches 2 days prior. He even provided 2 assists. But he is too young and has only just joined the team. Moreover, the midfield position is quite unique. Midfielders need to make a lot of passing and movement combinations with the forwards and defenders during the game, and they are the core of the team's offensive and defensive transitions. If you rush into the game without proper preparation, you are very likely to make mistakes. Although Dean Smith is a coach who likes to use young players, he doesn't dare to start Xia Yuan directly. 8 o'clock in the evening. The match between Aston Villa and Ipswich Town has officially begun. Aston Villa are currently in 8th place in the championship, while their rivals Ipswich Town are in 11th place. The two teams are only 6 points apart. It's fairly close. After the match started, the two sides immediately launched a fierce counterattack. It was quite intense. The high-octane, action-packed match immediately ignited the emotions of the fans in the stadium. Although Xia Yuan was not selected for the starting lineup, Xia Donghua in the stands was still very excited. Every time Aston Villa launched an attack, Xia Donghua shouted louder than anyone else, and his voice soon became hoarse. Finally, in the 32nd minute of the match, Aston Villa have successfully scored their first goal. After receiving the ball, midfielder McGinn used a change of pace to successfully get rid of the two Ipswich midfielders. Then, McGinn spotted Grealish unmarked on the left flank. The latter immediately displayed his talent after receiving the ball. Although Grealish enjoys partying in bars every day, his personal abilities are indeed outstanding. After a couple of stepovers, he successfully broke through the Ipswich defender, and the next second, Grealish unleashed a powerful long-range shot towards the opponent's goal. Bang! A powerful long-range shot. The football, like a missile, successfully breached the Ipswich goal. 1-0. After scoring, Grealish immediately performed a rather graceful dance. It was quite comical. On the bench, Xia Yuan saw Grealish score and immediately started waving his towel wildly. He was genuinely happy for Grealish. After the restart, Ipswich, playing away, suddenly launched a massive attack. In the next 10 minutes, Ipswich's players launched a relentless attack on Aston Villa's goal. Obviously, the Ipswich team doesn't want to lose. Under a relentless and fierce attack. Chapter 9, Parents watch the game. Xia Yuan stands as a substitute. Aston Villa's defense has also started making frequent mistakes. The 31st minute of the match, Aston Villa have conceded a goal. Ipswich's 20-year-old winger, Towns, used his speed advantage to successfully get past Aston Villa's fullbacks by repeatedly changing his pace. Towns did not choose to cut inside and shoot like Grealish. Instead, he chose to pass the ball. Cross with your right foot. Bang! The football landed rapidly in front of the goal. Ipswich's star striker Will Keane won the first header and resolutely headed the ball towards the goal. The football went into the net. The 188 cm tall centre forward successfully headed the ball into Aston Villa's goal. 1-1. The two sides fought to a draw. Ipswich's tactics are quite English. There weren't that many twists and turns. Basically, every attack relies on crosses from the flanks, using high balls to create threats to the opponent's goal. This time, they finally succeeded. After Ipswich equalized, the game gradually became evenly matched. In addition, the two teams attacked too aggressively in the first 30 minutes, which caused both teams' players to experience a decline in physical fitness to varying degrees. Final. The first half has ended. Aston Villa are currently tied 1-1 with Ipswich Town. Xia Yuan wasn't idle on the bench, he was constantly observing Ipswich's defensive weaknesses. He astutely observed that Ipswich's two centre-backs, Collins and Luke Chambers, were very slow to turn, and that if the ball could be played directly behind them, it might pose a direct threat to the opponent's goal. During half-time, Xia Yuan also shared his thoughts with Grealish. Shortly after the start of the second half, Grealish frequently sent through balls, hoping to get the ball directly behind the two centre-backs. But Grealish's several passes failed to find their mark. This made Xia Yuan on the bench very anxious. Not long after, Ipswich, playing away, also began to exert their strength. Midfield prodigy Trevoh Chalobah has showcased his talent. Trevoh Chalobah is currently only 19 years old. He is a young player developed through Chelsea's youth academy and is currently on loan to Ipswich Town. This season, Trevoh Chalobah has already scored 2 goals and provided 1 assist. After receiving the ball in midfield, the player suddenly chose to shoot from the edge of the penalty area. About 25 meters away, Trevoh Chalobah unleashed a long-range shot. Bang! Aston Villa midfielder Adoma couldn't keep up with Trevoh Chalobah's pace and could only watch helplessly as the young player completed his long-range shot. At that time, Aston Villa's goalkeeper was not Martin, but Lovre Kalinic. A goalkeeper from Croatia. Lovre Kalinic was caught off guard by Trevor Chalobah's long-range shot. Although he made a save, the ball still flew into the goal he was guarding. 2-1. Aston Villa, playing at home, are down by 1 goal. After the restart, Aston Villa's players naturally wanted to quickly equalize the score. Grealish, the team's key player, frequently received the ball in midfield. But this time, just as Grealish received the ball, Ipswich's defenders suddenly rushed in front of him. He knocked Grealish to the ground. And that player is none other than Trevor Chalobah, who just scored a goal. Young people, after scoring a goal, experience a surge in adrenaline. This also makes him very aggressive on the defensive end. Moreover, this foul resulted in Grealish being seriously injured. Chapter 10, Substitute Appearance. 2 elegant long passes helped Villa take the lead. Grealish lay on the ground, his expression quite ferocious. You can see it through slow motion. This time, Trevor Chalobah's knee struck Grealish in the lower back. That's a really dirty move. And it's extremely well hidden. The referee did not notice. They didn't even show Trevor Chalobah a yellow card. A world where only Grealish is injured has been achieved. Grealish, lying on the ground, was in excruciating pain. He frantically slapped the lawn with his hands. After a brief examination, the team doctor shook his head at Dean Smith, who was standing on the bench, indicating that Grealish could not continue the game. Aston Villa need to make a substitution. Grealish's injury has undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to Aston Villa. After all, 80% of Aston Villa's attacks were created by Grealish. Dean Smith's face instantly showed tension. He turned and glanced at the substitutes bench. Only 2 players are capable of playing in Grealish's position. Xia Yuan and Jedinak. Jedinak is an Australian international player with a strong physique, but his only weakness is his average attacking ability. This player is better suited to the position of defensive midfielder than attacking midfielder. With Jedinak ruled out, Dean Smith was left with only one option. That was Xia Yuan. Xia. Replace Grealish. Dean Smith waved to Xia Yuan, signaling him to put on his jersey and come onto the court immediately. Xia Yuan's legs had long been itching for more. He quickly put on his jersey. They both wore the number 33 jersey. Grealish was helped off the field by the team doctor, limping. When Grealish walked up to Xia Yuan, he silently patted Xia Yuan on the shoulder and said, "Xia, play well and seize the opportunity." In the stands, Huang Kaiyun pointed at Xia Yuan on the sidelines and excitedly shouted to Xia Dongguo, "Dongguo. Look, isn't Xiao Yuan making his appearance?" Xia Dongguo quickly looked towards the sidelines, his voice suddenly rising several decibels. "Ah! It really is Obuchi. Our son has really made something of himself. He's actually made his debut in the championship. I need to film this right away." After saying that, Xia Dongguo excitedly took out his phone. On the field, Xia Yuan entered the game and appeared in the midfield position. To be more precise, it should be the attacking midfielder position. They are more offensively oriented. After the match started, Xia Yuan was very proactive. He received a yellow card just 1 minute after coming on. When Xia Yuan saw Trevor Chalobah dribbling forward through the middle, he didn't hesitate and directly tackled the Ipswich prodigy from the right side. After Trevor Chalobah stood up, he was instantly enraged when he saw that the player who had fouled him was an Asian man with a yellow face and black hair. He rushed straight up to Xia Yuan and shoved him with both hands. Xia Yuan was not afraid at all and immediately pushed Trevor Chalobah back. This push even knocked Trevor Chalobah to the ground. Upon witnessing this, the referee immediately rushed over to the 2 players and issued yellow cards to Xia Yuan and Trevor Chalobah respectively. Both sides deserve equal blame. In fact, Xia Yuan fouled Trevor Chalobah largely to avenge Grealish. After all, it was Trevor Chalobah who was responsible for Grealish's injury and forced to leave the field. After spending these past few days together, Xia Yuan and Grealish have developed a deep friendship. As good brothers, Xia Yuan naturally wanted to avenge Grealish. After this brief incident, the competition resumed as normal. Next, Xia Yuan will showcase his superb passing skills. The 78th minute of the match. Chapter 10, Substitute Appearance. Two elegant long passes help Villa take the lead. After receiving a pass from McGinn in midfield, Xia Yuan immediately delivered his signature long over-the-top pass with his right foot. In a short while, the ball flew successfully into the Ipswich penalty area. More accurately, it landed behind Ipswich's two centre-backs. Aston Villa striker Abraham beat the offside trap and received Xia Yuan's precise pass before the defender could react. Moment. Abraham has a one-on-one opportunity. Ipswich goalkeeper Bielkowski hesitated on the goal line and did not immediately rush out. This gave Abraham the perfect opportunity to shoot. The latter took a shot. The football flew towards the far post. Bielkowski was powerless and could only watch as the ball flew into the goal. 2-2. Aston Villa, playing at home, successfully equalized. At this moment, in the stands of Villa Park, more than 30,000 Aston Villa fans were incredibly excited. The team's anthem, Hi-Ho Aston Villa, resounded throughout the stadium once again. It was Obuchi's help. "Hey bro, the player who assisted is my son. My son. My son." In the stands, Xia Yuan's father, Xia Donghua, kept shouting, "My son," to the surrounding fans, his emotions running high. Meanwhile, the mother, Huang Kaiyun, took Xia Donghua's phone to take pictures. Inside the stadium. After scoring the goal, Abraham pointed both hands at Xia Yuan. "Well done, Xia. Your passes are much more accurate than Grealish's." Faced with Abraham's praise, Xia Yuan remained very calm. He continued to Abraham, "You continue to lurk between Ipswich's two defenders. I'll pass the ball behind them later." "Okay. No problem." On the bench, Aston Villa manager Dean Smith gave Xia Yuan a heartfelt round of applause. This is the result he hoped to see. After the restart, Ipswich's players immediately launched a counterattack. Downs on the wing constantly used his speed advantage to try to break through Aston Villa's defense. However, having learned from past mistakes, Aston Villa players did not give Downs many opportunities. After a few passes, the ball has once again come to Trevor Chalobah's feet. Just as the number 19 player had stopped the ball, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It's Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan intercepted the ball with his right foot before Trevor Chalobah could reach it. Trevor Chalobah was instantly stunned. He never expected Xia Yuan to suddenly appear in front of him. They caught him completely off guard. The next second, Xia Yuan decisively kicked the ball hard at the bottom with his right foot. Moment. The football arced through the air above the Aston Villa penalty area. Once again, the ball landed precisely in front of striker Abraham. A perfectly timed pass. Abraham decisively raised his foot and shot. The football swerved rapidly and flew into the goal. Bang! 3-2. In the 82nd minute of the match, Aston Villa successfully took the lead. Abraham scored his second goal, while Xia Yuan also provided 2 assists. Chapter 11, an outstanding performance on both offense and defense. The biggest contributor to the team's victory. When the score reached 3-2, the Aston Villa fans in the stands at Villa Park were completely in a frenzy. Even more, a large number of die-hard fans took off their jerseys and waved them around. Keep in mind that it's late January, and the weather in England is still extremely cold. The temperature is only 2 degrees Celsius, but that can't dampen the excitement of the tough guys in Birmingham. Xia Yuan's father, Xia Donghua, also wanted to emulate the die-hard Aston Villa fans by taking off his jersey to celebrate, but fortunately, he was sternly stopped by Xia's mother at the crucial moment. On the field. After scoring, Abraham immediately rushed towards Xia Yuan. He knew very well that his ability to score 2 goals in this match was entirely due to Xia Yuan's efforts. "Xia, your passing skills are much better than Grealish's." Abraham excitedly gave Xia Yuan a thumbs up. At this moment, the team's captain and centre-back, Chester, put his arm around Xia Yuan, patted him on the shoulder, and exclaimed, "Xia, well done. You are the hero of Aston Villa's victory." Looks like you're about to become a key player on the team. On the Ipswich bench, head coach Paul Lambert kept shaking his head. His face was filled with disappointment and anger. There was also a hint of shock. He hadn't expected that the Asian player who came on as a substitute for Aston Villa would become the key player in this match. Xia Yuan's sudden emergence completely disrupted Paul Lambert's tactical system. But Paul Lambert and the Ipswich players on the field did not choose to give up the game. After the restart, Ipswich's players launched an attack immediately. The match is currently in the 86th minute, and if stoppage time is included, there may be 7 minutes left. 7 minutes is enough time to score a goal. On the field, every Ipswich player is tirelessly attacking the opponent's goal. Meanwhile, the Aston Villa players, playing at home, all retreated to their own half to defend. In the final 7 minutes, it completely turned into a battle of offense and defense. 2 minutes later. 88th minute. Ipswich midfielder Trevor Chalobah suddenly accelerated after receiving a pass from his teammate. Clearly, Trevor Chalobah wanted to use his dribbling skills to draw the attention of Aston Villa's midfielders before delivering a deadly pass. In a short time, several Aston Villa players rushed towards Trevor Chalobah. McKinn, Abraham, and Corey Hain. 3 Aston Villa players simultaneously attempted to intercept Trevor Chalobah's foot. But Trevor Chalobah is quite capable. He quickly split the pieces. The ball once again came to the feet of the equally young Towns. This player once assisted striker Will Keane in scoring a goal during a match. So, when Towns receives the ball on the wing, his first choice is still to cross. After glancing at Will Keane's run, Towns immediately kicked the ball with his right foot. At this moment, inside Aston Villa's penalty area, Will Keane is already in position, ready to contest for a header. If Towns can pass the ball to Will Keane's head, the tall centre forward will almost certainly be able to head the ball into the goal. At this crucial moment, Xia Yuan appeared in front of Towns. Chapter 11, an outstanding performance on both offense and defense. The biggest contributor to the team's victory. Xia Yuan's right foot got there first, poking the ball away from Towns' feet. A perfect steal. The next second, Xia Yuan saved the day with a big kick. Although it looks like a clearance, it's actually a pass. After crossing the halfway line, the ball quickly landed at the feet of striker Abraham. It's a pity. The Aston Villa striker eventually lost possession under pressure from 2 defenders. This Asian player is impressive. He can both provide assists and make steals. Really good. When was this Asian player brought in? I don't remember him. He made 2 assists and several clearances in just 20 minutes on the field, and this Asian guy looks quite young. Who exactly is he? It is said that he is a 17-year-old Norwegian-Chinese player who was promoted from Aston Villa's U17 team to the first team. It seems our team's youth training program is doing well. With Grealish and this emerging Asian player, the team's midfield for the next decade is secured. In the stands at Villa Park, Aston Villa fans were full of praise for Xia Yuan's performance, and a considerable number of them even began to compare Xia Yuan with Grealish. At this moment, the match has reached the 93rd minute. Ipswich, playing away, also got one last attacking opportunity. The attack was still organized by the young Trevor Chalobah. After receiving the ball, Trevor Chalobah did not continue dribbling, but quickly passed it to Sears on the right wing. This player is 29 years old and only 170 centimeters tall. However, it is quite fast and also has a certain dribbling ability. In tonight's match, Sears frequently put pressure on Aston Villa's defense with his sharp breakthroughs. Now, when Sears receives the ball on the wing, he is only facing one defender. And this Aston Villa player is none other than Xia Yuan. Pass him. Sears, use your speed to get rid of this Asian. Show your breakthrough talent. On the Ipswich bench, head coach Paul Lambert hysterically yelled at Sears. Sears, of course, did not hesitate at all. He decisively dribbled forward. Just as Sears was about to reach Xia Yuan, he suddenly pushed him away with his right foot. He attempted to use his explosive power to get rid of Xia Yuan. However, Xia Yuan did not have the same opportunity as Sears. Xia Yuan slammed his body into Sears. Since acquiring Schweinsteiger's combat ability, Xia Yuan's combat attribute has successfully reached 82. The moment Xia Yuan and Sears collided, the Ipswich winger was knocked to the ground by Xia Yuan as if he had run into a wall. The referee made no indication of anything. The championship encourages physical contact, even more so than the Premier League. So, this level of physical contact is very common in the championship. The referee naturally wouldn't make any ruling. As Xia Yuan cleared the ball with a long kick, the referee blew the final whistle. 3:2. Aston Villa, playing at home, narrowly defeated Ipswich Town. Chapter 12, A Shot to Fame. A late-night heart-to-heart talk between father and son. The moment the referee blew the whistle, the Aston Villa players rushed to Xia Yuan, and his teammates frantically grabbed at his hair. Even Grealish, who was on the bench, limped onto the field to join the team's celebration. "Xia, you're pretty good, kid. Looks like you're going to take my place." After watching the game for 20 minutes from the bench, Grealish was convinced that Xia Yuan was a talented player. The future is limitless. Xia Yuan did not react to Grealish's mockery. After all, Xia Yuan's position does not overlap with Grealish's. Xia Yuan's best position is defensive midfielder, while Grealish is an attacking midfielder or winger. After the match ended, Aston Villa manager Dean Smith was all smiles during the post-match interview. "This will be a tough match. Ipswich Town is a very tenacious team that is constantly creating difficulties for our defense. Even Grealish had to leave the field due to injury, but Xia Yuan's appearance gave us a glimmer of hope for victory. His 2 passes successfully helped the team take the lead. His performance was fantastic." Dean Smith was lavish in his praise. Xia Yuan was the key player in this game, and it is an honor to have such a talented player. Not only did their own head coach praise Xia Yuan, but even Ipswich's head coach Paul Lambert was clearly impressed by Xia Yuan's performance. This victory should have belonged to Ipswich Town, but unfortunately, Aston Villa's number 33 player completely changed everything after coming on. Our defense overlooked the presence of Aston Villa's number 33. That evening, many newspapers in England also reported on Xia Yuan's deeds. Birmingham Sports, Aston Villa narrowly defeated Ipswich Town at home, with a Chinese-American teenager providing 2 assists to help his team win. The Times, Haaland's brace makes him the savior of Villa Park. The 17-year-old has emerged out of nowhere. The English Sports Daily, a tough match. Aston Villa secured the victory thanks to a brace from 17-year-old Xia Yuan. After the match, inside a pub in Birmingham, several elderly Aston Villa fans with grey hair were drinking and discussing the match that had just ended. "Hey guys, cheers to Aston Villa for the win." "Cheers." 75-year-old Charlie was already flushed from drinking, but this veteran Aston Villa fan still raised his glass and exclaimed to the fans around him, "Aston Villa played brilliantly in this match. Especially that Asian guy. Oh, he's a Norwegian of Chinese descent. His pass reminded me of Lampard and Gerrard. I like this young man. I believe this young man can lead Aston Villa to promotion to the Premier League." His remarks immediately drew applause from the Aston Villa fans around him. At that moment, in a corner of the small bar, Xia Donghua heard fans talking about his son, and a slight smile appeared on his face. "Donghua, it's getting late. Xiao Yuan should be heading back to the players' apartment. We should go back." Xia's mother, Huang Kaiyun, checked the time. It was almost midnight. "Okay. Let's go. Let's go see our precious son." Inside the Aston Villa players' apartment. Just as Xia Yuan arrived at the door, his mother and mother-in-law also arrived. Xia Yuan quickly led his parents inside to rest. "Xiao Yuan, you played very well. I didn't expect your football skills to improve so quickly in just a few months." Chapter 12, A Shot to Fame. A late-night heart-to-heart talk between father and son. "It seems that supporting your football team back then was a wise choice. I was having a drink at the bar just now, and the Aston Villa fans were raving about you." Xia's father was visibly happy. Xia Yuan responded very modestly, "It was just good luck. If Grealish hadn't been injured, I wouldn't have had a chance to play at all." When Xia's father heard his son being so modest, his smile became even brighter. Good. Don't be arrogant after victory. I'm very pleased that you have such awareness. While Xia's father and Xia Yuan were chatting, Xia's mother, Huang Kaiyun, started tidying up Xia Yuan's room. When Xia Yuan saw this, he quickly told his mother to stop. He didn't want his mother to travel all the way from Norway to clean his house. Stop sweeping, Mom. I'll clean it up. By the way, where are you staying tonight? Do you want me to book a hotel for you? Huang Kaiyun quickly said, No need, Xiao Yuan, your father and I will return to Norway in a little while. Huh? Xia Yuan quickly asked, Didn't you say you were going to stay in England for 3 days? Why are you going back now? Besides, it's already past midnight, you guys should at least get a day off. At this moment, Xia Donghua slowly spoke up, Your uncle Huang just called me and said that his son is getting married tomorrow and will be holding a banquet at our restaurant. We're in business, so we'll definitely do business with any customers we can get. It's getting late. We should go. Son, play well at Aston Villa. Strive to join a top-tier team and bring honor to our country. After saying that, Xia Donghua and Huang Kaiyun got up and left. Xia Yuan quickly followed them out and personally hailed a taxi to take his parents to the airport. Xia Yuan returned to the player's apartment at around 1 a.m. He, however, felt no sleepiness whatsoever. Xia Yuan was deeply moved by his parents' visit. The fact that his parents had returned to Norway overnight to earn money made Xia Yuan feel extremely powerless. He wanted to earn more money. Achieve financial freedom. Only in this way can we improve our own and our parents' lives, and stop our parents from having to work so hard. The next day. 7 o'clock in the morning. Xia Yuan then went to the training ground and began training diligently. He wants to pour all his passion into the football field. 10 minutes later. Aston Villa's assistant coach, John Terry, also came to the stadium. When he saw Xia Yuan practicing shooting, he felt even more favorably towards Xia Yuan. Xia. You're here so early. Terry took the initiative to come onto the court and greet Xia Yuan. There are too many talented players in the first team. I need to train more to earn a starting position. Xia Yuan said to Terry as he took a shot. That's great. I didn't expect you to be so ambitious at such a young age. Stop shooting. I'll practice passing with you. After Terry finished speaking, he slowly walked to the bench and changed into his professional football boots. Chapter 13, Xiagua fans are buzzing. Dongqiyu.com buys out the English Championship broadcasting rights. The distant Xia Kingdom. Dongqiyu.com published a news article in its overseas youth training news section titled, Chinese-Canadian teenager scores twice in English Championship, helping his team Aston Villa secure 3 points. Soon. This news immediately attracted the attention of many Chinese football fans. Of Chinese descent. And only 17 years old. Maybe he can be naturalized. Xia Yuan's parents both appear to be of Chinese descent, which perfectly fits the criteria for naturalization. That's great. If Xia Yuan can become a citizen, the level of football in our Xia country will definitely improve by a whole new level. Hey! Upstairs, stop joking. Even though the Football Association is currently naturalizing players on a large scale, you still have to ask Xia Yuan if he agrees. That's right. This player is already getting playing time in the championship at just 17 years old, his future is definitely limitless. To be honest, if I were Xia Yuan, I definitely wouldn't choose to return to Xia country. Everyone knows the current state of the Xia country men's football team. They're doing just fine in the English Championship, why would they want to get involved in this mess? Even if Xia Yuan becomes a citizen, he can't be selected for the national team. He needs to be good at interpersonal relationships. Through Xia Yuan's example, we can see how important the environment is. Studying abroad is the key. I hope Dongqiyu.com can broadcast championship matches. That's right. Although Xia Yuan is nominally a Norwegian citizen, he's actually a Chinese citizen. We want to watch Xia Yuan's matches. In less than an hour. The number of comments in the news section instantly reached 100,000. The comments from fans quickly caught the attention of the management of Dongqiyu.com, especially their request for Dongqiyu.com to broadcast championship matches. That evening, Dongqiyu.com sent personnel to England for negotiations. After 3 hours of negotiations, the English Football Association sold the broadcasting rights for the championship to Dongqiyu.com for 3 years at a price of £20 million. After, Dongqiyu.com immediately poached renowned commentator Zhang Jun and his partner Zhang Lu with high salaries to provide commentary and analysis for championship matches. Aston Villa's next opponent is Sheffield United. They are still playing at home. Sheffield United are currently in 7th place in the championship. Aston Villa, on the other hand, is ranked 8th. The two teams are only 2 points apart. If Aston Villa can beat Sheffield United at home, they will overtake Sheffield United in the championship standings and move into 7th place. Therefore, this match is one that neither Aston Villa nor Sheffield United can afford to lose. February 1, 2019. Villa Park Stadium. The big battle between the two teams is about to begin. Dean Smith announced the team's starting lineup before the game. Grealish's injury has not fully recovered, and Xia Yuan performed well in the previous match against Ipswich. Dean Smith then included Xia Yuan in the starting lineup. Xia Yuan got his first chance to start. The East of Eurasia. Xia Kingdom. Dongqiyu.com also started broadcasting the match live. In the studio, renowned commentators Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu from China have begun analyzing the pre-match situation. Welcome to the 30th round of the 2018-2019 championship season, a key match between Aston Villa and Sheffield United at Villa Park. Aston Villa are currently in 8th place in the championship, while Sheffield United are in 7th place. Looking at the last 10 matches between the two teams, Aston Villa has achieved a record of 7 wins, 2 draws and 1 loss, which is enough to show that Aston Villa is not afraid of Sheffield United. Chapter 13, Xiagua fans are buzzing. Dongqiyu.com buys out the English Championship broadcasting rights. However, in the first leg of the season between the two teams, Aston Villa suffered a crushing 1-4 defeat away from home. Furthermore, Aston Villa's attacking linchpin, Grealish, was injured in the last match against Ipswich Town and will still be absent from this game. Grealish's absence will naturally put some pressure on Aston Villa's attack. Coach Zhang, do you think Aston Villa can win this match at home? Zhang Jun voluntarily handed over the speaking authority to the experienced coach Zhang Lu. This match is really hard to predict. If Aston Villa wants to win the game, they still need to see the performance of 17-year-old midfielder Xia Yuan. He provided 2 assists and scored twice in the last game, which was a very impressive performance. As soon as Coach Zhang finished speaking, the starting players from both teams followed the referee onto the field. Alright, the starting players for both teams have entered the field. Now let's introduce them. Aston Villa, playing at home, fielded a 4-1-4-1 formation. The goalkeeper is Lovera Kalinic. The 4 defenders are Hutton, Elphick, Mings, and Neil Taylor. The lone defensive midfielder is Australian international Jedinak. 4 forwards, Xia Yuan, Horaihane, McGinn, and El Gach. Lone striker, Abraham. 17-year-old Chinese-American player Xia Yuan has entered the team's starting lineup for the first time this season. We hope he can have an excellent performance tonight. On the other hand, Sheffield United, playing away, saw manager Wilder deploy a 3-5-2 formation. The goalkeeper is Dean Henderson. 3 defenders, Jack O'Connell, Egan, and Basham. The 5 midfielders are Stevens, Fleck, Norwood, Duffy, and Doyle. 2 forwards, Martini and Sharp. After Zhang Jun introduced the starting lineups of both teams, the referee blew the whistle to start the match. Just then, the system's voice rang in Xia Yuan's ears once again. Ding! Single game mission issued, help the team win. Ding! Mission reward, 5 free attribute points. 5 points of freedom. There's even a reward like this. Upon hearing about the system reward, Xia Yuan instantly perked up. At that moment, Sheffield United launched their own attack. After striker Sharp kicked off, he immediately passed the ball to midfielder Fleck, who then quickly passed it to Doyle on the right wing. This player broke through on the right flank using his superior speed. At the crucial moment, Aston Villa's defensive midfielder, Jedinak, was in position to provide cover. He appeared before Doyle. But Doyle then suddenly chose to pass the ball to the midfield. Jedinak missed his target. The ball has come to Fleck's feet. The Sheffield United midfielder controlled the ball and immediately attempted a long-range shot. Right at this crucial moment, Xia Yuan appeared in front of Fleck. He leaped forward to block the attack. Chapter 14, First goal conceded. Attack lacking strength. A crucial interception. Xia Yuan successfully blocked the opponent's shot with his body. In the Dongqiyu.com studio, commentator Zhang Jun, upon witnessing this scene, immediately praised, Xia Yuan's diving block was absolutely crucial. If it weren't for Xia Yuan, Sheffield United might have gotten a shot on goal. The next second, possession of the ball returned to McGinn's feet. McGinn is also a key player in Aston Villa's attack. McGinn is only 24 years old, but he has already become a Scottish international and his current market value is €10 million. McGinn has excellent physical strength and also possesses a precise passing ability. Now, after stopping the ball, McGinn immediately passed it to Al Gatch on the right wing. Aston Villa's attack has begun. In the stands of Villa Park, more than 30,000 Aston Villa fans focused their attention on Al Gatch. This 189 cm tall midfielder immediately crossed the ball after receiving it. Explode at 45 degrees. In a split second, the football flew rapidly toward Abraham's head. But the Aston Villa striker failed to win the first ball. In this match, Sheffield United manager Wilder fielded a 3 centre-back formation. This means that Abraham has to contend with 3 defenders simultaneously when he wants to head the ball. The ball was successfully cleared by Sheffield United centre-back Egan. Corner kick. Aston Villa were awarded a corner kick. Xia Yuan personally took the corner kick. Corner flag area. Before taking the corner kick, Xia Yuan raised his right hand. Immediately afterwards, Xia Yuan swiftly took the penalty kick with his right foot. Bang! The football drew a beautiful arc in the air above Sheffield United's penalty area. The ball landed perfectly at the far post. Aston Villa midfielder Al Gaisai won the first ball. This player is 189 cm tall. He does have some heading ability. Al Gatch won the first ball and quickly headed it towards the goal. In the blink of an eye, the football swiftly turned towards Sheffield United's goal. Goalkeeper Dean Henderson made a world-class save. He leaped into the air on the goal line and used his hands to deny Al Gatch's header. Xia Yuan's pass successfully found the high point in the penalty area, Al Gatch, but unfortunately, the opposing goalkeeper made a brilliant save and successfully blocked Al Gatch's header. Coach Zhang, the game has been going on for 5 minutes now. Could you please give your comments on Xia Yuan's performance? Zhang Lu chuckled twice before speaking into the microphone. You know what, Xia Yuan is actually a pretty good player. Although it was only 5 minutes into the game, Xia Yuan demonstrated his excellent defensive and passing abilities in those 5 minutes. This player has a very bright future. Just as Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu were chatting, Sheffield United, playing away, suddenly launched an attack. Centre-back Egan launched a long ball forward. 2 seconds later, the football landed at Duffy's feet. As a 34-year-old veteran, Duffy has a wealth of experience. After stopping the ball, he suddenly delivered a through pass. A sharp through ball. Duffy's through ball was like a scalpel, piercing straight through Aston Villa's defense. The ball slipped through the gap between Aston Villa's 2 centre-backs, Elphick and Mings, and landed precisely at striker Sharp's feet, skimming along the ground. Sharp is also a veteran. I am already 33 years old this year. Sharp received the ball behind 2 Aston Villa centre-backs. Just as he was about to shoot. Chapter 14, First goal conceded. Attack lacking strength. The linesman raised the offside flag. Beep. The referee immediately blew his whistle to stop Sheffield United's attack. The slow-motion replay clearly shows that when Sharp received the ball, he was indeed behind the 2 Aston Villa centre-backs. Aston Villa escaped a close call. Aston Villa manager Dean Smith made immediate adjustments. He ordered Xia Yuan to retreat to the backcourt. Play in the defensive midfield position. Together with Jedinak, they form a barrier in the middle lane. After receiving the head coach's tactical instructions, Xia Yuan did not hesitate and immediately moved towards the backfield. In the time that followed, both teams began to focus their battle in the midfield. The 10th minute of the match. As soon as Sheffield United's midfielder, Fleck, received the ball, a large number of Aston Villa defenders rushed towards him. Jedinak plus Hourihane. The two players attempted to steal the ball from Fleck's feet by flanking him from both sides, but Fleck is a rather astute player. He did not give these two players a chance. He quickly flicked his right foot. The football came to Duffy's feet. As Sheffield United's midfield maestro, when Duffy receives the ball, it means Aston Villa's defence will face a huge test. As expected. In a short while, Duffy quickly passed the ball to Stevens on the right wing. The latter crossed the ball directly. The football flew towards the near post. Sheffield United striker Martini successfully won the first ball. A header. The football flew quickly into the goal from the right side of goalkeeper Lovre Kalinic. 1-0. Sheffield United, playing away, have scored. After Martini scored, the entire Villa Park Stadium fell silent. Damn it! They actually let Sheffield United striker get a header opportunity. What are Aston Villa's defenders doing? Focus your attention. We absolutely cannot lose. Come on, Aston Villa. The fans couldn't help but feel tense. After all, the result of this match is crucial for Aston Villa. Only a home win against Sheffield United would allow them to climb to 7th place in the league standings. But if we lose the game, Aston Villa will fall 5 points behind Sheffield United. Their hopes of promotion to the Premier League are fading. On the bench, Aston Villa manager Dean Smith's expression instantly turned serious. He hadn't expected Sheffield United's attack to be so fierce and efficient. After thinking for a few seconds, he immediately shouted at the Aston Villa players on the field. Press forward and launch an attack. This is our Aston Villa home ground. Kick with spirit. After the restart, the Sheffield United players, playing away, immediately changed their tactics. Turtle defense. For Sheffield United players, a 1-0 scoreline is enough to secure them 3 points. Sheffield United's only goal now is to avoid conceding a goal. Chapter 15, Frequent Steals. Indirect assists to tie the score. The pressure of the match instantly fell on the Aston Villa players, who were playing at home. During this period, players such as McGinn and Hourihane frequently delivered passes. But Abraham, on the front line, was unable to carry the team alone. Facing a triple-team defense from 3 Sheffield United players, Abraham couldn't find a single opening. Time had passed by in the 30th minute. The score remains 1-0. Sheffield United, playing away, are currently leading by 1 goal. Although Aston Villa gained possession during this period, their midfielders also put pressure on Sheffield United's defense. But they still couldn't score a goal. As time ticked away, the Aston Villa fans at the stadium began to get anxious. What a mess they're playing. Is this really the Aston Villa I know? Grealish's absence has had a huge impact on Aston Villa's attack. Oh no! If this continues, Aston Villa will lose the game. Watching Aston Villa play is truly a painful experience. Pass it to Abraham. Why did you shoot it yourself? All the midfielders performed poorly. I don't understand why Xia Yuan is playing as a defensive midfielder. He should be positioned further forward. That's right. To win, we must utilize Xia Yuan's passing skills. Sidelines. Aston Villa manager Dean Smith had a furrowed brow. Although Dean Smith had realized before the match that it would be a very difficult game. But he did not expect that his disciples would be in such a bad state. He was somewhat at a loss. The 40th minute of the first half. Sheffield United, who had been on the defensive, suddenly launched an attack. Midfielders Fleck and Norwood successfully dispossessed Jedinak. The next second, Fleck quickly passed the ball to Doyle on the left wing. The opportunity to retaliate has arrived. The Sheffield United winger suddenly accelerated. Relying on his speed advantage, he dribbled the ball forward at lightning speed along the right flank. Now, Aston Villa's backline consists of only two centre-backs and Xia Yuan. Sheffield United had 4 players involved in the attack. Xia Yuan knew very well that he had to stop Doyle from dribbling the ball. If we can limit Doyle's breakthroughs on the wing, we can neutralize Sheffield United's attack. Realizing this, Xia Yuan immediately rushed towards Doyle. However, the Sheffield United winger didn't take Xia Yuan seriously. Dribble the ball directly. He tried to use his explosive power to get rid of Xia Yuan. Just as Doyle was about to accelerate, Xia Yuan took the initiative to engage in physical confrontation with Doyle. Shoulder to shoulder. The impact instantly caused Doyle to lose his balance. Xia Yuan seized the opportunity and immediately made a steal with his right foot. Great steal. Xia Yuan ruined the opponent's counterattack opportunity. In the Dongqiu.com studio, commentator Zhang Jun immediately raised his voice. After making the steal, Xia Yuan immediately spotted Abraham's run. This is a great opportunity for Aston Villa to counterattack. Bang! Xia Yuan swiftly completed a long pass with his right foot. 3 seconds later, the ball landed at the edge of the penalty area. At this moment, Abraham was surrounded by only one Sheffield United defender. Finally, Abraham successfully captured the first point. Chapter 15, Frequent Steals. Indirect assists to tie the score. But Abraham did not choose to shoot. He was facing away from the goal at that moment. At the same time, another Sheffield United centre-back, Egan, suddenly charged toward Abraham. Seeing that he was about to be double-teamed, Abraham had no choice but to quickly pass the ball to McGinn. There were no defenders around McGinn. Shoot directly at the goal. This Aston Villa midfielder received a pass from Abraham and immediately took a shot. Bang! A powerful long-range shot was unleashed. The football flew rapidly towards Sheffield United's goal. McGinn's shot was so fast that goalkeeper Dean Henderson had no chance to react. The football flew firmly into the goal. 1-1. McGinn's long-range shot. That was a world-class goal. Aston Villa have equalized. It's 1-1. Both sides are back to square one. That was a brilliant shot. Zhang Jun's tone was filled with excitement, even though as a commentator he should remain neutral during the match. However, Xia Yuan is in Aston Villa's squad after all. In a sense, Aston Villa is also Zhang Jun's favorite team. As soon as Zhang Jun finished speaking, coach Zhang Lu began to comment on the goal. Actually, the key to Aston Villa's goal this time was Xia Yuan's interception. After Xia Yuan intercepted the ball, he made a long pass that found Abraham on the front line, which led to the goal. So, Xia Yuan deserves credit for Aston Villa's goal this time. In the stands of Villa Park, more than 30,000 fans sang the team song once again. It instantly became lively. Head coach Dean Smith could finally breathe a sigh of relief after seeing his team equalize. But equalizing is not Aston Villa's goal. They need to keep the attack going. After the restart, Aston Villa players immediately launched a high-pressing attack in the attacking third. The goal is to make a quick interception and then deliver a fatal blow to the opponent's goal. But Sheffield United, playing away, didn't give Aston Villa players a chance. Midfielder Fleck launched a long pass, sending the ball directly into Aston Villa's penalty area. For Sheffield United's players, their goal tonight is also victory. The edge of the penalty area. Martini and Aston Villa's defensive midfielder Jedinak jumped at the same time. Martini has a better ability to compete. They successfully stole the football. Just as the Sheffield United striker was about to make his next move, Xia Yuan appeared in front of him. He'll still use his body to fight against Martini. After gaining the ability to compete against Schweinsteiger, Xia Yuan can basically dominate the championship. This time is no exception. Martini was completely unable to withstand Xia Yuan's impact. He was even knocked down by Xia Yuan. Possession of the ball has been lost. It's Xia Yuan again. Xia Yuan has made another steal. Xia Yuan directly knocked the opposing team's tall striker, Martini, to the ground. Terrifying physical abilities. Just as Zhang Jun was about to praise Xia Yuan a few more times, Xia Yuan suddenly passed the ball to McGinn in the attacking third. This time, McGinn wasn't in the mid lane, but appeared on the right lane. Chapter 16, Halftime Score 2-1. Xia Yuan conquers the Xia Kingdom fans. McGinn is a player who uses his brain. Although his physical attributes are also quite good. Through observation of the first 40 minutes of the game, McGinn noticed that the opponent's defense was more focused on the middle. They paid particular attention to defending Abraham, with 3 centre-backs constantly surrounding him. However, there was virtually no one defending the flanks. Moreover, Sheffield United's wing-backs always like to push forward in attack. This time, after receiving Xia Yuan's long pass on the wing, McGinn was indeed surrounded by no defenders to interfere. McKinney did not hesitate. I immediately chose to break through. The Sheffield United defenders in the penalty area panicked immediately upon seeing this. Left centre-back Jack O'Connell immediately rushed toward McGinn, trying to stop him from breaking through. Unexpectedly, this Sheffield United centre-back simply couldn't withstand McGinn's onslaught. The physically strong McGinn seemed to transform into a small powerhouse in the penalty area. Charged recklessly. Jack O'Connell was completely unable to stop McGinn's advance. Bang! Suddenly, McGinn used his superior physique to push Jack O'Connell aside and immediately took a shot. Heavy artillery attack. This shot was incredibly powerful. Although goalkeeper Dean Henderson made a save and successfully caught the ball was too fast for him to hold onto, so he could only desperately dive away. The ball, which had been saved, appeared in front of Abraham. Faced with this excellent opportunity, Abraham naturally wouldn't waste it. He easily unleashed a right-footed shot. The ball flew into the goal again, and at this point, Sheffield United goalkeeper Dean Henderson had no chance. All we could do was watch the football fly into the goal. 2-1. In the final moments of the first half, Aston Villa successfully took the lead. The goal was scored by Aston Villa striker Abraham. This goal is Abraham's 20th this season, and he is currently second in the Championship top scorers list. When Aston Villa scored that goal, the atmosphere in the stands at Villa Park reached its peak. Tens of thousands of fans raised their arms and cheered. They shouted Abraham's name in unison. The score of 2-1 was also the score at the end of the first half. Shortly after the restart, the referee blew the whistle to end the first half. Aston Villa are currently leading Sheffield United 2-1. During halftime, XiaguaDongqiyu.com released the first half report of the match. Aston Villa leads Sheffield United 2-1, with Chinese-American player Xia Yuan delivering an outstanding performance. Xia Yuan's first half stats: 4 steals, 5 successful duels, 88% pass completion rate, 2 indirect assists. Xia Yuan's highlights. His defensive talent is off the charts. In the comments section, Xiagua fans were also very satisfied with Xia Yuan's performance in the first half. It's really hard to imagine that this is a player of Chinese descent. Xia Yuan's physical abilities are simply explosive. Terrifying. As we all know, the championship is a very competitive sport, but I didn't expect Xia Yuan to be under so much pressure. I always thought Xia Yuan was an attacking midfielder, but I didn't expect him to be such a strong defender as well. Wow! Xia Yuan has almost completely shut down all of Sheffield United's counter-attack opportunities. He's too strong. Given time, Xia Yuan will definitely be able to play in the English Premier League. Based on my 20 years of experience watching the Premier League, Xia Yuan is already fully capable of playing as a starter for a Premier League relegation-threatened team. Birmingham, Villa Park Stadium. Inside the home team's locker room. Chapter 16, Halftime Score 2-1. Xia Yuan wins over Xia Country fans. Although the team managed to take the lead in the final stages of the first half, head coach Dean Smith was not satisfied. He believes his players can score more goals in the first half. After observing for 45 minutes, Dean Smith discovered the key to the problem. That was Xia Yuan. Although Xia Yuan played very actively in the first half of the game, he made several key steals. But Xia Yuan's shift to a deeper position left the team without a player capable of making the final pass. Xia Yuan's offensive talent was sacrificed because of his defense. This is clearly not the outcome Dean Smith hoped for. Xia. After the second half starts, you go back to midfield. Don't get involved in the team's defense. Dean Smith gave Xia Yuan clear tactical instructions. I need you to put pressure on the opponent's goal. Unleash your attacking talent. Help the team score more goals. Xia Yuan nodded and replied firmly, "Don't worry, coach, I've got it covered." 15 minutes later. The second half of the Aston Villa vs Sheffield United match has officially begun. It only lasted for 3 minutes. Xia Yuan then received the ball in the attacking third. Instead of passing the ball, he suddenly chose to dribble forward. In an instant, it attracted the attention of two Sheffield United players. They are Stevens and Fleck. When the two players appeared in front of Xia Yuan calmly and suddenly sent out a through ball. He wanted to pass the ball directly to McGinn inside the penalty area. It's a pity. Xia Yuan overestimated his ability to make through balls. The ball was intercepted by the defender. The player who made the tackle was none other than Duffy, who had dropped back into the penalty area. Just as the veteran player was about to launch a long ball forward, Xia Yuan suddenly appeared in front of Duffy. He swiftly extended his foot and completed the disruption. They stopped the opponent's counterattack. Xia Yuan has achieved self-redemption. If Duffy gets the ball forward, it will be a huge blow to Aston Villa's defense. Fortunately, Xia Yuan was very proactive and immediately disrupted the pass after it went astray. 5 minutes later. The football was once again at Xia Yuan's feet. Xia Yuan received the ball at the edge of the penalty area. It's almost exactly the same location as before. This time, it was Fleck and Norwood who were marking Xia Yuan, and Xia Yuan did not choose to pass the ball to his teammates inside the penalty area. Instead, it was given to El Ghachi on the left wing. The reason is simple. Sheffield United only had one Aston Villa attacking player in their penalty area, namely Abraham. If Xia Yuan passes the ball to Abraham, it will most likely be intercepted by the defenders in the penalty area. This is naturally not feasible. Then, Xia Yuan chose to split the sides. Make full use of the width of the field to find gaps in the opponent's defense. A smart choice. The moment El Ghachi received the ball, the defenders in the penalty area indeed began to move towards the wing. Just then, El Ghachi passed the ball back to Xia Yuan. Chapter 17, 2 assists in consecutive matches. A resounding victory over Sheffield United. Sheffield United's defense has shown signs of weakness. Of the 3 centre-backs who were previously in the penalty area, only 2 are now marking Abraham. This is a great opportunity to pass the ball. Xia Yuan didn't hesitate and passed the ball decisively. However, Sheffield United's defensive midfielder Fleck suddenly appeared in front of Xia Yuan, and even attempted to intercept him. Unexpectedly. Upon seeing this, Xia Yuan immediately abandoned the pass. He gently tapped his right foot. Fake fax number. Xia Yuan successfully dribbled past Sheffield United's defensive midfielder, Fleck. In the Dongqiu.com studio, commentator Zhang Jun's tone instantly became excited after witnessing Xia Yuan's brilliant performance. After shaking off Fleck, Xia Yuan immediately passed the ball. Bang! The football flew swiftly into Sheffield United's penalty area. In a short while, the ball sailed past Sheffield United centre-backs Egan and Basham. At that moment, Aston Villa striker Abraham successfully broke the offside trap. The football appeared before Abraham. Faced with this excellent opportunity, Abraham naturally did not hesitate at all. Immediately lift your foot and shoot. Due to the close proximity, Sheffield United goalkeeper Dean Henderson had no chance to come out of his goal. Therefore, Dean Henderson could only watch helplessly as the ball flew into the goal. 3-1. Aston Villa extended their lead once again. The atmosphere among the fans in the stands at Villa Park reached its peak. The team's anthem, Hi-Ho Aston Villa, resounded through the air once again. Aston Villa fans sang wildly, their voices already hoarse. A score of 3-1 is enough for Aston Villa to secure the victory tonight. Abraham, who scored the goal, was also very excited. He immediately rushed to the sidelines and celebrated with a sliding knee celebration. After, Abraham pointed both hands at Xia Yuan. He knew it very well. Without Xia Yuan's pass, he would never have scored a goal. Your passes are so much more comfortable. Xia. Including the last game, you've already given me 3 assists. Keep it up. Whether I can win the championship top scorer award this season depends entirely on you. Xia Yuan nodded and said confidently, "Don't worry, I've got it covered." Abraham is only 21 years old. He is a striker who came through Chelsea's youth academy, but Abraham did not have many opportunities to play for Chelsea's first team, so this season he was loaned from Chelsea to Aston Villa. Since arriving in Chelsea, Abraham has found his scoring touch. He has been dominating the championship and is in excellent form. So far, Abraham has scored 21 goals, ranking second in the championship top scorers list. His current market value has reached €20 million, and his future potential is limitless. While Aston Villa players were celebrating wildly on the pitch, the Sheffield United bench was eerily quiet. Especially head coach Wilder. He was quite dissatisfied with the team's defensive performance. "Hey! What's going on? Open your eyes. Don't let the opposing striker receive the ball so easily. Fuck." After the restart, Wilder instructed his players to immediately launch a full-scale attack. There are about 20 minutes left in the game. Therefore, Sheffield United still have a chance to win. Chapter 17, 2 assists in consecutive matches. A resounding victory over Sheffield United. The 78th minute of the match. Sheffield United, pressing forward aggressively, finally got a chance to shoot. Still attacking down the flanks. The ball has moved to the wing. More accurately, it appeared at Doyle's feet. Doyle's performance in tonight's game was quite outstanding. They can always create opportunities on the flanks. This time is no exception. Doyle crossed the ball immediately after stopping it. His only goal was to pass the ball over Martini's head as much as possible. But Xia Yuan's appearance completely disrupted Doyle's plans. After Aston Villa took a 3-1 lead, manager Dean Smith made tactical adjustments. Xia Yuan was instructed to drop back to the backfield and play as a defensive midfielder. Strengthen the team's defense. As soon as Doyle received the ball on the wing, Xia Yuan, who was the defensive midfielder, immediately rushed towards Doyle at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Finally, just as Doyle made his cross, Xia Yuan successfully blocked it with his right foot. It was Xia Yuan who came to the rescue again. Xia Yuan blocked Doyle's cross with his own body. This was a crucial blockade. 2 Sheffield United strikers are already positioned inside Aston Villa's penalty area. If Doyle gets the ball into the box, it could very well pose a threat to Aston Villa's goal. Xia Yuan was quite active tonight, with excellent performances on both offense and defense. Clearly, after today's match, commentator Zhang Jun has become a big fan of Xia Yuan. The chat in the dongqiyu.com live stream room. A large number of Xiagua fans also praised Xia Yuan's performance. Xia Yuan played really well. His defensive coverage was so wide. I feel like he's even better than national team captain Zheng Ji. You in front. You're insulting Xia Yuan. Zheng Ji isn't even worthy to carry Xia Yuan's shoes. I feel like it won't be long before Xia Yuan joins a top team. Xia Yuan was involved in almost all 3 of Aston Villa's goals in this match. His performance in both attack and defense was top-notch. As an Aston Villa fan for 20 years, I'm really getting teary-eyed. Xia Yuan. You must help Aston Villa get promoted to the Premier League. On the field, Sheffield United's attack did not stop. In the final 10 minutes of the match, Sheffield United opted to launch a massive offensive. Even the defensive line has been moved forward to the vicinity of the center circle. At the same time, Wilder substituted 3 attacking players in succession, preparing to go all out. But the result was cruel. Aston Villa's midfielders and defenders withstood immense defensive pressure. Every Aston Villa player was pressing and defending aggressively. Especially Xia Yuan. He was still running all over the field during stoppage time. Continuously disrupt the opponent's passing lanes. The last minute of stoppage time. Xia Yuan used his excellent physical strength to easily knock down veteran Duffy and win possession of the ball. Xia Yuan did not hesitate at all. They immediately launched the ball into the penalty area. Aston Villa striker Abraham beat the offside trap. Another one-on-one opportunity. Inside the restricted area. Abraham easily chipped the ball over the onrushing goalkeeper, breaching Sheffield United's goal. This goal sealed the victory. Aston Villa ultimately defeated Sheffield United 4-1. Chapter 18. Xia Yuan is somewhat famous. His long-term attribute is increased to 100. After the match, during the selection process for the best player, the media did not choose Abraham, who scored a hat-trick of goals, but instead awarded the award to Xia Yuan. The reason is simple: almost all 4 of Aston Villa's goals in this match were related to Xia Yuan. He directly assisted on 2 goals and indirectly assisted on 2 more goals. And Xia Yuan also performed well on the defensive end. It disrupted the opponent's attacks multiple times in succession. In the post-match press conference, Aston Villa manager Dean Smith continued to praise Xia Yuan. Coach Dean, please comment on the performance of 17-year-old Xia Yuan. He was named the best player after the game. A reporter from the Birmingham sports newspaper asked Dean Smith a question. Of course, no problem. Dean Smith's face instantly lit up with a smile when he talked about Xia Yuan. To be honest, I never expected him to perform so well. It was a complete surprise. He is a very versatile player. He can play as a defensive midfielder or an attacking midfielder, and he performs exceptionally well in every position. He is the most talented young player I have ever seen. Xia Yuan is Aston Villa's greatest treasure. After the match, many English sports media outlets began to take notice of Xia Yuan. Sky Sports even gave Xia Yuan a special column. Sky Sports: 17-year-old Aston Villa midfielder Xia Yuan helped his team secure a tough victory with 2 excellent passes. The Norwegian-Chinese teenager has already recorded 4 assists in the championship. And he has only made 2 appearances in the championship, one of which was as a substitute. Although he is only 17 years old, Xia Yuan played with considerable maturity and composure in the game. He not only provided assists to Aston Villa's strikers on the offensive end, but also demonstrated his excellent stamina and good physical strength on the defensive end. Perhaps it won't be long before this 17-year-old joins a top team. Sky Sports still enjoys considerable popularity in England. After this column was published, more fans began to pay attention to Xia Yuan. At the same time, many scouts have also begun to pay attention to Xia Yuan. This included Chelsea scout Vidal. Vidal's job is to monitor the performance of Chelsea's loaned-out players. While compiling league information on Aston Villa striker Abraham, Vidal stumbled upon Xia Yuan's name. When he saw that Xia Yuan had provided 2 assists for Abraham in 2 consecutive matches, Xia Yuan immediately caught his attention. Vidal then began investigating Xia Yuan's background. When he learned that Xia Yuan was only 17 years old, he couldn't contain his excitement and immediately pulled out Xia Yuan's match videos to watch. Soon, the Chelsea scout was impressed by Xia Yuan's skills. I immediately sent Xia Yuan's technical report to the first-team head coach Sarri's email address. Besides the attention Xia Yuan has received from scouts and the media, Jonathan Barnetta, a well-known English agent, also attaches great importance to Xia Yuan. Aston Villa's key player, Xia Yuan's good friend Grealish, is a player signed by Jonathan Barnetta. During his conversation with Grealish, Jonathan Barnetta learned that Aston Villa had a talented star player. At just 17 years old, he became a first-team player for Aston Villa and scored 2 assists in his debut. This undoubtedly piqued Jonathan Barnetta's interest. Therefore, this famous English agent is preparing to personally watch Xia Yuan's next match. Within Norway, there is also a large amount of sports media coverage. Norwegian sports newspaper, 17-year-old Norwegian midfield prodigy provides 2 assists in a championship match, helping Aston Villa defeat rivals Sheffield United. The Norwegian newspaper Die Welt, a Norwegian player of Chinese descent, has emerged. 17-year-old Xia Yuan and 19-year-old Erling Haaland will be the future of Norwegian football. The distant Xia Kingdom. Xia Yuan's name even appeared at the top of the trending search list on social media platforms. After this match, more and more people from the Xia Kingdom began to learn about Xia Yuan. Inside the player's apartment, Xia Yuan didn't care about outside opinions, he was thinking about how to allocate skill points. After completing the tasks assigned by the system, Xia Yuan successfully gained 5 points of free attribute. After carefully considering his personal attributes, he decided to increase his long pass from 99 to 100. The maximum attribute for a typical player is 99, but Xia Yuan's can reach 100. Although 99 and 100 differ by only 1 point, they are not the same thing at all. Ding! Long pass 99 to 100. For attribute points remaining. Chapter 18. Xia Yuan is becoming somewhat famous. His long-term attribute is increased to 100. After, Xia Yuan added another 4 points to his combat attribute. The reason he chose to add points to his combat attribute was that he wanted to become stronger. While 82's physical strength is sufficient for the championship, it is only just sufficient. They are not capable of achieving outstanding results. To make his body stronger, Xia Yuan directly added 4 points to combat. Ding! Confronting 82 to 86. Remaining available attribute points, 0. After all points have been allocated, Xia Yuan's current personal attributes are as follows. Host, Xia Yuan. Age, 17. Height, 183 centimeters, still growing. Weight, 75 gk. Position, midfielder. Body attributes. Speed, 72. Confrontation, 86. Jump, 71. Health, 70. Physical fitness, 79. Technical attributes. Long pass, 100. Short passes, 69. Through ball, 68. Radius, 67. Shots in the penalty area, 68. Long shot, 69. Set pieces, 69. Header, 69. Penalty kick, 68. Ball control, 67. Field of view, 84. Breakthrough, 67. Interception, 65. Steals, 74. Tackle, 65. Defense, 67. Overall score, 75. Grade, C. Player skill cards, Pirlo's Peak Long Pass card, Peak, Xabi Alonso's Vision card, Platinum, Schweinsteiger's Dual card, Platinum. The overall score has successfully reached 75. However, Xia Yuan was also well aware that it would be difficult for him to join a top team with his current level of skill. He needed to acquire more attribute points and skill cards. The next day. Aston Villa training ground. Xia Yuan arrived at the court before 7 o'clock to train. In their next match, Aston Villa will travel to face Reading. Reading is a mid-table championship team, currently ranked 12th in the championship. Although this team is not ranked as high as Aston Villa, Reading's away games are not easy to play. Reading are unbeaten in their last 5 home games. Definitely a home field advantage team. It's worth mentioning that the Aston Villa vs Reading match happened to be on the same day as the Chinese New Year in Xiaogua. Chapter 19. A heroic act. The person he saved was. Match day. 11 a.m. Aston Villa's first team then travelled by bus to Berkshire in southeast England. Dean Smith did not have his players train immediately, but instead sent them to eat first. After a short rest, we will proceed with the afternoon's training. Xia Yuan and Grealish did not go to the hotel restaurant for a meal, but instead went to Chinatown in Berkshire. Grealish had been talking about Chinese food to Xia Yuan many times. When they arrived at the hotel by bus, Xia Yuan happened to see a Chinatown nearby, so he decided to treat Grealish to a big meal. This Chinatown is not very big. There was only one noodle shop. It's Lanzhou Ramen. That's it. Jack, this is a well-known noodle shop in Xia. It definitely won't disappoint you. Xia Yuan spoke eloquently to Grealish. Okay. Finally, I can experience the delicious food of Xia Kingdom. Xia, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Grealish excitedly stepped into the noodle shop. Xia Yuan ordered Grealish a plate of braised chicken and a bowl of mutton stew. The two of them ate with great relish. Fantastic. Xia, what kind of chicken is this? It tastes so good. I bet it's definitely not a turkey. Grealish devoured the large chicken leg with a thoroughly absorbed expression. This is a chicken that has been practicing for 2.5 years. Ah. 2.5 years of practice. Clearly, Grealish didn't understand the joke. It's okay, hurry up and eat. It's almost time for training. Xia Yuan checked the time, it was already 12:30. According to the training schedule set by Dean Smith, they need to be on the training field at a certain point. Upon hearing that there wasn't enough time, Grealish immediately began to wolf down his food. The battle was successfully resolved within 5 minutes. After Xia Yuan paid the bill, the two headed towards the hotel. But after walking only a few steps, Xia Yuan encountered several drunk English men harassing an elderly Asian man who looked to be in his 60s. The three drunkards cornered the old man and insulted him with all sorts of vile language. Xia Yuan, seeing this scene, naturally wouldn't turn a blind eye. He immediately rushed to the three drunkards. With a few punches and kicks, he easily knocked the three drunkards to the ground. Xia Yuan is, after all, a professional football player, so his physical condition is naturally much stronger than that of an average person. In addition, Xia Yuan just increased his combat attribute to 86. Dealing with these three drunkards was more than enough. Thank you. My savior. Thank you so much. The elderly Asian man slowly stood up, repeatedly clasping his hands together in gratitude to Xia Yuan. To Xia Yuan's surprise, the old man was speaking Chinese. Are you from the Xia Kingdom? Xia Yuan and Grealish quickly helped the old man to a chair nearby. Yes, my benefactor, I am from the Xia Kingdom. The old man gradually calmed down and began to recount his ordeal. It turns out the elderly man was traveling in England with his daughter, but just an hour earlier, they had gotten separated. And to make matters worse, his phone was stolen. This directly caused the elderly woman to lose contact with her daughter. My benefactor. Please help me find my precious daughter. I beg you. The old man was so excited that he almost knelt down before Xia Yuan. Upon seeing this, Xia Yuan quickly helped the old man up. Don't worry, old man, I will definitely help you find your daughter. Give me your daughter's phone number, and I'll call her right now. By the way. What's your name? Chapter 19 A Heroic Act. Who would have thought the person he saved would be? After making the call, Xia Yuan suddenly asked the old man in front of him a question. Malati. After the elderly man gave his name, the call was successfully connected. Hello, who is this? A woman's voice came from the phone. Is your father lost? Xia Yuan asked. Yes. Do you know where my father is? The voice on the phone was quite urgent. Is your father's name Murat? When Xia Yuan uttered the name, the woman on the other end of the phone almost cried as she replied, That's right. He's my father. Please tell me your address. I will definitely thank you. It's not necessary to express my gratitude. You're at the Lanzhou noodle shop in Chinatown, right? Your father is sitting on this chair next to the noodle shop. Just as Xia Yuan was about to hang up, the woman on the other end of the line suddenly said, Ah. Chinatown, noodle shop, sorry, I'm here as a tourist, I don't know where this noodle shop is. Could you add me on WeChat and send me your location? My phone number is my WeChat ID. The woman pleaded anxiously. Okay. No problem. After hanging up the phone, Xia Yuan immediately added the woman's contact information and sent her location. In less than 5 minutes, a woman with long hair jogged up to Xia Yuan. It's Dilraba. A female celebrity from Xia Kingdom. Reba hugged her father tightly and cried loudly. You scared me to death. I almost thought I'd never see you again. Wah! After Xia Yuan saw Reba meet her father, he prepared to leave with Grealish. After all, they're already late. There are only 5 minutes left until 1 o'clock. They needed to get to the hotel immediately and then take a bus to the training ground. We're off then. Goodbye. After Xia Yuan said goodbye to the old man, just as he was about to turn and leave, Reba suddenly walked up to Xia Yuan and Grealish and thanked Xia Yuan. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really don't know how to repay you. What can I do for you? Xia Yuan glanced at his watch. There were only 3 minutes left. Xia Yuan quickly said to Reba, you don't need anything. Your father's phone was stolen, just remember to buy him a new one. I have things to do, goodbye. After Xia Yuan finished speaking, he and Grealish began a 100-meter sprint. He vanished from Doraba's sight in an instant. What a kind person. Doing good deeds without leaving their name. I never thought there were still good people in England. As Reba's father watched Xia Yuan's departing figure, he couldn't help but sigh. When Xia Yuan and Grealish rushed to the hotel, they were exactly 5 minutes late. However, Coach Dean Smith was not angry. After all, Xia Yuan and Grealish are both indispensable players in Aston Villa's current squad. They still hold a certain status. It's no big deal for a star player to be 5 minutes late. Afterwards, Xia Yuan took a bus to the rented training ground and conducted 4 hours of pre-match training. 7 p.m. Aston Villa will face a tough battle against Reading. Chapter 20, The Great Battle Begins. Reading scores first from a free kick. Match day. 6 p.m. The match between Reading and Aston Villa is about to begin. Inside the locker room, players from both teams were making their final preparations. Meanwhile, in the distant Xia Kingdom. Inside the Dongqiyu.com studio, commentators Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu had already begun introducing the starting lineups for both teams. Welcome, viewers and fans, to the 31st round of the 2018-2019 English Championship match, Reading vs Aston Villa. Today happens to be Lunar New Year's Eve in the Xia Kingdom, so I'd like to wish everyone a Happy New Year. Aston Villa are currently 7th in the league, while Reading, playing at home, are 12th in the championship. First, let's introduce Reading's starting lineup, who are playing at home. The goalkeeper is Argentine Damian Martinez. The 4 defenders are Iadam, Miazga, Liam Moore, and Blackett. 2 midfielders, Lewis Beck and Rinham Jota. 3 forwards, Ayaria, Swift, and Harry Otto. Lone striker, Nelson Oliveira. Reading manager Nors Gomez has fielded almost his strongest lineup. It seems Reading absolutely must win tonight's game. Aston Villa's manager, Dean Smith, fielded a 4-1-4-1 formation. The goalkeeper is Lovera Kalinic. The 4 defenders are Neil Taylor, Mings, Elphick, and Hutton. Single defensive midfielder, Jedinak. 4 forwards, Adoma, McGinn, Xia Yuan, and Grealish. Lone striker, Abraham. Grealish, who had been injured, finally made his first start in tonight's game. I believe Grealish's appearance will greatly help Aston Villa's attack. Despite the Aston Villa vs Reading match being on New Year's Eve, a large number of fans still flocked to the live stream. 10 minutes later, the starting players from both teams took to the field one after another. After the players shook hands, the match officially began. Chinatown in Oslo, Norway. Inside a restaurant called Lao Xia Restaurant, Xia Donghua checked the time and immediately urged Huang Kaiyun to turn on the TV. It's time. Turn on the sports channel now. Xiao Yuan has a match today, we absolutely can't miss it. After Huang Kaiyun finished clearing the table, she quickly found the remote control. Old Xia. Quickly check if Xiao Yuan has started yet. Yes. He's in the starting lineup. The one wearing the number 33 jersey is him. When Huang Kaiyun heard that her son had made his debut, a look of relief appeared on her face. She kept watching TV while working. Berkshire, England. Reading's home ground. The match has already begun. Aston Villa kicked off first. Just 5 minutes into the game, Aston Villa, playing away, put tremendous pressure on Reading's goal. The team's midfield maestro, Grealish, was very active in the match. This time, Grealish received the ball in the middle, feinted with his left foot, and then quickly flicked the ball with his right foot, easily getting rid of Reading's defender Lewis Baker. Then, Grealish immediately passed the ball to Abraham on the striker line. Despite being sandwiched between two Reading centre-backs, the young striker still managed to win the ball. A powerful header shot. At a crucial moment, Reading's goalkeeper Damian Martinez demonstrated his ability to make saves. He punched the soccer ball through the air with both fists. They successfully thwarted Aston Villa's attack. The football flew towards the midfield. Reading's midfielder Rinam Jota has taken control of the ball. The latter quickly passed the ball to the team's attacking core, Swift. Chapter 20, The Great Battle begins. Reading scores first from a free kick. Swift wore Reading's number 10 jersey. He was only 24 years old. He is also a player developed through Chelsea's youth academy. He possesses outstanding offensive talent. The moment Swift received the ball, the Reading fans in the stands erupted in cheers. Charge, Swift. Use your dribbling skills to break through Aston Villa's defense. Lead Reading to victory. Show off your talent to the fullest. The cheers from the fans gave Swift a lot of confidence. He dribbled the ball quickly down the middle. At this moment, on Reading's two flanks, both wingers, Ayaria and Harriet, have made runs into open space. Swift could have easily passed the ball to the winger immediately to launch an attack. But Swift, now brimming with confidence, did not choose to do so. He charged straight toward Aston Villa's penalty area. As the team's defensive midfielder, Jedinak naturally wouldn't allow Swift to easily break into the penalty area. This Australian international used his powerful physique to head-on collide with Swift. Swift, on the other hand, remained extremely calm. With a gentle flick of his right foot. The football flew swiftly between Jedinak's legs. Swift easily shook off Jedinak's interception with a nutmeg. A beautiful dribble. Swift's nutmeg left Jedinak missing. As expected of a player wearing the number 10 jersey, Swift still has some skill on his feet. No sooner had Jean June finished speaking than the next second. Just after being beaten by Swift, Jedinak immediately pushed Swift down from behind. The referee immediately blew his whistle. And Jedinak was shown a yellow sapphire card. A yellow card has been issued. The first player to receive a yellow card was Aston Villa's defensive midfielder, Jedinak. This is absolutely wrong. As a defensive midfielder, receiving a yellow card so early will definitely have an impact on the rest of the game. This foul also gave Reading a free kick opportunity. You should know that Swift has a sharp free kick technique. In the dongchiyu.com studio, commentator Jean June couldn't help but feel a little worried for Aston Villa. The edge of the penalty area. Swift placed the ball on the penalty spot and then took 3 steps back. Beep. After the referee blew the whistle, Swift began to accelerate. He struck the bottom of the football with his right foot. In a short while, the ball successfully bypassed Aston Villa's wall, and then it plummeted downwards. Final. The ball has been transferred into the goal. Aston Villa goalkeeper Lovera Kalinic had no chance. Swift's shot was almost at a 10-point angle. We've got it. Swift. A direct free kick into the net. Reading, playing at home, are currently leading Aston Villa 1-0. Chapter 21 Reading goalkeeper Martin shines. Making numerous incredible saves. After the restart, Aston Villa, playing away from home, were enraged. The players immediately launched a fierce attack on Reading's goal. As the team's star player, Grealish is starting to take this game seriously. On the side road, Grealish received a pass from midfielder McGinn and attempted to break through using his individual skills. On Reading's side, the player responsible for defending Grealish is Blackett. This player has a certain speed and his defensive moves are quite aggressive. He's a tough guy in Reading. When Blackett rushed in front of Grealish, Grealish quickly flicked the ball towards the inside with his right foot, intending to cut inside and shoot from the left. But the Reading fullback didn't give Grealish a chance. He charged straight at Grealish with his body. At the same time, another Reading midfielder, Lewis Baker, also rushed in front of Grealish. Double-team defense. Under the interference of these two players, Grealish instantly lost his balance. Reading successfully intercepted the ball. The next second, Lewis Baker immediately made a long pass to Swift. Reading has another chance to counterattack. As soon as Swift received the ball in the attacking third, the home fans immediately gave him a warm round of applause. A deafening roar of cheers echoed throughout the stadium. Swift caught the ball again. Can Reading extend their lead to 2-0? Swift, as if riding on wheels of fire, swiftly led the attack towards Aston Villa's half. Although Aston Villa's defensive midfielder Jedinak rushed to Swift's side immediately, unfortunately, Swift once again easily got past him. This time, instead of nutmegging, he chose to use a change of pace, suddenly accelerating to shake off Jedinak's interference. Having already received a yellow card in the previous match, Jedinak was hesitant to commit a foul this time. He could only watch helplessly as Swift broke through right in front of him. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, Xia Yuan stepped forward. Just as Swift dribbled into the edge of Aston Villa's penalty area, Xia Yuan collided with Swift from the side. Shoulder to shoulder. Before the match began, Xia Yuan had already raised his combat attribute value to 86. Therefore, this gave Xia Yuan an advantage in this confrontation. They knocked Reading's key player to the ground with a powerful tackle. The referee made no call. And just like that, Xia Yuan successfully took control of the football. Xia Yuan has done a great job. Crucial defensive support. Commentator Zhang Jun from dongqiyu.com couldn't help but praise, Xia Yuan's physical attributes are like a bull. Ordinary players have absolutely no advantage when facing Xia Yuan. Commentator Zhang Lu also remarked, that's right, although Xia Yuan is only 17 years old, he's all muscle and very strong. On the field, Xia Yuan made the steal without any hesitation. Bang! A long pass instantly found Grealish on the left wing. Aston Villa's chance to counterattack has arrived. After receiving the ball, Grealish glanced at striker Abraham's run in the penalty area and decisively made a cross. At that moment, Reading's fullback Blackett jumped up immediately, trying to use his body to block Grealish's cross. Chapter 21 Reading goalkeeper Martin shines. Making numerous incredible saves. But just as Blackett jumped, Grealish quickly changed his technique. The crosses have been replaced by dribbling. Grealish made his run all the way to the byline before calmly delivering the cross. There were now 3 Aston Villa attacking players inside Reading's penalty area. They are forward Abraham, midfielder McGinn, and Hurricane. Reading's defensive players consist of only 2 centre-backs, Miazga and Liam Moore. They are not in a numerical advantage. Grealish's pass successfully sailed over the heads of the 2 Reading centre-backs and appeared at the far post. Midfielder Hurricane arrived just in time. The latter immediately performed a diving ascent. He headed the ball towards Reading's goal immediately. But Reading's goalkeeper Damian Martinez once again made a world-class save. He blocked Hurricane's header with one hand. The mighty Martin has done it again. Damian Martinez has already made 2 world-class saves in this match. If it weren't for Damian Martinez guarding Reading's goal, Aston Villa might have scored already. Zhang Jun continued, Damian Martinez was just loaned to Reading from Arsenal in January this year. Since joining Arsenal U20 in 2010, the Argentine has been loaned out by the team, and in the past 9 years, he has been loaned to Sheffield Wednesday, Rotherham United, Wolves, Getafe and Reading. It is precisely this kind of homeless player who has made numerous world-class saves tonight. At this moment, on the dongqiyu.com live chat, Xiagua fans also started to get anxious. What's wrong with Aston Villa's attack? Is it so hard to score a goal? What a pity. Their goalkeeper is really strong. Is Reading's goalkeeper on fire? He managed to save that. I feel that we should still leave the football to Xia Yuan to handle. Come on Aston Villa. Don't add to the festive atmosphere during the Chinese New Year. On the Aston Villa bench, head coach Dean Smith also began to feel anxious. He stood on the sidelines, constantly directing his players' positioning. Before we knew it, the match had reached the 28th minute. Aston Villa continued their relentless attack on Reading's goal. Grealish retreated to the middle, while Xia Yuan took over his position on the left flank. Grealish received the ball in midfield and immediately attracted the attention of several defenders. This includes Lewis Baker and Rinomota. Two defensive midfielders rushed towards Grealish at the same time. It has to be said, Reading's central defense was very aggressive. They gave Grealish absolutely no chance to break through. His only option was to pass the ball to the wing. Xia Yuan received the ball on the left wing. After glancing at the penalty area, he immediately crossed the ball. At this moment, there is only one Aston Villa striker in Reading's penalty area. That was Abraham. However, Abraham was surrounded by two Reading defenders who were interfering with him. Bang! Xia Yuan's long pass attribute has been increased to 100. The football landed squarely on Abraham's head like a cruise missile. Abraham headed the ball decisively. The ball is extremely fast. Chapter 22. This is the power of a max-level passer. Assist for the goal. The football spun rapidly toward the opponent's goal. At the crucial moment, Damian Martinez once again demonstrated his terrifying save ability. He punched the soccer ball away with a single punch. Another save by Martin. This is the third time in this match that Damian Martinez has saved a sure goal from Aston Villa. An incredible save. Xia Yuan's pass was perfect. The ball successfully bypassed Reading's defenders in the penalty area and found Abraham. And Abraham's header was equally powerful. It's just a pity that Damian Martinez was in such excellent form. John June's tone was filled with disappointment. After Martin made a world-class save, the Reading fans in the stadium went wild once again. Damian Martinez's name echoed throughout the stands. Reading's head coach, José Gómez, was seen enthusiastically applauding his team's goalkeeper from the sidelines. Xia Yuan was not surprised at all after seeing Damian Martinez's performance. After all, he had witnessed Martin's performance at the 2022 Qatar World Cup in his previous life. Hold on. Don't panic. Reading only has one big Martin. Victory will surely belong to Aston Villa. On the court, Xia Yuan signaled to his teammates to try to keep their minds calm. At the same time, Aston Villa manager Dean Smith has also made tactical adjustments. Grealish moved up from midfield to the forward line. Aston Villa's formation has changed from 4-1-4-1 to 4-4-2. However, Grealish's position is still further back than Abraham's, more like a shadow striker or second striker. With Grealish moving up to the forward line, the responsibility of organizing Aston Villa's midfield fell on Xia Yuan's shoulders. Before long, Xia Yuan displayed his talent. The 33rd minute of the match. After receiving a pass from Hurahan on the right wing, Xia Yuan did not observe his teammates' runs and directly crossed the ball. Bang! A strange arc shot rapidly through the air above Reading's penalty area. Abraham, who was at the front, leaped high but had not yet secured the first point. It was obvious that Xia Yuan's pass wasn't aimed at Abraham, but at Grealish in the middle. The football landed precisely in front of Grealish. The Aston Villa number 10 player decisively chose to lift his foot and unleash a powerful shot. A volley. This time, Reading's goalkeeper Damian Martinez finally failed to save the ball. Bang! The football went straight into the top corner. Aston Villa have successfully equalized. Volley. Goal. Grealish has helped Aston Villa equalize away from home. Xia Yuan's long pass assist. Grealish's volley. 1-1. Jean Jun shouted excitedly into the microphone, while coach Zhang Lu, sitting next to him, commented, Dean Smith's tactical change worked. It seems that Aston Villa's attack still needs to be initiated by Xia Yuan. Although Grealish also has a good passing ability, his footwork is still incomparable to Xia Yuan's. Chinese fans watching the live stream could finally breathe a sigh of relief. I knew it. We still have to rely on Xia Yuan when it matters. That pass was fucking accurate. I never expected Xia Yuan's crosses from the wing to be so amazing. He's incredible. A true all-around midfielder. Just pass that damn football to Xia Yuan. The counter-attack begins now. Charge, Aston Villa. Let's take the lead before half-time. To be honest, this match was much better than this year's Spring Festival Gala. Norway. Chapter 22. This is the power of max-level passing. Assist for the goal. Oslo, Chinatown. Inside Lao Xia restaurant. After seeing Aston Villa equalize, Xia Donghua shouted excitedly. Pretty. It was Obuchi who passed the ball. They've tied the score. Upon hearing Xia Donghua's shout, Huang Kaiyun hurriedly came out from the kitchen. We've finally tied it. It was so hard-won. A hint of relief finally appeared on Huang Kaiyun's face. At this moment, a diner asked, why do we watch championship matches? I remember it's the second division of England. Why don't we watch the Premier League? Yeah, boss, the Premier League is way more exciting than the championship. I think there's a Manchester United versus Manchester City derby tonight. Shall we change the channel? Upon hearing the guest say that, Xia Donghua suddenly raised his voice, I'm here to watch my son's match. See that? The player who provided the assist for Grealish is my son, Xia Yuan. Wearing jersey number 33. He's only 17 years old, yet he's already a key player for Aston Villa. After Xia Donghua finished speaking, many guests focused their attention on the 30-inch television. Hey! You know what, this number 33 player really does look a bit like you. It really is your son. Hey! Old Xia, your son's really doing well. Have your son sign something for me another day. In the stands at Reading's home stadium. Jonathan Barrett, a well-known English agent, also applauded Xia Yuan. Jack wasn't lying to me after all. This Chinese-American teenager's passing skills are indeed quite impressive. Jonathan Barrett muttered to himself. Although his face remained expressionless, Jonathan Barrett was incredibly excited inside. He was very certain. Xia Yuan will definitely become a world-class star in the future. Jonathan Barnetta is eager to sign Xia Yuan. Inside the stadium. Aston Villa's morale soared after they equalized. After the restart. Aston Villa, playing away from home, did not stop their attacking momentum. They continued their attack on Reading's goal. Upon witnessing this, Reading manager José Gomez immediately ordered all his players to retreat to their own half. Fortune changes like the wheel of fortune. Now it's Reading's turn to be on the defensive. 42nd minute. Aston Villa scored their second goal. It was Xia Yuan who passed the ball again. On the right side of the road. After Xia Yuan received the pass from McGinn, just as he stopped the ball, several defenders suddenly rushed towards him. This includes Swift and Lewis Baker, as well as fullback Iadam. 3 players simultaneously lunged at Xia Yuan. Nevertheless, Xia Yuan still managed to deliver the cross. Xia Yuan then rammed Iadam hard with his shoulder, instantly knocking the Reading fullback to the ground. After, Xia Yuan quickly crossed the ball. Before the other 2 Reading defenders could interfere, he kicked the ball into the penalty area. Boom! This pass found Abraham. Chapter 23, a hat-trick of assists. Xia Yuan attracts the attention of Norwegian fans. The football flew towards the near post. Although Reading centre-back Liam Moore was also interfering in this area. But Xia Yuan's pass was as if it had been calculated perfectly. The ball went just over Liam Moore's head and landed right in front of Abraham. Abraham did not waste this excellent opportunity. A powerful header. The football flew swiftly past Damian Martinez's outstretched fingers and successfully into the goal. 2-1. Aston Villa have taken the lead. Nice shot. It was Xia Yuan's assist again. Aston Villa striker Abraham has finally scored. The score has been changed to 2-1. Xia Yuan's pass was outstanding. This goal undoubtedly caused Reading's defense to collapse. Head coach José Gomez was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the field. How could this be? This is impossible. José Gómez was completely unable to accept that his team had conceded 2 goals in such a short period of time. And this goal was conceded just before the end of the first half. This completely disrupted José Gómez's tactics. After scoring the goal, Abraham immediately rushed to Xia Yuan and carried him on his back to celebrate. Meanwhile, the cheers from the home fans in the Reading stands gradually subsided. Most Reading fans held their heads in their hands, unable to believe what had happened. After the restart, although Reading's players launched an attack on Aston Villa's goal immediately. But, unfortunately, Reading's roster doesn't have a passer like Xia Yuan. Reading had no way to break down Aston Villa's solid defense. Final. At halftime, Reading, playing at home, had taken an early lead but were then pegged back by Aston Villa, who scored 2 goals in quick succession. The score at halftime was 2-1. Inside the changing room, Dean Smith was very satisfied with the players' performance in the first half. Well done. Keep it up in the second half. Reading's defense isn't strong, their only strong point is goalkeeper Damian Martinez. As long as we keep threatening the opponent's goal, we will definitely be able to extend our lead. Keep up the good work. 15 minutes later. The second half of the Reading vs Aston Villa match has officially begun. José Gómez made a substitution before the start of the second half. Aluko got his chance to play. This player replaced striker Nelson Oliveira. This was a like-for-like substitution. Reading's formation remained 4-2-3-1. Shortly after the start of the second half, Reading launched an attack on the opponent's goal. Midfielder Swift remains the most active player. After receiving the ball in the attacking third, he immediately accelerated with the ball. But just as Reading's attacking linchpin received the ball, Xia Yuan appeared in front of Swift. Upon seeing this, Swift suddenly accelerated rapidly. He still wanted to use his rhythm changes to break through Xia Yuan's defense. Unfortunately, Xia Yuan is not Jedinak. His defensive intensity is much stronger than Jedinak's. Xia Yuan didn't waste any words with Swift. Let's get straight to the body. Swift immediately opted to flick the ball with her right foot. They wanted to avoid Xia Yuan's interference. But just then, Xia Yuan beat him to it. The right foot made the first thrust. Chapter 23, a hat-trick of assists. Xia Yuan attracts the attention of Norwegian fans. The steal was successful. After Xia Yuan intercepted the ball, he quickly launched it forward. This is Aston Villa's chance to counter-attack. Left side of the road. After receiving the ball, McGinn sprinted with all his might. He attempted to use his superior speed to break through Reading's defense. Reading's fullback Blackett didn't give McGinn a chance, keeping him in position the whole time. At that moment, another midfielder rushed up to McGinn. Seeing that he was about to be double-teamed, McGinn forced a cross. The football was blocked out of bounds. Corner kick. Aston Villa were awarded a corner kick. Xia Yuan personally took the corner kick. He raised his right hand and then suddenly passed the ball. The football flew towards the near post. Grealish just happened to be in that position, and then he quickly headed the ball on. The football flew swiftly over Damian Martinez's head. 3-1. Grealish has scored twice. Xia Yuan completed a hat-trick in this match. Grealish was incredibly excited after scoring. He rushed to Xia Yuan's side immediately and frantically pulled at Xia Yuan's hair. Pretty. You're pretty good, kid. They actually knew I would run to the front. Grealish was very excited. After all, this is the first time this season that Grealish has scored twice in a single game. Xia Yuan calmly replied, naturally, it's observed with the eyes. Actually, if you hadn't run to this position, Abraham would have appeared at the front point as well. In a way, you stole Abraham's goal. After Xia Yuan finished speaking, Abraham came up to Grealish and immediately complained, I've practiced with Xia Yuan so many times in training. I never expected you to steal my goal. Thief. In the stands, Jonathan Barrett, the famous English football agent, had an expression of amazement on his face. He couldn't wait to rush off the court and sign Xia Yuan. He's a true genius. the future top football star. To have such outstanding footwork and awareness at the age of 17. That's incredible. Jonathan Barrett's voice was filled with excitement and exhilaration. Although he only watched Xia Yuan's one match, he was certain that Xia Yuan's future was limitless. After the restart, Aston Villa completely took control of the game. Reading also wanted to equalize. They also launched several attacks into Aston Villa's penalty area in the following period. In the second half, substitutes Aluko and Swift showed great activity on the field. But Aston Villa withstood the onslaught from those two players. Especially when Dean Smith made Xia Yuan drop back to the backfield, it almost raised Aston Villa's defensive intensity to a whole new level. In the final 20 minutes, Xia Yuan continuously disrupted the opponent's passing opportunities through active running. Final. The score was 3-1. Aston Villa easily defeated Reading away from home, securing 3 points. Xia Yuan also won the Best Player award again in the competition. Nordic countries. Within Norway, a large number of fans have also begun to notice Xia Yuan's existence. On Norway's largest sports forum, the top news item was about Xia Yuan. Chinese-Norwegian youngster Xia Yuan scores a hat-trick of assists in a single match, helping Aston Villa defeat Reading. Can Xia Yuan, along with Haaland, shoulder the future of Norwegian football? The comments section of this news article was immediately flooded with comments from fans. Chapter 24, England's top agent arrives. In less than an hour, the number of comments on this Norwegian sports news article reached tens of thousands. Xia Yuan. Is that really a Norwegian name? They seem to be of Chinese descent. And hold Norwegian citizenship. I hope the Norwegian national team will recruit Xia Yuan next time. Watching him play is a real treat. A hat-trick of assists in a single game. And this player is only 17 years old. Even younger than Haaland. There is hope for the future of Norwegian football. We look forward to this young man of Chinese descent fighting alongside Haaland in the national team. Although the championship is only the second division of England, it is still a much higher level than the Norwegian Premier League. Fantastic. Another superstar has emerged in Norwegian football. From this moment forward, I will be an Aston Villa fan. The European Championship playoffs are about to kick off in November. Hopefully, Xia Yuan can help Norway qualify for the European Championship finals. Norway already has a goal-scoring monster like Erling Haaland in their forward line. The only thing they lack is a passer. Xia Yuan will definitely be able to coexist with Haaland. Norwegian fans are already looking forward to seeing Xia Yuan and Haaland playing side by side. Due to the enthusiastic support from Norwegian fans, Norwegian national team coach Lars Lagerbäck began to take notice of Xia Yuan. At the same time, in Siagwa, the head of the Football Association is also preparing to naturalize Xia Yuan. Let the Xia Kingdom's representative play for the Xia Kingdom's men's football team. In order to persuade Xia Yuan, the head of the Football Association personally sent his capable assistant, Tai Zi-gu, the current assistant coach of the Siagwa men's national football team, to England as an envoy. Now, Reading's home ground, inside the away team's locker room. Xia Yuan had just finished washing up and was about to pack his luggage to return to the bus when Grealish suddenly greeted him. Xia. Remember the agent I told you about before, Jonathan Barrett? I remember, so what? He's waiting for you outside the locker room right now. Grealish said excitedly. Ah. Waiting for me? What are you waiting for me for? Xia Yuan asked, puzzled. Of course I'll sign with you. Grealish said quickly. Xia Yuan waved his hand. Jack, don't be ridiculous. Jonathan Barrett is England's most famous football agent. How could he possibly wait for an ordinary player like me? Xia Yuan had some knowledge of Jonathan Barrett. He is the best football agent in all of England. Most of the Premier League star players are sponsored by Jonathan. Jonathan was responsible for Gareth Bale's record-breaking £86 million transfer to Real Madrid. It really is Jonathan. The old man is completely impressed by your skills. Go see him right away. After Grealish finished speaking, he took Xia Yuan's hand and led him to the outside of the changing room. Grealish wasn't exaggerating. Jonathan Barrett was indeed waiting for Xia Yuan at the door. When this top-tier English football agent saw Xia Yuan, he took the initiative to greet him. "Hi. Xia, it's a pleasure to meet you. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jonathan Barrett, and I'm a football agent. I heard from Jack that you're missing a football agent. If you don't mind, I'd be happy to do it." To be honest, Xia Yuan didn't expect Jonathan Barrett to be so humble towards a relatively unknown player like himself. My favorability towards them increased significantly. "Yes, Mr. Jonathan, I do indeed lack an agent." Chapter 24, England's top agent arrives. "However, your price must be extremely high, and I don't have much money to hire a big-name agent like you right now." Xia Yuan frankly expressed that he was short of money. Upon hearing this, Jonathan's face instantly broke into a bright smile. "That's not a problem at all. Xia, you are an extremely talented player, and you are only 17 years old. Your future is limitless. In my opinion, you can absolutely stand alongside top midfielders like Zidane, Lampard, and Xavi. I will make concessions regarding the fees. How about a 5% commission? If you agree, we can sign the contract right now." Jonathan was clearly prepared. He handed Xia Yuan the contract he had prepared earlier. After looking at it once, Xia Yuan felt that the price was reasonable. According to Xia Yuan's understanding, Jonathan's players receive commissions of up to 8% or even 10%. In addition, Jonathan possesses exceptional professional skills. If Xia Yuan could have Jonathan as his agent, he could focus all his energy on the competition, leaving all other trivial matters to Jonathan. "Okay. Mr. Jonathan. It's a pleasure doing business with you." Xia Yuan decisively signed the contract. "Thank you for your trust. Xia, please rest assured, I will definitely use my professional skills to help you achieve even greater success." Jonathan's face was radiating confidence. "Okay. Thank you for your help." After saying goodbye to Jonathan, Xia Yuan boarded the bus back to Birmingham. Next, Xia Yuan will prepare with his Aston Villa teammates for the next championship match. It was 11 p.m. that night. Inside a luxury hotel in Berkshire. Dilraba lay in bed unable to fall asleep, so she turned on the hotel TV to watch TV. By chance, Dilraba saw a sports news article. The television was showing Xia Yuan being interviewed by reporters after the Aston Villa vs Reading match. "Ah. This is, that person. Xia Yuan. Is that his name? Wow. He's a football star." Reba was quite emotional and immediately told her father the news. Aston Villa's players have begun preparations for their next match after returning to Birmingham. February 14th is Valentine's Day. Aston Villa will face Brentford away from home. This will be a tough match. Brentford are currently 5th in the championship. They are Aston Villa's direct rivals in their push for the Premier League. Therefore, this match is a must-win for both Brentford and Aston Villa. Team head coach Dean Smith has made ample preparations during this period. I also watched a lot of Brentford match videos. After 9 days of training, Xia Yuan and his Aston Villa teammates have developed a better understanding of each other, especially with Grealish. The two of them could almost know what the other was thinking with just a glance. Chapter 25, Away Game against the Bees, Brentford. The day before the competition. At the pre-match press conference, Brentford manager Thomas Frank appears to be full of confidence for the upcoming crucial match. "I have said it more than once, Brentford's goal this season is to win the championship title. Although the team is currently only in 5th place in the league is still a long way off, and I am full of confidence. Aston Villa are no match for us. Although they have Grealish in their squad, we have developed tactics to limit him. Tomorrow night's game will only be won by Brentford." Thomas Frank then commented on Xia Yuan. "I've heard that there's a 17-year-old player in Aston Villa's squad who's been making waves lately, and a lot of fans are talking about him, but to be honest, I don't think this young player can pose a threat to our defense. He's too young, only 17. He's just a kid and can't make much of a splash." Later, Aston Villa manager Dean Smith refuted the Brentford manager's comments. I am very disgusted by other teams' coaches talking about my players. Although Xia Yuan is only 17 years old, he has a very high football IQ and a rich vision. Most importantly, his footwork is quite sharp. I believe that in tomorrow night's match, Xia Yuan will use his strength to shut Thomas Frank up. Before the match even started, the two head coaches were already exchanging words. This makes the match highly anticipated. Especially Xia Yuan. He couldn't wait to humiliate the opposing coach. To this end, Xia Yuan even did an extra hour of training after the regular training session. Try your best to get your body into the best possible condition. It's 7 p.m. Just as Xia Yuan returned to the hotel to rest after finishing training, he suddenly received a call from his agent, Jonathan Barrett. Xia. I have some news for you. Tizi, the assistant coach of the Xia national men's football team, wants to ask you about your thoughts on naturalization. He wants to talk to you face to face. Upon hearing this news, Xia Yuan let out a disdainful laugh. As someone who traveled from 2024, Xia Yuan knew Tizi's character all too well. He had no intention of going along with his brother's corrupt practices. Moreover, the Xiagua men's football team is now in a terrible state from top to bottom. He didn't want to get involved in this mess. Mr. Jonathan, please tell him that I have no interest in naturalization and that he should get lost. Jonathan Barrett's face showed a slight shock after hearing Xia Yuan's words. Should we use a more subtle way to refuse? Would this be? Before Jonathan could finish speaking, Xia Yuan interrupted, just say it my way of putting it. Okay. The next day. 7:30 p.m. Brentford Community Stadium. The stands were packed. This stadium can only accommodate 12,000 spectators. Although there are not many seats in the stands, the atmosphere at the stadium is no less than that of the home games of top teams. Half an hour before the match started, Brentford fans sang their team song loudly. Meanwhile, in the away fan stands, over 100 Aston Villa fans were singing the team's traditional anthem, Hi Ho Aston Villa. Besides the more than 100 Aston Villa diehards, there were also 2 Chinese people from Xia who were quietly cheering for Xia Yuan. These 2 Xia people are Reba and his father. When Reba told her father that Xia Yuan was a professional football player, her father became instantly excited. Chapter 25, Away Game Against the Bees, Brentford. Murad is also a football fan. He immediately asked Reba to buy 2 tickets and came to the scene in person to cheer on his savior. At this moment, inside the players' tunnel, the starting lineups for both teams are ready. Welcome, fellow football fans, to the highlight match of the 32nd round of the 2018-2019 Championship, Brentford vs Aston Villa. In the Dongqiu.com studio, commentator Zhang Jun said in his distinctive voice, Brentford's crest has a B on it, so many fans also call Brentford Little B. Brentford are currently 5th in the Championship, while Aston Villa are 7th. Brentford, playing at home, have fielded a 4-2-3-1 formation. The goalkeeper is Daniel Bentley. The defenders are Odabacho, Konsa, Jean Vieri, and Babette. Defensive midfielders, Mokatio, Sois. Forwards, Kanos, Watkins, Benrahma. Forward, Maupay. And for Aston Villa, playing away, Dean Smith fielded a 4-1-4-1 formation. The goalkeeper is Lovera Kalinic. The 4 defenders are Neil Taylor, Mings, Elphick, and Hutton. Single defensive midfielder, Jedinak. For forwards, Adoma, McGinn, Xia Yuan, and Grealish. Lone striker, Andre Green. It's worth mentioning that Aston Villa's star striker, Abraham, suffered a muscle strain during pre-match training and therefore did not appear in the team's starting lineup. After Zhang Jun finished introducing the starting lineups of both teams, the players stepped onto the field. After shaking hands and exchanging greetings, the competition officially began. Brentford, playing at home, were very proactive. Brentford launched an attack just 2 minutes into the game. Midfielder Mokatio's long pass found forward Maupay directly. Maupay is not a tall striker, he is only 173 centimeters tall. Although he is much shorter than other strikers in England, Maupay's goal-scoring ability is by no means weak. To date, Maupay has scored 18 goals in championship matches, currently ranking 4th in the championship top scorers list. This time, after receiving the ball in the attacking third, Maupay launched an attack on Aston Villa's goal without any hesitation. In an instant, several defensive players appeared in front of Maupay. This included Grealish and McGinn. However, Maupay clearly didn't take these two Aston Villa midfielders seriously, and after flicking the ball with his left foot, he quickly poked it. In the blink of an eye, the football flew swiftly between Hourihane's legs. After breaking free, Maupay did not choose to continue dribbling forward, but quickly passed the ball to Benrahma on the wing. This is a 1v1 opportunity. Benrahma only had Aston Villa's fullback Neil Taylor in front of him. After Benrahma pedalled twice in quick succession, he suddenly opted for an inside cut. Shoot directly at the goal. Chapter 26 The toughest opponent. Goals are being scored back and forth. Just as Benrahma took the shot, Xia Yuan appeared in front of him. Xia Yuan quickly raised his right foot, just in time to block. A crucial defensive play. Xia Yuan's concentration is excellent. He successfully stopped the opponent's long-range shot. Absolutely outstanding. Xia Yuan has made outstanding defensive contributions in the recent games. Zhang Jun was generous with his praise. After making the block, Xia Yuan immediately regained control of the ball. He glanced up at the penalty area and then launched a long pass. Bang! The ball quickly crossed the halfway line and headed straight for Brentford's penalty area. On the edge of the penalty area, Aston Villa striker Andre Green and opposing centre-back Konsa jumped at the same time. The result was that Andre Green didn't even touch the ball. Konsa used his strong physique and jumping ability to clear the ball before the Aston Villa striker could head it. At just 21 years old, Konsa is a very promising centre-back. He was selected for England U21. He is incredibly talented. Konsa has already made 32 appearances this season. He's almost always played, making him an indispensable stalwart in Brentford's defence. In contrast, Andre Green appears to have dimmed his star power. Although the player is only 21 years old, Andre Green has only made 4 appearances this season, all as a substitute. The two players are not even in the same league. Konsa's header cleared the ball out of bounds. Aston Villa still had possession of the ball. After fullback Hutton took the throw-in, Grealish controlled the ball on the wing. But the next second, Brentford's fullback Odubajo and midfielder Mokotio immediately formed a double-team defence against Grealish. They gave Grealish absolutely no opening to break through. Moreover, these two players pressed very aggressively. He knocked Grealish to the ground. And just like that, Aston Villa lost possession of the ball. At the pre-match press conference, Brentford manager Thomas Frank stated in an interview that the team had devised a tactic to limit Grealish. Judging from the way Brentford players defended Grealish, Thomas Frank wasn't exaggerating. Brentford have a chance to fight back. After making the interception, fullback Odubajo instinctively passed the ball to attacking midfielder Watkins. Watkins received the ball and immediately displayed his speed. On the green field, Watkins is like a black lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, Watkins surged down the right flank into Aston Villa's backfield. Then, Watkins used a sudden change in rhythm to forcefully break through Aston Villa's fullback Hutton's interference. Divided in no time, Watkins has broken into the Aston Villa penalty area. Before Aston Villa's defenders could even interfere, the player immediately raised his foot and shot. Bang! The ball slipped through the gap between Aston Villa's two centre-backs, Mings and Elphick. It shot into the goal like a bullet. Aston Villa's goalkeeper, Lovre Kalinic, didn't even react. That shot was incredibly fast. Brentford, the Little B, scores first. 1-0. The player who scored the goal is number 11, Watkins. Chapter 26 The toughest opponent. Goals come in hand-to-hand. This is Watkins' 12th goal of the season. This 24-year-old English midfielder has been outstanding this season and is the absolute core of Brentford. He has already scored 12 goals and provided 11 assists, making him the only player in the championship to date to have surpassed 10 goals and 10 assists. This player's value has reached €20 million. After Watkins scored, commentator Jean June immediately demonstrated his professionalism. A detailed introduction to Watkins, who scored the goal. After the restart, Aston Villa started to panic. If Aston Villa wants to win the championship title, this match is a must-win. Shortly after the kickoff, Xia Yuan began to take over Aston Villa's attack. The 11th minute of the match. Aston Villa began to press forward and attack frequently. Even the two fullbacks, Neil Taylor and Hutton, rushed forward to participate in the attack. After a series of passes by Aston Villa's midfielders, the ball finally reached Xia Yuan's feet. Brentford did not focus on marking Xia Yuan. When he received the ball at the edge of the penalty area, there was no one around to interfere. This contrasts sharply with Grealish's reaction when he received the ball. Xia Yuan hadn't expected his opponent to leave him unguarded. This is definitely a great chance to score. Xia Yuan has ample time to consider his next passing option. At this moment, striker Andre Green inside the penalty area had already started running, but Brentford's two centre-backs, Konsa and Jean Vieri, were very focused. He has always been closely following Andre Green. If you try to pass the ball directly to the striker, the ball is very likely to be cleared by the defender. This is clearly not a good option. Just then, Xia Yuan spotted Grealish. Aston Villa's star player has quietly moved to the right side of the penalty area. He was only marked by one fullback. "You're the one." Xia Yuan quickly passed the ball to Grealish. The instant Xia Yuan made the pass, Grealish did not choose to stay in place to receive the ball, but suddenly accelerated. Move towards the door. Bang! Xia Yuan's long pass over the top of the Brentford defenders landed precisely in front of Grealish. Xia Yuan's pass and Grealish's run were perfectly timed. By the time Grealish appeared in front of the goal, Xia Yuan's pass was already in place. Shoot! That's it. Grealish's goal. Xia Yuan's assist. Aston Villa have quickly equalized. 1-1. The timing of this pass was absolutely perfect. Brentford's defenders were completely focused on striker Andre Green, neglecting Grealish's presence. Including the previous match against Reading, Xia Yuan has now provided Grealish with 3 assists. On the screen, Bullet comments. The hearts of Xiagua fans can finally be put at ease. Xia Yuan. 666. Wow! I thought Xia Yuan would pass the ball to Andre Green, but he passed it directly to Grealish. Brentford conceded this goal entirely of their own making. Xia Yuan was completely unmarked when he received the ball, now they regret it. Beautiful. I knew Xia Yuan would use a sharp pass to slap the opposing coach in the face. It's Xia Yuan's assist again. Aston Villa has developed a Xia Yuan dependency. Chapter 27: A frenzied attack. Aston Villa launches a major push. In the away fan stands, Reba's father, Murat, joined Aston Villa fans in raising their arms and cheering. That was a beautiful pass. I never expected my savior to be so good. Sigh. If only he were from China. Maybe he could lead China's football team into the World Cup finals. Murat's words caught Reba's attention. Dad, isn't he from Xia country? Reba asked curiously. Yes, a Norwegian of Chinese descent. On the field. After conceding the goal, Brentford's players, playing at home, immediately launched an attack on Aston Villa's goal. Just 5 minutes later, Brentford's offensive onslaught put Aston Villa's defense in a state of panic. In the middle lane, Brentford's star player, Watkins, skillfully maneuvers after gaining control of the ball. He repeatedly used his superb footwork to get past McGinn and Adoma's interference. Immediately upon seeing this, Jedinak and Xia Yuan also sprinted towards Watkins at top speed. Just then, Watkins chose to pass the ball. After this period of competition, Watkins has gained a certain understanding of Xia Yuan's defensive capabilities. He was quite certain that once Xia Yuan appeared in front of him, he would be very likely to intercept the ball. Then, Watkins made the pass first. In a matter of moments, the football flew towards Benrahma's feet. This Brentford winger also possesses strong dribbling skills, especially his absolute speed. As expected, When Benrahma charged, he was like a bolt of lightning. Before Aston Villa's defenders could react, Benrahma had already broken into the vicinity of the byline. After Benrahma made a passing motion, but the Brentford winger did not choose to cross from the air. Instead, he made a cutback pass. The ball just happened to be handed to Watkins again. Brentford star player got a chance to shoot. Watkins met the ball with a powerful shot. Boom! The football is heading straight for the top corner of the goal. Goal! Goal! The goal scorer is Ollie Watkins. Brentford, playing at home, have taken the lead. 2-1. The people of Villa are facing despair once again. Olive Watkins, the young player born in 1995, scored twice in tonight's game. He is the queen bee of Brentford. The scales of victory are tipping in Brentford's favour. The commentary box at Brentford's home stadium. The on-site commentator, kept roaring into the microphone with his incredibly infectious voice. Moment. Brentford fans were instantly ignited with excitement. More than 10,000 die-hard fans were chanting Watkins' name loudly. At this moment, Watkins stood on the advertising board behind the goal, arms outstretched, as if looking down on all the other players. After the restart, Aston Villa manager Dean Smith immediately issued tactical orders, instructing his players to intensify their attack. Press them all down. Kick him to death. Find an opportunity to shoot. Don't give your opponent a chance. Dean Smith has only one goal, to score 3 points. Just 3 minutes after the kickoff. Chapter 27: A frenzied attack. Aston Villa launch a major push. Xia Yuan then received the ball in the attacking third. Xia Yuan was quite active in today's match. He covered almost the entire midfield. Xia Yuan can be seen on both the offensive and defensive ends. After Grealish passed the ball to Xia Yuan, several Brentford defenders suddenly appeared in front of Xia Yuan. Since Xia Yuan assisted Grealish in scoring a goal during the match, Brentford's manager's attitude towards Xia Yuan has changed. They began to keep a close watch on Xia Yuan. But nevertheless, Xia Yuan was still able to easily achieve a breakthrough. The two defensive midfielders, Makacho and Soyes, couldn't stop Xia Yuan at all. After receiving the ball, Xia Yuan immediately used his strong physique to challenge the two defensive midfielders. The 86's combat capabilities were on full display. Xia Yuan was like a wild beast. No one can easily stop him from moving forward. 3 seconds later, Xia Yuan dribbled the ball to the edge of the penalty area. At the same time, Brentford centre-back Konsa, seeing the situation was dire, immediately headed the ball out from inside the penalty area. They tried to stop Xia Yuan from dribbling the ball. As the team's main centre-back, Konsa has excellent defensive ability and coverage. Most importantly, Konsa's fighting ability is comparable to Xia Yuan's. Faced with this powerful defensive player, Xia Yuan did not choose to confront him head-on. Another long pass over the top. Xia Yuan chose to avoid direct confrontation and instead used passing to create further threats in the opponent's penalty area. This is a smart choice. Football was once again in front of Grealish. Right at this moment, the defender also appeared in front of him. Jean Va. Brentford's other centre-back made a 100-metre sprint towards Grealish to interfere. And so, Va successfully blocked the blockage with his own body. His right foot stopped Grealish's shot. Aston Villa, playing away from home, missed a chance to equalize. Xiagua, on the dongqiu.com bullet screen. What a pity. Grealish's shooting is really terrible. He should have dribbled in a little longer. Grealish's shot was a bit rushed. Have you noticed that Xia Yuan's passes almost always threaten the opponent's goal? Don't waste any more opportunities. Wasting opportunities in a football match will be punished. To be fair, Brentford's two defenders really performed quite well. Even after Grealish's shot was blocked, he still gave Xia Yuan a thumbs up. 5 minutes later, Aston Villa's attack came again. It was Xia Yuan who passed the ball again. However, this time Xia Yuan's pass came from the wing. A cross from a 45-degree angle. The football successfully flew into the penalty area. Xia Yuan's pass this time wasn't aimed at Grealish, but at Aston Villa striker Andre Green. The football drew a strange arc in the air above Brentford's penalty area. They successfully bypassed the heads of the two centre-backs. It was delivered perfectly to Andre Green's feet. This is the terrifying effect of raising the long pass attribute to 100. With a single pass, he tore apart Brentford's entire defense. Neither Konsa nor Jean Va touched the ball. It's a pity. Aston Villa's striker failed to capitalize on his chances. Chapter 28, trailing by 2 goals at half-time. Xia Yuan's passes are being wasted repeatedly. Andre Green's shot went ridiculously wide of the goal. It flew straight up to the stands. That was a surefire chance to score. But Andre Green completely missed it. Xia Yuan's pass has reached Andre Green. But that player actually shot the ball wide. This is simply unbelievable. If Abraham had been the striker, this goal would have been possible. Commentator Zhang Jun was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe what had just happened. Meanwhile, Chinese fans watching the live stream also began to furiously criticize Andre Green's shot. Did Andre Green get paid? How could he miss like that? Even my grandma could score that. Abraham's absence has had a significant impact on the team's attack. I've never seen such a bad forward. Even Wu Lei is better than him. Xia Yuan has done everything he could. There's really nothing that can be done if a striker doesn't like scoring goals. Bruntwegged inside the penalty area. Andre Green's face immediately showed regret after his shot went wide. He was dumbfounded. He clearly made a shooting motion, but the ball miraculously went wide of the goal. On the sidelines, Mr. Dean Smith remained completely calm. As the team's head coach, Dean Smith is naturally very familiar with the technical abilities of every Aston Villa player. He understood. This is Andre Green's true strength. If Abraham hadn't been injured before the game, Dean Smith would never have included Andre Green in the starting lineup. But there's nothing we can do. Abraham's sudden injury forced the team to field a substitute striker. The match had quietly reached the 40th minute. Time is running out for Aston Villa. During this period, Aston Villa, playing away, did indeed gain a significant amount of possession. Xia Yuan also passed the ball to Andre Green quite a few times. But this Aston Villa striker either kicked the ball too high or too low. Wasting opportunities will have consequences. Sure enough, the team conceded another goal in the 40th minute of the match. This time it was Grealish's mistake. Grealish originally intended to rely on his individual ability to break through on the left wing, but unexpectedly, Brentford's defenders did not give him the opportunity. Fullback Babette, centre-back Konsa, and defensive midfielder Soyes all made interference against Grealish. Under the combined defense of these three Brentford players, Grealish lost possession of the ball. Brentford's defensive midfielder, Sawyer, decisively launched a long pass. In a short while, the football quickly turned towards the front of the field. Brentford made the steal. This is a good opportunity for them to fight back. Zhang Jun suddenly became tense. Coach Zhang then spoke confidently, "That's exactly what I'm worried about. Aston Villa are now pushing forward aggressively, leaving huge gaps in their defense. If Brentford's players seize their opportunities, they'll definitely score directly." Zhang Lu's coaching is very professional. Benrahma caught the ball again. Without any hesitation, the Brentford winger accelerated immediately. And at this moment, Aston Villa's backline defense is quite weak. Fullback Hutton has pushed up the pitch, leaving only a single defensive midfielder Jedinak and two centre-backs, Mings and Elphick. Chapter 28, trailing by 2 goals at half-time. Xia Yuan's passes are being wasted repeatedly. It's possible in Brentford. Besides Benrahma, who is currently dribbling forward, there are also Watkins and Maupay, who have already scored 2 goals. There are still 3 players. 3v3. This is not a good thing for Aston Villa, who are on the defensive. There was only one player, Jedinak, responsible for defending Benrahma. This Australian international player has an excellent physique, but his speed is quite slow. They are completely unable to keep up with Benrahma's pace. Benrahma's step-over dribble completed the breakthrough in an instant. Then, Benrahma resolutely chose to cut inside. After glancing at the position of striker Maupay, he didn't choose to pass the ball, but instead shot with his left foot. Bang! The football curved through the air and quickly flew into the far corner of the goal. 3-1. Aston Villa's goalkeeper, Lovre Kalinic, could only watch helplessly as the ball went in. Aston Villa, playing away, are already 2 goals down. Brentford's counterattacks are too sharp. They don't give Aston Villa any chance to defend. Could it be that Aston Villa's winning streak is about to end tonight? Jean June couldn't help but feel a little worried for Aston Villa. The Brentford home fans were in a frenzy, with every fan raising their arms and shouting in the stands. On the other hand, look at the away fans in the stands. The hundreds of Aston Villa fans remain silent, completely lacking fighting spirit. Aston Villa fans are utterly disappointed with the players' performance on the pitch. Many away fans were even verbally abusing Aston Villa players. In the huge stands, only one person was still cheering for Aston Villa. More accurately, it was to cheer on Xia Yuan. This person is Doraba. The last 5 minutes. Aston Villa's players continued to press forward aggressively. Nowadays, the score has reached 3-1, and for Aston Villa, who are trailing by 1 goal, there is no way out. They have no choice but to attack with all their might. But Brentford's 2 centre-backs, Konsa and Jean Vieri, are in excellent form. They continuously implemented measures to block and relieve the siege. In addition, Aston Villa striker Andre Green's poor technique made the team's attack stagnant. At half-time, Brentford, playing at home, were leading Aston Villa 3-1. Half-time break. The sports website of Xia Kingdom, dongqiyu.com, released a large amount of match news. Aston Villa trail 1-3 away to Brentford. Striker Andre Green's outrageous shots. Watkins' first half was the game's destiny. Brentford star player scored twice in the first half. Aston Villa dominated possession with 73%. They had 11 shots in the first half. Without Abraham, Aston Villa's attack went silent. In the comments section, Summer fans are not optimistic about Aston Villa's prospects in this match. Although Xia Yuan's passes are very accurate, it's a pity that Andre Green's shooting technique is too rough. Sigh. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Aston Villa is going to lose. There's nothing we can do, their strikers are just too weak. Xia Yuan has done his best. The more brilliant Xia Yuan's performance was, the more dismal the performance of Aston Villa's strikers was. What a blunder. Andre Green is practically on par with Lingard. Chapter 29, another hat-trick of assists. A tactical set-piece equalizes the score. 15 minutes later. The second half of the Brentford vs Aston Villa match has officially begun. Coach Dean Smith made tactical adjustments right after the start of the second half. 29-year-old striker Kaji makes his debut. This player has just recovered from a major injury and is currently playing again. The situation is not stable. Nevertheless, Dean Smith replaced Andre Green with Kodic. Andre Green is finally off the court. It seems Coach Dean Smith is quite dissatisfied with Andre Green's performance in the first half. After Jean June finished speaking, commentator Jean Lu also gave her comments. This substitution was absolutely necessary. Kaji has both height and speed, making him a much better fit than Andre Green. Perhaps Kodag's introduction will enable Aston Villa's midfield to function more effectively. 55th minute of the second half. Aston Villa's attacking opportunities. After a successful breakthrough in the middle, midfielder McGinn suddenly surged to the edge of the penalty area. At that moment, the entire Brentford defense tensed up instantly. McGinn has a powerful long-range shot. If he chooses to shoot from this position, he could threaten Brentford's goal. Therefore, at that moment, centre-back Konsa immediately rushed out of the penalty area. He tried to block McGinn's shot with his body. When McGinn saw Konsa appear in front of him, he immediately stopped shooting and instead quickly passed the ball to Xia Yuan on the wing. Right side of the road. As soon as Xia Yuan received the ball, Brentford's defenders rushed towards him. There are 2 players in total. They are fullback Barnett and midfielder Soyes. However, Xia Yuan did not give the 2 defenders a chance. The moment he received the pass from McGinn, he immediately passed the ball into the penalty area. Their speed was so great that Brentford's defenders had no time to react. Bang! The football landed on Kaji's head like a cruise missile. Kaji is 189 centimeters tall, but he is not good at heading. He prefers to use his speed and dribbling to break through and shoot rather than head the ball. But Xia Yuan's pass this time was too accurate. The football landed squarely on Kaji's head. This player only needs to flick his head slightly to send the ball towards the opponent's goal. Nice shot. Xia Yuan delivers a cross at 45 degrees. Kaji heads the ball towards the goal. Goal. Kaji, who came on as a substitute in the second half, scored a goal. 3-2. Aston Villa have finally scored their second goal. Jean Jun raised his voice and continued into the microphone, Xia Yuan's pass and assist. This is Xia Yuan's second assist in this match. To date, Xia Yuan has made 4 appearances in the English Championship and has provided 7 assists. His 7 assists also make him the player with the most assists in the Aston Villa squad. Currently ranked 4th in the Championship assist charts. That's incredibly powerful. If Xia Yuan continues in this form, it won't be long before he attracts the attention of top clubs. Kaji did not celebrate after scoring, he immediately snatched the ball from the goalkeeper and sprinted towards the center circle. Aston Villa remain in the bottom position. They need at least 2 more goals to win. After the restart, Aston Villa players immediately launched a high press. Chapter 29, another hat-trick of assists. A tactical set-piece equalizes the score. Kaji's goal ignited the Aston Villa taxi spirit. In contrast, Brentford. The players began to feel uneasy. They were terrified that Aston Villa would quickly equalize the score. Head coach Thomas Frank immediately made tactical adjustments. The offensive player Konos was immediately substituted, and the excellent offensive and defensive player McCollum was brought on. Hold on. Don't rush into an attack. Focus on defense first. Thomas Frank's tactics were clear. The strategy should focus on defense, then look for opportunities to counterattack. Thomas Frank knew very well that Aston Villa's players would definitely press forward aggressively during this period, and the most important thing was to avoid their sharp edge and stabilize the defense first. 10 minutes later, Aston Villa had another excellent scoring opportunity. After the start of the second half, Grealish didn't have much of a presence on the field. But this time, after receiving a long pass from Jedinak, Grealish suddenly chose to dribble past the defender. On the left side of the road, Grealish used a sudden acceleration in pace to successfully break through the interference of the opposing fullback Odebacho, at which point Grealish actually had space to pass the ball. Both Kaji in the penalty area and McGinn in midfield found open spaces. However, Grealish continued to dribble towards the penalty area. Just as Grealish appeared on the left sideline of the penalty area, Brentford centre-back Konsa immediately made a sliding tackle. Konsa's flying tackle did not reach the ball. Instead, they knocked Grealish down. The referee immediately showed Konsa a yellow gem card. At the same time, the decision awarded Aston Villa a free kick opportunity. Set piece. The referee's decision was very accurate this time. Konsa's foul occurred on the right sideline of the penalty area, so it was definitely not a penalty. Oh. Xia Yuan and Grealish are both standing in front of the football. Who will take this set piece? Let's wait and see. Coach Zhang Lu explained very professionally, to be honest, it's a bit difficult to shoot directly from the left side of the penalty area. If nothing unexpected happens, the ball will likely be passed to a high point inside the penalty area. 3 seconds later, the referee blew the whistle to take the penalty. Grealish suddenly activated. He threw the ball towards the goal, but didn't touch it. A feint. Immediately afterwards, Xia Yuan made a pass motion. For a moment, the entire Brentford penalty area was in a state of panic, with attacking and defending players pulling and tugging at each other, trying to get into the right position. However, Xia Yuan did not pass the ball to his teammates inside the penalty area. This is 1 foot touching the earth. The football skimmed along the grass and headed towards the edge of the penalty area. At this time, Aston Villa's midfielder, McGinn, suddenly arrived. A powerful shot volleyed the ball. Boom! The football sped through the crowd and suddenly appeared in front of the goalkeeper. Brentford goalkeeper Daniel Bentley's view was blocked by his own defenders, and by the time he saw the ball, it was too late. McGinn's shot flew past Daniel Bentley and into the goal. 3-3. Aston Villa have equalized. At the same time, Xia Yuan also assisted in the hat-trick. Chapter 30, 4 assists. Victory secured single-handedly. Goal from a set piece. Xia Yuan didn't pass the ball into the penalty area. Instead, he passed it to McGinn at the edge of the box. McGinn unleashed a powerful shot that pierced the opponent's goal. 3-3. Aston Villa, playing away from home, have successfully equalized. Xia Yuan has also completed a hat-trick of assists. Jean Jun was extremely emotional, but the Xiagua fans were even more excited. That works too. Holy crap. They actually passed the ball to McGinn. Xia Yuan's basketball IQ is really high. This combination is unbeatable. Great. They've equalized. Aston Villa still have a chance to win. 2 consecutive hat-tricks of assists. Xia Yuan's strength is truly terrifying. The away fans in the stands. Aston Villa fans erupted in cheers. The team anthem, Hi-Ho Aston Villa, once again resounded throughout the stands. After seeing Xia Yuan make the assist, Doraba showed a fangirl-like look in her eyes. Wow! Xia Yuan is amazing. He's already got 3 assists. So awesome. Reba's father, Marat, calmly said to Reba, excellent skills and great character. I have high hopes for this young man. The pressure is on the Brentford players. After the kickoff, Brentford manager Thomas Frank immediately yelled at his players, push up. Look for opportunities to shoot. We must defend our home court. We need to get 3 points. Although Thomas Frank was very emotional on the sidelines, they kept making gestures indicating they were pressing forward and attacking. However, Brentford's performance on the pitch has been rather mediocre. Just 1 minute later, Brentford's players lost possession of the ball. Grealish and McGinn made the steal. Even after equalizing, Aston Villa continued to employ a high-pressing tactic. Use constant running to steal the ball. Although this tactic is a test of the players' physical fitness, Dean Smith had no way out. Aston Villa are currently only in 7th place in the league, and if they want to win the championship title, they need to beat Brentford, who are in 5th place. After making the interception, Grealish quickly dribbled the ball towards the opponent's penalty area. At the same time, Brentford's defenders are already in position. Midfielder McKellen and fullback Odubajo appeared on Grealish's left and right sides, respectively. Pay special attention to Grealish. Upon seeing this, Grealish decisively stopped his advance and quickly passed the ball to McGinn, who was following up in the middle. McGinn has proven his excellent long-range shooting ability to the Brentford players. So, Brentford centre-back tensed up immediately when he saw McGinn receive the ball again at the edge of the penalty area. Konsa and Jean-Pierre did not think. He decisively charged towards McGinn. They tried to block McGinn's shooting route. At that moment, McGinn chose to pass the ball. With a swift flick of his left foot, the ball came to Xia Yuan's feet on the right wing. Aston Villa's passing and teamwork were very coherent, almost leading Brentford's defenders by the nose. Right side. After Xia Yuan received the ball, he quickly spotted Kaji's run through Xabi Alonso's vision. At this moment, inside Brentford's penalty area, only fullback Babette remains to mark Codegill. The 2 centre-backs, Konsa and Jean-Pierre, were still at the edge of the penalty area and had not returned to their defensive zone. Bang! Chapter 30, 4 assists in a row. He single-handedly secured the victory. Xia Yuan didn't hesitate at all and decisively crossed the ball with his right foot. A precise long pass successfully bypassed Brentford's fullback Barnett's head and appeared in front of Kaji. For this Aston Villa striker, he has many options. It can be used to head the ball directly or volley it. He can even stop the ball, adjust his position slightly, and then shoot. This time, Kaji opted for a direct volley. The football bounced into the goal like an arrow. 4-3. Aston Villa successfully completed the comeback. Xia Yuan's fourth assist. My God! This is unbelievable. Xia Yuan has achieved 4 assists in a single game. He almost single-handedly helped Aston Villa win the game. Xia Yuan's cross from the wing left Brentford's defenders helpless. Victory is beckoning to Aston Villa. In the home stadium stands, Brentford fans fell silent instantly. Their eyes were filled with bewilderment and shock. No one could have predicted that Brentford would be overtaken by Aston Villa. Now, there are 10 minutes left in the game. Brentford has no way out. They need to put as much pressure on Aston Villa's goal as possible in these last 10 minutes. After the kickoff, Brentford's players indeed pressed forward aggressively. Not long after, Watkins, the team's star player, successfully received a pass from his teammate. However, Aston Villa's defenders did not give Watkins any chance. In a matter of moments, several defensive players rushed in front of Watkins. Xia Yuan was among them. After Aston Villa took the lead, Xia Yuan's task changed from attacking to defending. This time, Xia Yuan and Jedinak appeared in front of Watkins at the same time. These two players immediately adopted a double-team defense tactic. They didn't give Watkins a chance at all. Seeing no room for a breakthrough, his first thought was to pass the ball to Benrahma on the wing. But Xia Yuan didn't give Watkins a chance. He is quick-witted and agile. The moment Watkins passed the ball, he decisively used his right foot to interfere. Immediately afterward, another defender, Jedinak, quickly moved in to intercept. Successfully intercepted. After Jedinak won the ball, he did not choose to continue the attack, but instead cleared it with a long kick. In the last 10 minutes, the Aston Villa players, playing away from home, made numerous interceptions through tireless running. Thanks to the players' united efforts, Aston Villa managed to maintain the 4-3 scoreline until the final whistle. The moment the referee blew the final whistle, all 11 Aston Villa players collapsed on the pitch. They were exhausted. Fortunately, all the effort paid off. Aston Villa managed to escape with a point away from home, securing 3 valuable points. After this match, Aston Villa have successfully climbed to 6th place in the standings. Chapter 31 Xia Yuan's Douyin video goes viral. He gets an endorsement deal. After this match, Xia Yuan became an absolute sensation. Whether in England, or in the distant land of Xia, or in Norway, all sports media outlets are reporting on Xia Yuan's news. England. Sky Sports, Aston Villa's 17-year-old helps the team secure their 4th consecutive victory with 4 passes. Daily Mail, a mysterious young man from the East has emerged. 11 assists in 4 games. He is changing the landscape of the championship. The Times, Ha Yuan is dominating the championship. Rumors suggest that prominent English agent Jonathan has become Ha Yuan's agent. The Guardian, who would believe it? A 17-year-old Norwegian player of Chinese descent provided 4 assists in the match. He became the key player in Aston Villa's victory over Brentford. Norway. Norwegian sports newspaper, 17-year-old Norwegian player Xia Yuan continues to impress in the championship. He has already provided 11 assists. Bergenszeitung, another Norwegian star is rising. 17-year-old Xia Yuan will become the midfield core of Norway for the next decade. The World Road newspaper, Norway has its own Pirlo. Who would believe that this dark-haired, yellow-faced teenager has helped Aston Villa achieve a 4-game winning streak? Xia Kingdom. Dongqiyu.com, Xia Yuan becomes Aston Villa's savior. He single-handedly helped Aston Villa defeat strong opponents Brentford away from home. Xia Yuan has become England's hottest star. Live Sports Bar, Aston Villa wins 4 straight. Xia Yuan has provided an assist in all 4 appearances. This 17-year-old is writing his own legend. Sports Weekly, Chinese-English teenager Xia Yuan becomes the top player in the championship. Despite the absence of the main striker, Xia Yuan still contributed 4 assists. A hard-fought away victory. Today's headline, who would believe it? This 17-year-old prodigy who scored 4 assists in the English Championship is actually of Chinese descent. Within Douyin short videos, almost all football bloggers posted highlights of Xia Yuan's assists against Brentford. The earliest released highlight video of Xia Yuan garnered a staggering 10 million likes. Soon, Xia Yuan's name began to become known to the public. The comment sections of the videos posted by these football bloggers are filled with praise for Xia Yuan. What a genius! Xia Yuan's passing is so precise. I feel like even Pirlo and Xavi at their peak wouldn't be a match for him. Indeed. Based on my 20 years of experience watching football, Xia Yuan is definitely capable of becoming one of the world's top midfielders. Even though he's of Chinese descent, I'm still very excited to see a player with black hair and a yellow jersey perform so brilliantly in the game. Actually, it's good that Xia Yuan has Norwegian citizenship. At least he has the opportunity to play in the World Cup. Although Norwegian football is only a so-so, it's still much stronger than Chinese football. I heard there's a 19-year-old Norwegian striker who's been performing really well lately. I think his name is Haaland. Does anyone know where I can buy Xia Yuan's jersey online? I want to buy it. I hope Xia Yuan can also open a Douyin account. Aston Villa's players returned to Birmingham at 1 a.m. Xia Yuan received a call from his agent, Jonathan, as soon as he returned to the player's apartment. Xia, I have good news for you. After this match, many Premier League teams have started to pay attention to you. It even includes Tottenham Hotspur. The team's son Heung-min plays for. So. Interested? Xia Yuan didn't expect Tottenham to act so quickly. Let's wait a little longer. There's no rush. We'll talk about transfers after the season ends. Right now, all I want to do is help Aston Villa win the championship title. Xia Yuan shared his inner thoughts with Jonathan. Chapter 31 Xia Yuan's Douyin video goes viral. He gets an endorsement deal. Understood. Oh, right. Xia, there's one more thing. You've landed an endorsement deal. It's a razor brand called Geely. The endorsement fee is 5 million euros. A 3-year contract. Agent Jonathan continued, I've already finalized all the contract details, all I need to do is sign it. To avoid disrupting your training, I'll bring the contract to the Aston Villa player's apartment tomorrow. When Xia Yuan heard that the endorsement fee was as high as 5 million euros, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Only 5 million? Can it be higher? Although Xia Yuan was already incredibly excited, he suppressed his excitement and pretended to be very calm. He even expressed dissatisfaction with the endorsement fee. Xia, I've been negotiating with Geely Company for 3 days regarding this 5 million endorsement fee. This is their highest offer. Okay, if that's the case, then I'll accept it. Jonathan. The next day. It's 7:30 in the morning. Xia Yuan's agent, Jonathan, arrived at the Aston Villa player's apartment early with the contract. When he knocked on Xia Yuan's dormitory door, he found that Xia Yuan was not in the dormitory. Through the cleaning staff at the player's apartment, it was learned that Xia Yuan had already gone to the field for training early in the morning. Since outsiders are not allowed to enter Aston Villa's training ground, Jonathan could only wait silently outside for Xia Yuan to finish training. Finally. 11 a.m. Aston Villa's training session has ended. Jonathan made a special trip to the entrance of Aston Villa's training ground, anxiously waiting for Xia Yuan to appear. Jonathan. Who are you waiting for? Jonathan turned his head and saw Grealish. Jack. Where's Xia? Why hasn't he come out? Jonathan immediately inquired about Xia Yuan's whereabouts. He's still doing extra training on the training field. Ever since he joined the first team, he does extra training almost every time after training. Grealish's tone was full of admiration. What? He's still practicing extra. Could you please call him out? There's a contract here that needs his signature. 3 minutes later. Jonathan finally met Xia Yuan. My little darling. Didn't I tell you last night? I'd deliver the contract to your apartment today for you to sign. Why are you training so early? Don't you want this €5 million endorsement fee? Jonathan was full of grievances and couldn't help but grumble a few words. Xia Yuan awkwardly scratched the back of his head, looking apologetic. Grealish, standing nearby, couldn't help but exclaim, "What? €5 million for an endorsement? That's so high. Xia. You've only played 4 championship games, how can you earn such a high endorsement fee? This is illogical." Chapter 32. A formidable opponent. West Bromwich Albion strikes. Grealish then turned to Jonathan and complained, "Old man. I'm also one of your players. When I signed my endorsement contract, why didn't you personally deliver it to the training ground? Every time I sign a contract, I have to go to the other company's office to sign it. That's so unfair." After hearing Grealish's complaints, Xia Yuan and Jonathan could only manage awkward smiles. Afterwards, Xia Yuan took out the contract, glanced at it, and quickly signed his name. From this moment on, Xia Yuan became a millionaire. After paying taxes and deducting Jonathan's commission, Xia Yuan still received more than €2 million. For Xia Yuan, this amount of money essentially meant he had achieved financial freedom. After training, Xia Yuan specifically transferred €1 million to his parents. Norway. Lao Xia Restaurant. Xia Donghua stared blankly at the €1 million balance in his bank card. "Old Xia. Stop looking. We have guests, hurry up and cook." Huang Kaiyun kept urging him on. "We already have €1 million. Why bother cooking? Let's go travel the world." Xia Donghua suggested to Huang Kaiyun. However, the proposal was quickly rejected by Huang Kaiyun. "This is Xiao Yuan's money. It's not yours to earn. I'm telling you, Lao Xia. This money is untouchable. If Xiao Yuan gets injured and has to retire, this money will be his retirement fund. We're just saving it for him." Huang Kaiyun is the traditional mother of the Xia dynasty. She was reluctant to spend her son's money. Upon hearing this, Xia Donghua slowly stood up. "Although people say it's a woman's perspective, there's some truth to what you said. But it shouldn't be too much to use Xiao Yuan's money to renovate the shop. About €50,000 should be enough." Huang Kaiyun nodded. "We'll only spend this 50,000. We can't touch the rest." England. Birmingham. Aston Villa are about to play their next match. The 33rd round of the English Championship. Aston Villa will face West Bromwich Albion at Villa Park. Another strong championship team. West Bromwich Albion has always been a Premier League team, but last season they finished 20th and were unfortunately relegated. However, West Bromwich Albion has been very strong in the Championship this season. Currently ranked 4th in the Championship. They are unbeaten in their last 10 matches. Like Brentford, West Bromwich Albion are direct rivals for Aston Villa's title aspirations. So, this match is a must-win for Aston Villa, who are aiming for the title. February 17, 2019. 8 p.m. The big match between Aston Villa and West Bromwich Albion is about to begin. In the stands at Villa Park, die-hard fans started singing the team song early on. The team has been in excellent form in the Championship recently, having won 4 consecutive matches. This has led to an increasing number of fans coming to the home stadium to watch the game. In addition, tonight's opponent is West Bromwich Albion, a strong team in the Championship. This resulted in Villa Park having an attendance rate of up to 90%. Chapter 32. A formidable opponent. West Bromwich Albion strikes. On the stands. Reba and her father Muradi also came to the scene again to watch Xia Yuan's match. Tomorrow morning, Reba will return to Xia Kingdom with her father. So she decided to invite Xia Yuan out for a meal after the competition to thank him in this way. Welcome to the 33rd round of the 2018-2019 English Championship season, all fans of Dongqiyu.com. I'm commentator Zhang Jun. This is coach Zhang Lu. Let me first introduce the starting lineups of both teams. Aston Villa, playing at home, continued to field a 4-1-4-1 formation. Goalkeeper Lovre Kalinic. This player has been the team's starting goalkeeper all season. The four defenders are Hutton, Elphick, Mings, and House. The single defensive midfielder is Jedinak. Four forwards, Xia Yuan, Hurricane, McGinn, and Grealish. Lone striker, Abraham. Aston Villa have won all of their last 4 championship matches, securing a 4-game winning streak. Especially in the last match against Brentford, the team, trailing 1-3, relied on Xia Yuan's superb passing to successfully defeat the Bees 4-3. On the other hand, West Bromwich Albion, playing away, have fielded a 4-3-3 formation. The goalkeeper is John Stone. For defensive backs, Gibbs, Higatzi, Craig Dawson, Holgate. The 3 midfielders are Barry, Livermore, and Harper. 3 forwards, Jacob Murphy, J. Rodriguez, and Robertson Kanu. West Bromwich Albion is also a strong team in the Championship. In their last 10 matches, West Bromwich Albion has achieved 5 wins and 5 draws, remaining unbeaten. Currently ranked 4th in the Championship. Alright. The starting players from both sides have now stepped onto Villa Park Stadium. The match is about to begin. Let's look forward to a brilliant performance from Xia Yuan, the Norwegian-Chinese teenager, in today's highly anticipated game. At this moment, the number of viewers in the dongchiyu.com live stream reached a staggering 5 million. This is largely thanks to Douyin, TikTok, short videos. After the previous match against Brentford, Xia Yuan's match highlights became a hit on Douyin, TikTok, allowing a large number of non-football fans to witness Xia Yuan's performance. This directly led to a several-fold increase in the number of viewers for the match. After the match began, a familiar voice suddenly reached Xia Yuan's ears. Ding! Mission issued, help the team achieve a 5-game winning streak. Ding! Mission reward, 3 free attribute points. That's so stingy. Only 3 points added. Upon hearing about the system reward, Xia Yuan couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. On the field, West Bromwich Albion, who kicked off first, immediately launched an attack on Aston Villa's goal. Midfielder Livermore's long pass found Jacob Murphy on the left wing immediately. This West Brom winger possesses incredible speed and dribbling ability. Jacob Murphy quickly demonstrated his talent. After a brilliant step over, he instantly beat Aston Villa fullback Hutton. Then Jacob Murphy resolutely made the move to cut inside and shoot. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, Aston Villa's defensive midfielder Jedinak immediately appeared in front of Jacob Murphy. They shut down Murphy's shooting opportunity. After the shot was blocked, the ball ended up at the feet of an Aston Villa player. Midfield General McGinn has the ball under control. At this point, McGinn had 2 passing options, Grealish on the left wing and Xia Yuan on the right wing. Chapter 33, Bulldozing like dribbling. Another crucial assist. After a brief moment of thought, McGinn decisively passed the ball to Xia Yuan. After all, Xia Yuan's form has been incredibly hot in the last few matches. In particular, he recorded 4 assists in the last game. Therefore, this made McGinn trust Xia Yuan even more. Right side. As soon as Xia Yuan received the ball, several West Bromwich Albion defenders appeared around him in the blink of an eye. Xia Yuan does not possess Grealish's outstanding ability to break through defenses. Most of the time, Xia Yuan always solves problems by passing the ball. This time is no exception. Upon receiving the ball, immediately cross it. He didn't waste words with West Brom's defenders. Boom! In a moment, a brilliant long pass was successfully delivered to the head of striker Abraham. Xia Yuan's passing is still excellent enough. Inside the penalty area, the 2 West Brom centre-backs are ready for action. Higatzi and Craig Dawson rushed towards Abraham at the same time, trying to stop Abraham's header. All 3 jumped at the same time. Under pressure from 2 West Bromwich Albion centre-backs, Abraham's header went directly out of bounds. The target was not hit. 10 minutes later, Aston Villa, playing at home, continued to press forward in attack. It was McGinn's dribbling that propelled the ball forward. West Bromwich Albion's formation for this match was 4-3-3. There are only 3 players in the midfield. Aston Villa's midfield consists of 5 players to seize absolute initiative. In addition, McGinn's dribbling skills are excellent. Despite being double-teamed by West Bromwich Albion midfielders Barry and Livermore, McGinn was still able to easily break through. When McGinn dribbled into the edge of the West Bromwich Albion penalty area, the Aston Villa fans in the stadium immediately started chanting loudly. Inside the dongchiu.com studio, commentator Jean June also raised his voice. McGinn. This Aston Villa midfielder has successfully dribbled the ball into the edge of West Bromwich Albion's penalty area. You know, in the last game against Brentford, McGinn once took a long-range shot from this area. McGinn will probably choose to shoot directly again this time. Jean June had just finished speaking. McGinn suddenly chose to pass the ball to the wings, immediately proving Jean June wrong. McGinn passed the ball to Xia Yuan. And at this moment, Xia Yuan was now facing only one West Brom defender. His name is Holgate. Currently valued at €5 million, they possess a certain level of competitiveness. They have plenty of energy. For Xia Yuan, he would always choose to pass the ball directly into the penalty area. This time, however, Xia Yuan didn't take Holgate seriously and charged straight at him with the ball. What? Xia Yuan didn't pass the ball immediately. Instead, he chose to drive to the basket. As everyone knows, Xia Yuan's ability to break through obstacles is rather average. As a midfielder, Xia Yuan's main attacking method is passing. This time, before Jean June could finish speaking, Xia Yuan had already successfully shaken off Holgate's defense. Xia Yuan's method of breaking free was direct confrontation. Chapter 33, Bulldozing Dribble. Another key assist. At this moment, Xia Yuan transformed into a bulldozer. He rammed his body into Holgate with tremendous force. The 86's superior combat ability left Holgate completely helpless. Xia Yuan shoved Holgate right out of bounds. Xia Yuan knocked Holgate flying. Oh my god. Xia Yuan's physical strength is terrifying. You know, Holgate's physical strength is also excellent, but I never expected that Xia Yuan would knock him out of bounds. Xia Yuan used unreasonable physical confrontation to get rid of Holgate's defense. There was practically no space in front of him. This also means that West Bromwich Albion's defense is riddled with holes. Quickly. Go and provide support. Don't let that Asian guy get a chance to pass the ball. West Bromwich Albion manager Darren Moore immediately began gesturing wildly to direct his defensive players. It's a pity. It was too late. Xia Yuan, near the baseline, made a passing motion with his right foot. Inside the West Bromwich Albion penalty area, for Aston Villa players were already vying for the ball. They are Hourihane at the near post, Abraham in the middle, and Grealish at the far post, plus McGinn near the edge of the penalty area. West Bromwich Albion's defensive focus is entirely on the middle and the far post. Especially the defense against Abraham. 2 centre-backs, Higatzi and Craig Dawson, appeared on either side of Abraham. They didn't give the Aston Villa striker a single shot. After all, Abraham has already scored 23 goals in the Championship, currently ranking second in the top scorers list. What none of the West Brom defenders expected was Xia Yuan neither passed the ball to Aston Villa's top scorer nor to Grealish. Instead, he passed a low triangle pass. The soccer ball appeared at McGinn's feet. Bang! The Aston Villa midfielder immediately unleashed a long-range shot. A powerful shot. The football shot into the goal like a cannonball. 1-0. Aston Villa opened the scoring. McGinn's long-range shot. It's McGinn again. McGinn has scored in 2 consecutive games. And what's more, both times, the player who provided the assist to McGinn was Xia Yuan. McGinn immediately ran towards Xia Yuan after scoring the goal. Xia. Thank you. You helped me score another goal. After finishing speaking, McKinney gave Xia Yuan a hug. Soon, more and more players rushed to Xia Yuan's side to celebrate together. On the sidelines of Aston Villa, head coach Dean Smith's tense expression finally relaxed. They were even a little excited. Dean Smith couldn't help but say to assistant coach John Terry, "If I remember correctly, this should be Xia's 12th assist. John, it seems you have a good eye. You've helped Aston Villa find a talented midfielder." John Terry responded modestly, "Coach Dean, this is not my achievement. Gold always shines. Even if I hadn't discovered Xia, he would have become an Aston Villa first-team player sooner or later." John Terry remained perfectly lucid. And at this moment, on the West Bromwich Albion bench, head coach Darren Moore was filled with despair. Damn it. It's too easy for their number 33 player to get a passing opportunity. They couldn't even defend against one Asian. They're a bunch of useless idiots. Darren Moore stood on the sidelines and kept complaining. Chapter 34 Fatal Interception. Long pass to the right player. Grealish scores to put the team ahead. Meanwhile, West Bromwich Albion's assistant coach reminded him, "Coach, their number 33 player has already made 12 assists in the championship, and he's not Asian, he's Norwegian." As West Bromwich Albion's head coach, Darren Moore clearly did not conduct a thorough investigation of Xia Yuan before the match. They didn't even watch a single Aston Villa vs Brentford match. This directly led Darren Moore to underestimate Xia Yuan's strength. After the restart, West Bromwich Albion immediately launched an attack on Aston Villa's goal. It was another long pass from midfielder Livermore. This time, Livermore passed the ball to Robson Kanu on the right wing. This player's dribbling skills are also excellent. With a quick flick of his elbow, Robson Kanu shook off Aston Villa's fullback Hausa, and the next second, he took a shot. Upon witnessing this, Aston Villa's centre-back Mings instinctively leaped to block the attack. Little did they know. That was just a feint by Robson Kanu. A fake shot followed by a real dunk. Robson Kanu easily bypassed House with just this one very simple technique. They instantly gained an opening to shoot. 1 second later, Robson Kanu's shot flew into Aston Villa's goal. Although goalkeeper Lovre Kalinic made a save attempt, Robson Kanu's shot was too fast. The Aston Villa goalkeeper did not touch the ball. Bang! The football went into the net. 1-1. Robson Kanu. West Bromwich Albion, playing away, quickly equalised the score. The score is now 1-1. This is entirely a testament to the individual ability of the star player. This Welsh international single-handedly tore apart Aston Villa's defence. After Robson Kanu scored, Summer fans immediately expressed strong dissatisfaction with Aston Villa's defence. What are Aston Villa's defenders doing? Robson Kanu's breakthrough was way too easy. West Bromwich Albion equalised in just 2 minutes. They're really strong. Terrible defence. Aston Villa's backline is comparable to that of the Chinese national football team. To be honest, Robson Kanu's breakthrough was absolutely beautiful. It was so damn sharp. On the Aston Villa bench, head coach Dean Smith shrugged, his expression one of utter helplessness. He hadn't expected the team's defense to be breached so easily. Hey! Everyone, perk up. We absolutely cannot lose this game. Don't make such a basic mistake again. After the score was tied, the West Bromwich Albion players, playing away, were greatly encouraged. After the restart, West Bromwich Albion's players have surprisingly chosen to continue pushing forward in attack. It seems that a 1-1 scoreline is not enough to satisfy West Bromwich Albion. They wanted to capitalize on their momentum after scoring and quickly extend their lead. Then, West Bromwich Albion's players began to press forward aggressively in attack. The 33rd minute of the match. West Bromwich Albion midfielder Livermore once again took control of the ball. As Livermore prepared to pass the ball to Robson Kanu on the right wing, Aston Villa's defensive midfielder Jedinak suddenly appeared in front of him. Chapter 34 Deadly Interception. Long pass to the right player. Grealish scores to put the team ahead. This Australian international player is 189 centimeters tall and has excellent physical strength. However, it posed no threat to Livermore. With a gentle flick, the ball passed between Jedinak's legs. He deftly dribbled past Jedinak with a nutmeg. Fortunately, Aston Villa had a large number of midfielders. As soon as Jedinak was shaken off, another midfielder, Hurricane, rushed in front of Livermore. This time, Livermore did not choose to continue dribbling past his opponent, but instead quickly passed the ball to Robson Kanu on the wing. The pressure instantly fell on Aston Villa's fullback, Hausa. Just as House appeared in front of Robson Kanu suddenly collapsed. By using a change in rhythm, he instantly got past House. Robson Kanu's dribbling skills have reached a level of perfection. Aston Villa fullback Hausa had absolutely no chance. Just as Robson Kanu was about to rush into the Aston Villa penalty area, Xia Yuan arrived. This time, Xia Yuan adopted a strategy of remaining unchanged in the face of all changes. He didn't extend his foot first, but waited for Robson Kanu to make the first move. Undeniably, Xia Yuan's defense was very solid this time. As soon as Robson Kanu made a flicking motion with his left foot, Xia Yuan immediately made a move to interfere. At the same time, Xia Yuan's body continued to actively fight against Robertson Kanu. Through Xia Yuan's series of maneuvers, a successful steal was achieved. The moment Xia Yuan intercepted the ball, he immediately began to observe the movement of his teammates in the attacking third. He knew very well that West Bromwich Albion was now pressing forward aggressively, leaving their defense relatively vulnerable. This will be a golden opportunity for Aston Villa to launch a counter-attack. Bang! Xia Yuan quickly found his target. He immediately launched a long pass of the ball forward. The football flew rapidly across the halfway line and landed at Grealish's feet. On Aston Villa's left flank, Grealish received the ball. At this point, West Bromwich Albion's defense was down to just two centre-backs, Higatsi and Craig Dawson. Aston Villa's attacking players include Grealish and Abraham. The number of attackers is equal to the number of defenders. This is not good news for the defending side. Grealish received the ball and immediately accelerated. At this point, West Brom's two centre-backs also divided up their roles. Higatsi was assigned to mark Grealish, while the other centre-back, Craig Dawson, was responsible for Abraham. Grealish has a chance for a 1v1. As the attacking linchpin of Aston Villa, Grealish still possesses strong dribbling skills. He quickly pedaled twice on his bicycle and forced his way onto the inside. Grealish succeeded. After shaking off Higatsi's interference, he took another step towards the penalty area and then shot directly. Boom! The soccer ball went straight into the top corner. 2-1. Aston Villa have equalized once again. It was Xia Yuan who assisted. When Aston Villa regained their lead, it made the West Bromwich Albion players, who were playing away, very anxious. Shortly after the kickoff, West Bromwich Albion launched another major offensive, attempting to quickly equalize the score once again. However, having learned from past mistakes, Aston Villa made corresponding adjustments. Dean Smith decisively ordered all the players on the field to retreat to their own half to defend. Focus on defense first. And so, Aston Villa set up their defensive wall. Chapter 35 Red Card. Aston Villa fullback sent off. After the restart, West Bromwich Albion's attack was extremely sharp. Especially winger Robertson Kanu. In previous matches, Robertson Kanu caused Aston Villa's defense a lot of trouble. So, when Robertson Kanu received the ball, all the Aston Villa defenders unconsciously tensed up. The defensive player under the most pressure was House. House fouled Robertson Kanu to stop his drive. On the right side of the penalty area, House makes a double-footed sliding tackle. Without saying a word, he tackled Robertson Kanu to the ground. Upon seeing this, the referee immediately showed House a ruby card. Aston Villa manager Dean Smith was completely dumbfounded when he saw this. He rushed to the sidelines immediately and shouted at the referee, "This is not a red card offense at all. You've got it wrong. An incomprehensible ruling. Are you blind?" Dean Smith was very excited. He was well aware of what this ruling meant. With only about 30 minutes of the first half played, if Aston Villa were to play with one less player at this point, it would have a huge impact on the rest of the game. Aston Villa could even lose tonight's game. On the field, House was dumbfounded. He immediately rushed towards the referee. They kept explaining with words. It's a pity. The referee maintained his decision. Stop talking and get down here. This was a very clear foul, you don't need to explain anything further. After the referee finished speaking, he waved his hand, signaling House to leave the field. Although House felt extremely wronged, he could only silently walk off the field, his face filled with despair. Although Xia Yuan wasn't Aston Villa's captain, he immediately went to House, patted him on the shoulder, and said firmly, "Don't worry, we will win the game." Now. In the live broadcast room of dongqiyu.com, the broadcasting organization just played the slow-motion replay of House's foul. Commentator Zhang Jun also provided his commentary immediately. To be honest, the referee's decision this time was quite harsh. Although House did tackle House with both feet, the slow-motion replay showed that House's feet touched the ball first before he tackled Robertson Kanu. Moreover, the game has only been going on for about 30 minutes, and having a player sent off at this point is obviously not good news for Aston Villa, who are playing at home. Commentator Zhang also shared his thoughts. Hee. This ruling was indeed a bit arbitrary. A yellow card would have been enough. In the live stream chat, Chinese fans couldn't help but feel worried for Aston Villa. Oh no. They've already gotten a red card so quickly. Aston Villa might lose tonight's game. Garbage refereeing. Even worse than the referees in the Summer Super League. Isn't this Aston Villa's home ground? How could they encounter such an outrageous ruling? We're doomed. At West Brom's current attacking momentum, they'll definitely equalize in no time. Isn't the English league supposed to be very physical? Why show a straight red card? If House had tackled Robertson Kanu first, a red card would have been acceptable, but this time he clearly touched the ball first. A few minutes later. After this brief incident, both teams returned to the game. At the same time. Chapter 35 Red Card. Aston Villa fullback sent off. Coach Dean Smith made immediate personnel adjustments on the field. He didn't replace him directly. Instead, Xia Yuan appeared in the same spot that House had previously occupied. The formation has also changed from 41-41 to 441. Coach Dean Smith made this adjustment largely because he had great confidence in Xia Yuan's individual abilities. After the match began, West Bromwich Albion, playing away from home, launched a major offensive. Not long after, midfielder Livermore's pass found Robertson Kanu once again. It's obvious. West Brom's attack still revolves around Robertson Kanu. The ball has returned to Robertson, and this time the player in charge of defense is Xia Yuan. After House was sent off, Xia Yuan, who originally played in midfield, moved to the fullback position. This is the first time Xia Yuan has played as a fullback this season, and we hope he can have a great performance. Robertson Kanu wasn't in a hurry to break through, he was observing Xia Yuan's position. About 3 seconds later, Robertson Kanu suddenly chose to pass the ball. A diagonal pass. The football flew past Xia Yuan at lightning speed. Xia Yuan made a mistake. He didn't expect Robertson Kanu to pass the ball. At this moment, Xia Yuan's attention was entirely focused on Robertson Kanu's breakthrough. And just like that, the ball successfully landed at the feet of West Bromwich Albion striker Jay Rodriguez. To be fair, Jay Rodriguez didn't have many outstanding performances in tonight's game. This was his first chance to shoot. In front of the door, Jay Rodriguez received a pass from Robertson Kanu and immediately took a shot. Bang! At a crucial moment, Aston Villa's goalkeeper made a brilliant save. Lovre Kalinic made a crucial save with both hands, denying Jay Rodriguez a sure goal. A world-class save. A world-class save. Aston Villa goalkeeper Lovre Kalinic successfully blocked Jay Rodriguez's shot with his right hand. The score is still 2-1. Aston Villa are in the lead. In the blink of an eye, Aston Villa suddenly launched a counter-attack towards the opponent's goal. The long clearance from centre-back Mings crossed the halfway line and landed at Grealish's feet. This Aston Villa star player quickly demonstrated his dribbling ability. It's still on Grealish's familiar left flank. He made a series of step-over moves, attempting to break through the defence of two West Brom defenders. But this is not an easy task. At this moment, the players responsible for marking Grealish were Gibbs and defensive midfielder Barry. Both players have a wealth of match experience. Fullback Gibson is a product of Arsenal's youth academy. He played for Arsenal for more than a dozen seasons and was a favourite of Wenger. Gibson was also selected for the England national team when he was young. However, Gibson's current strength is naturally incomparable to his peak. The other defensive midfielder, Barry, has an even bigger pedigree. Barry was Grealish's predecessor. Chapter 36, The Second Red Card. Head coach Dean Smith is sent to the stands. Barry is also a product of Aston Villa's youth academy, and he made his debut for Aston Villa's first team in 1997. He spent 12 seasons at Aston Villa, making a total of 440 appearances, scoring 52 goals and providing 45 assists. It's the Aston Villa flag from back in the day. Barry left Aston Villa in the summer of 2009 to join Manchester City, and later moved to Everton. In the summer of 2017, 36-year-old Barry joined West Bromwich Albion. He has always been a key midfielder for West Bromwich Albion. Although Barry is now a veteran, he can still help the team with his excellent passing skills and vision. Grealish was under immense pressure due to interference from Gibson and his older brother Barry. After much hesitation, Grealish ultimately opted for a direct cross. The ball flew into West Bromwich Albion's penalty area, but was unsurprisingly headed away by a defender. Grealish's passing skills are still somewhat inferior to Xia Yuan's. In the Dongqiu.com studio, commentator Zhang Jun couldn't help but complain after witnessing Grealish's cross. Hee. That's right. Grealish's greatest strength is dribbling, but his passing skills are far inferior to Xia Yuan's. Commentator Zhang, who was standing nearby, strongly agreed with Zhang Jun's opinion. Centre-back Craig Dawson's header clearance landed in midfield. In an instant, Aston Villa midfielder McGinn and West Bromwich Albion midfielder Livermore were both in front of the ball. Both midfielders made sliding tackles. McGinn was a step faster. They tackled the ball first. West Bromwich Albion's defensive midfielder Livermore was a step too slow and failed to tackle the ball, instead slamming into McGinn's right foot. However, the referee did not make any penalty. This enraged the Aston Villa fans at the stadium. Immediately, the stands at Villa Park erupted in boos. As the team's head coach, Dean Smith was also completely unable to accept this ruling. He rushed to the sidelines again and, in his already hoarse voice, angrily berated the referee. "This isn't a foul. Hey! Are you blind? I'm asking you a question. Why didn't you show a card to the opposing team's number 8 player? He didn't even touch the ball. Show him your red card. Fkak. You are absolutely the worst referee I've ever seen." Dean Smith was firing away furiously from the sidelines. Final. The referee stopped the game. However, instead of showing a red card to the West Bromwich Albion midfielder, the referee directly sent off Aston Villa manager Dean Smith. What? The referee actually showed Dean Smith a ruby card. This referee's decision is outrageous. Although coach Dean Smith expressed his dissatisfaction on the sidelines, issuing a straight red card was far too harsh. And West Bromwich Albion midfielder Livermore did indeed commit a foul. Dean Smith's protest was not wrong. Inside the Dongqiu.com studio, commentator Zhang Jun was dumbfounded. And on the bullet comments. Comments from Xiagua fans instantly filled the entire screen. Hilarious. This referee didn't give a card to a West Bromwich Albion player, but directly sent off the Aston Villa manager. Is he on a mission here? Corrupt referee. This is too blatant. Even Ma Ning is much better than him. These 2 red cards were absolutely outrageous. How did he even get his referee certificate? Chapter 36, The Second Red Card. Head coach Dean Smith is sent to the stands. Strictly investigate the paper. This judge's certificate must have been bought. It's over, the referee has been sent off too. It seems Aston Villa can't escape this fate after all. There are only 10 minutes left in the first half. We must maintain the 2-1 lead until the end of the first half. At this moment, inside Villa Park, Aston Villa's manager Dean Smith refused to leave the field and kept greeting the referee's family. The match had to be interrupted. At the same time, a large number of Aston Villa fans also began to hurl insults at the referee. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Barry stepped up at the crucial moment. As a former Aston Villa icon, Barry personally approached Dean Smith and tried his best to calm him down. Only after being persuaded by Barry and supported by assistant coach John Terry did Dean Smith reluctantly leave the bench. We went up to the stands to watch the game. After that, Terry took over the sideline command duties. After returning to the game, West Bromwich Albion, playing away, continued to put pressure on Aston Villa's penalty area. Not long after, the football returned to Robertson Kanu's feet. It's Robertson Kanu again. It seems West Bromwich Albion's tactics tonight will heavily rely on Robertson Kanu. In that case, Xia Yuan will be under immense defensive pressure. On the field. Right flank. The moment Robertson Kanu received the ball, Xia Yuan immediately appeared in front of him. This time, Xia Yuan didn't waste words with Robertson Kanu. They went straight into physical confrontation. Robertson Kanu was not given any chance to react. In an instant, Xia Yuan and Robertson Kanu collided heavily. The latter simply couldn't withstand Xia Yuan's onslaught. They instantly lost their balance. Xia Yuan reacted quickly and poked the ball away with his right foot. Perfect interception. In the stands of Villa Park, Aston Villa fans immediately burst into enthusiastic applause after Xia Yuan made the tackle. Well done, Xia. That's how you play. Don't give Robertson Kanu a chance to break through. To be fair, Xia's defense is much better than House's. One-on-one defense against Robertson Kanu. Xia's performance was fantastic. Xia is truly an all-rounder. I never expected him to perform so well as a fullback. So what if we're down a man? We have Xia. Xia Yuan will help Aston Villa bring victory. Aston Villa fans couldn't help but praise Xia Yuan's performance. Xia Yuan did not disappoint the Aston Villa fans at the scene. After making the interception, he immediately passed the ball to McGinn in the middle. This also means that Aston Villa's counterattack is imminent. Although Aston Villa were down to 10 men, the team did not stop their attacking momentum. Midfield. After receiving Xia Yuan's pass, McGinn immediately passed the ball to Grealish on the left wing before West Bromwich Albion players could double-team him. After receiving the ball, Grealish, as usual, chose to dribble past his opponent. Chapter 37, even a cross with the weaker foot can result in an assist. 3-1. However, West Brom's defenders had already learned from past mistakes. This time, they simply sent out 3 players to interfere with Grealish at the same time. Fullback Gibbs, defensive midfielder Harper, and centre-back Higatzi. These 3 players virtually blocked all of Grealish's routes of attack. Just as Grealish was feeling lost, Xia Yuan suddenly appeared behind him. It turns out that after Xia Yuan passed the ball to McGinn in the middle, he did not choose to sit and wait on the back line, but rushed to the front line immediately. Xia Yuan knew very well. When a team is outnumbered, attacking becomes incredibly difficult. West Bromwich Albion's players have a good understanding of Aston Villa's attacking tactics, and as long as they limit Grealish's breakthroughs, they can basically stop Aston Villa's attack. And so it was. Xia Yuan decisively rushed to the front to provide assistance to Grealish. Jack. Xia Yuan sped along the sideline, shouting Grealish's name loudly. Grealish seemed to see a glimmer of hope in attacking Xia Yuan after he saw him. He did not hesitate at all. He immediately handed the football to Xia Yuan. Left side of the road. Xia Yuan continued dribbling the ball along the sideline. Defend against that Norwegian player. Don't let him complete the cross. On the West Bromwich Albion bench, head coach Darren Moore immediately tensed up when he saw Xia Yuan receive the ball. After all, Xia Yuan had already provided 2 assists in tonight's match. In incredibly hot form. Darren Moore was afraid that Xia Yuan would get a 3rd assist. He quickly called on his players to stop Xia Yuan's breakthrough. Near the bottom line. Xia Yuan stopped the ball and immediately crossed it with his left foot. Xia Yuan's dominant foot is his right foot, so the quality of his cross with his left foot this time was naturally incomparable to that with his right foot. But despite this, the football still landed in front of Abraham. It's just that he's closer to the West Brom goalkeeper. In front of the door. Aston Villa's star striker, Abraham, opted for a diving header. At this moment, Abraham's explosive power and jumping ability were on full display. He headed the ball first. In fact, West Brom goalkeeper John Stone hesitated for a second. If John Stone had made the first move, Abraham would never have touched the ball. But that's football. Things can change in an instant on the field. A moment's hesitation could mean missing a goal, or conceding one to the opponent. Boom! Abraham's header flew past John Stone and into the goal. That's it. Abraham's goal. Unbelievable. It was Xia Yuan's help again. This is Xia Yuan's third assist in this match. And it was a pass with his left foot. Aston Villa, playing with 10 men, are currently leading West Bromwich Albion 3-1 at home. Chapter 37, even a cross with the weaker foot can result in an assist. 3-1. Abraham's goal undoubtedly put the players on the field at ease. At the moment Abraham scored the goal, almost all of Abraham's teammates sprinted towards him at top speed to celebrate. In contrast, Abraham rushed to Xia Yuan's side immediately. She wrapped her arms around Xia Yuan's neck and kept pointing at him with her fingers. He seemed to be explaining to the fans at the scene that his goal was all thanks to Xia Yuan. Coach Dean Smith, who was sent to the stands, was finally able to take a deep breath. Xia, you really didn't disappoint me. Placing you in the fullback position was a very clear decision. Aston Villa's goal came in the 43rd minute of the first half. This caused the West Bromwich Albion players, playing away, to plummet in spirits. Original. West Bromwich Albion manager Darren Moore gave his players the tactical instruction to equalize the score before halftime. But now things are different. The score wasn't just not tied, it was actually worse. Although West Bromwich Albion's attacking players immediately launched an offensive towards Aston Villa's goal after the restart. But it was mostly all talk and no action. 3 consecutive shots failed to hit the goal. Final. After adding 5 minutes of extra time, the referee blew the whistle to end the first half. Aston Villa are currently leading West Bromwich Albion 3-1. During this period, major sports platforms in Siagwa released the first half match report of Aston Villa vs West Bromwich Albion. Donggu.com. Aston Villa, down to 10 men. Manager sent to the stands. Despite playing with 10 men, Aston Villa still managed to take the lead thanks to Xia Yuan's 3 passes. Half-time. Aston Villa lead West Bromwich Albion 3-1. Aston Villa suffer from biased refereeing at home. Fullback House and manager Dean Smith are both sent off with red cards. Xia Yuan, filling in at fullback, performs brilliantly. Xia Yuan completes a hat-trick of assists in the first half. He has become the attacking core of Aston Villa. Today's headlines. Shocking. Referee corruption is rampant in England's second division. 2 unjustified red cards put Aston Villa on the brink of defeat. Xia Yuan's crucial left-footed cross extends the lead for his team. Aston Villa only had 30% possession in the first half. Shots 5-10. Xia Yuan once again tore apart the opponent's defense with an elegant long pass. Xia Yuan's first half highlights. Outstanding performance on both offense and defense. Inside the home team's locker room at Villa Park Stadium, Dean Smith was very satisfied with his players' performance in the first half. He stood among all the players and continued to shout in his already hoarse voice, "Lads, you played exceptionally well. Even though we're down a man on the pitch. Although we suffered a refereeing error. This game will definitely be won by Aston Villa. This is Villa Park. This is our home ground. We will fight to the very end. West Brom will definitely press forward aggressively in the second half. But I believe you can use your constant running to shut down their attacks. Victory belongs to Villa." This passionate speech undoubtedly ignited the passion of every Aston Villa player. 15 minutes later. Shortly after the start of the second half, West Bromwich Albion, playing away, launched a relentless attack on Aston Villa's goal. West Bromwich Albion's main attacking area remains the right flank, which is Aston Villa's left flank. Xia Yuan was responsible for the defensive position. 50th minute. The ball came to Robertson Kanu's feet. Just as Robertson Kanu was about to make his next move, Xia Yuan appeared in front of him. Robertson Kanu is full of confidence in his ability to break through defenses. He first feinted with his left foot, then suddenly dribbled with his right foot and accelerated toward the inside. Chapter 38 Opponent's low-level mistake. Xia Yuan's assist leads to a 4-point victory. Xia Yuan successfully predicted Robertson Kanu's choice. Quickly extend your foot to intercept. Meanwhile, Grealish, who was on the front line, also dropped back to the backfield to participate in the defense. Under the combined interference of Xia Yuan and Grealish, Robertson Kanu's breakthrough ultimately ended in failure. It can follow immediately. West Bromwich Albion launched a second wave of attacks. After receiving the ball, veteran midfielder Barry suddenly delivered a lob pass. In a short while, the ball was already inside Aston Villa's penalty area. At that moment, West Brom striker Jay Rodriguez regained control of the ball before the defenders could intercept it. A powerful shot. The ball was blocked by Aston Villa centre-back Mings with his body. However, the referee immediately blew his whistle. And he pointed his hand to the penalty spot. The referee has awarded West Bromwich Albion a penalty. Ah! Penalty? Why was a penalty awarded? The Aston Villa centre-back clearly blocked the shot with his body. Is this referee nearsighted? He's not just nearsighted. He's practically blind. Whistling with a whistle in his mouth, blowing nonsense. Is this referee trying to pull off a complete bias decision? The moment the referee pointed to the penalty spot, the entire live broadcast room erupted in chaos among the Chinese fans. Many people raised questions. Zhang, do you think the referee's decision was reasonable? Commentator Zhang Jun was so angry at the referee that he was speechless and could only ask guest commentator Zhang Lu to give his opinion. This referee is really confused. It's like he drank 2 kilograms of liquor before the game started, and many of his decisions were unfounded, such as this penalty and the 2 red cards before. After this match, this referee's career may also be over. On the penalty spot, Jay Rodriguez will take this penalty. Actually, according to West Bromwich Albion's penalty-taking order, the first penalty taker should be veteran Barry. But Barry clearly believed that the penalty was invalid, and given that Barry was a former star player for Aston Villa, he didn't want to be yelled at by the Aston Villa fans in the stadium. So he simply gave up the opportunity to take the penalty. It has to be said, experience truly matters. Beep. After the referee blew the whistle, Jay Rodriguez unleashed a powerful shot. The football went straight into the top corner of the goal. 3-2. West Bromwich Albion, playing with an extra man, finally scored a goal. When the gap between the two teams narrowed to a single goal, it undoubtedly gave the trailing West Brom players a glimmer of hope to equalize the score. So, after the restart, West Bromwich Albion's players continued to press forward and attack. However, Aston Villa immediately took action. Assistant coach John Terry immediately ordered all the players on the field to retreat to their own half to defend. Aston Villa have once again adopted a defensive strategy. To be honest, when Aston Villa retreated to their own half, West Bromwich Albion's attack struggled to find effective solutions. Especially Robertson Kanu on the right wing. Although in the first half, this player was often able to use his individual dribbling skills to tear apart Aston Villa's defense. But everything changed when House was sent off and Xia Yuan took over as a fullback. Almost every time Robertson Kanu made a breakthrough, Xia Yuan would thwart it. Furthermore, Grealish also began to participate in defense during this period, which undoubtedly made Robertson Kanu's chances even smaller. On the away game bench, West Bromwich Albion manager Darren Moore decisively changed tactics after seeing that Robertson Kanu was being contained. They began to focus their attacks on the left flank. That is, Jacob Murphy. Chapter 38 Opponent's low-level mistake. Xia Yuan's 4 assists. However, with multiple Aston Villa players surrounding them, Jacob Murphy and Robertson Kanu faced almost identical situations. There is simply no room for a breakthrough. Time was ticking away during the match. Before we knew it, we've reached the 80th minute. There were only 10 minutes left in the game. Time is running out for West Bromwich Albion players. When Darren Moore saw that the team's attack was failing to create any threat, he immediately made substitutions. 3 attacking players were sent out in succession. It only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. In addition, as time went by, the West Brom players began to get anxious. When you're in a rush, you're more likely to make a mistake. 84th minute. West Bromwich Albion made a fatal mistake. After receiving the ball, midfielder Livermore initially intended to pass it to Robertson Kanu immediately. Because Livermore was too hasty, his passes were much less powerful. This caused the ball to land precisely in front of Xia Yuan instead of flying towards Robertson Kanu. What? Livermore passed the ball to Xia Yuan. What kind of operation is this? When commentator Jean Jun saw Livermore's pass, he couldn't help but laugh. That mistake was really too basic. They practically gave Aston Villa a chance to counterattack. That's right. The moment Xia Yuan gained control of the ball, it also meant that Aston Villa's counterattack had begun. He was a striker for Aston Villa. Upon seeing the ball come to Xia Yuan's feet, Abraham barely hesitated before gritting his teeth and accelerating. They charged towards the opponent's front court. At this moment, West Bromwich Albion's aggressive attack has left their defensive forces severely lacking. There are only 2 centre-backs, Higatzi and Craig Dawson. It's worth mentioning that both of these centre-backs are power defenders with very slow turning speeds, much like an aircraft carrier turning around. In other words, as long as Xia Yuan can pass the ball to Abraham and anticipate it to the ball, that's all that matters. Abraham will definitely be able to make a breakthrough. Bang! When Xia Yuan saw Abraham about to rush behind the 2 centre-backs, he immediately sent out a long pass. The timing was perfect. Abraham was not offside. 3 seconds later, the ball landed on the edge of the penalty area. Although West Brom goalkeeper John Stone had chosen to come out of his goal, Abraham had also made a shooting motion. Bang! The football mercilessly slid past John Stone. It flew quickly into the goal. 4-2. The suspense is over. A total of 4 assists. Xia Yuan. It's Xia Yuan's pass again. Since Xia Yuan joined Aston Villa, almost every goal the team scores has been assisted by Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan's assist efficiency is absolutely terrifying. After Abraham scored the team's 4th goal, the fans in the stands at Villa Park simultaneously began singing the team's anthem, Hi-Ho Aston Villa. Chapter 39, Defeat West Bromwich Albion. Dinner with Doraba. Aston Villa fans are already celebrating their victory. Reba and her father Muradi joined the fans in raising their arms and cheering. West Bromwich Albion had less than 10 minutes left to play. It's almost impossible to score 2 goals in 10 minutes. So, after the restart, the last few minutes became garbage time. The battle lasted 90 minutes. The score was set at 4-2. Aston Villa narrowly defeated West Bromwich Albion at home. Take 3 points. The moment the match ended, all the Aston Villa players rushed towards Xia Yuan. Norwegian kid. You've become Aston Villa's savior again. Xia. We owe this match a lot to you. Keep it up. It won't be long before Barcelona and Real Madrid are vying to sign you. Grealish, Abraham, and others praised Xia Yuan from the bottom of their hearts. However, Xia Yuan always maintained a calm and composed attitude. After the game. The scene of the press conference. Aston Villa manager Dean Smith is unleashing his full offensive potential. He directly chose to verbally abuse the referee. If it weren't for Xia and the other players' outstanding performance, our 3 points would have been stolen by the referee in this game. I've been coaching the first team for over a decade, and this is the first time I've seen such an outrageous ruling. The FA must give us an explanation. Despite the team winning the game, Dean Smith was still very angry. If the red card is not revoked, he will miss the next 2 Aston Villa matches. Following the press conference, Dean Smith immediately requested that the club's management appeal the 2 red cards. Inside the changing room. After Xia Yuan finished washing up, he heard the system's voice again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping Aston Villa achieve a 5-game winning streak. Reward, 3 points of free attribute. The 3 points of freedom have been successfully credited. Xia Yuan quickly started allocating attribute points. Through this match against Swansea, Xia Yuan realized that his biggest weakness was his inability to break free. When faced with interference from multiple defenders, Xia Yuan didn't have a good way to break through. Then, Xia Yuan simply added all 3 of these free attributes to dribbling. Ding! Dribbling attribute 68 to 71. Available free attributes, 0. 71. That should be about right. Just after Xia Yuan finished adding points, he suddenly felt his phone vibrating wildly. Xia Yuan immediately logged out of the system. Really? My phone received a text message. A text message from Doraba? What does she want from me? Xia Yuan had previously performed a heroic act in Berkshire's Chinatown, helping Reba's father and Reba to reunite. Xia Yuan had called Reba at that time, so he had Reba's phone number in his phone. Hello Xia Yuan. I'm the girl who got separated from my father. Thank you for helping me and my father. I'm returning to Xia country tomorrow, and I hope I can treat you to dinner tonight as a token of my gratitude. Please do me the honor. I'll be waiting for you at the cafe outside Villa Park Stadium. Xia Yuan immediately replied with a text message. Okay, I'll be there in 5 minutes. 5 minutes later. Xia Yuan and Reba met at the entrance of the coffee shop. Chapter 39, Defeat West Bromwich Albion. Having dinner with Doraba. You're wearing an Aston Villa jersey. Are you a Villa fan too? Xia Yuan asked in surprise after seeing Doraba's outfit. I guess so. I've only recently become an Aston Villa fan. After Doraba finished speaking, she suddenly turned around and revealed the number on the back of her jersey. It's number 33. Xia Yuan's jersey. I came here specifically to watch you play football. Reba continued, my dad and I have already watched 2 of your matches. You played really well. Every time the team scores a goal, it's because of your pass. Upon hearing Doraba's praise, Xia Yuan responded very modestly, it's just good luck. Oh right. Where's uncle? It's very late, and my dad couldn't stay up any longer, so he went back to the hotel to rest. He specifically asked me to come and thank you. Xia Yuan quickly waved his hand and said, actually, there's no need to thank me. It was just a small favor. That won't do. I must thank you. Come on. I'll treat you to a big meal. After Reba finished speaking, she pulled Xia Yuan's arm and walked forward. A dozen minutes later. Reba and Xia Yuan arrived at a Western restaurant. I know you athletes are very strict about your diet. That's why I specifically chose this Western restaurant. It's absolutely healthy. Eat with confidence. Doraba greeted Xia Yuan very warmly. By the way, Big Star, after this meal we're good friends, right? Does that mean I won't need to buy tickets to watch your games in person anymore? After Doraba finished speaking, she smiled sweetly, which was very cute. Aren't you a big star? Is this little bit of money even a big deal to you? Ah. You know me. Upon hearing Xia Yuan's words, Doraba's expression instantly changed from a smile to surprise. You actually know me? Aren't you Norwegian? You can see my TV dramas in Norway too. Xia Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud after seeing Reba's startled reaction. I used to go back to Xia country when I didn't have any competitions. That's why I occasionally saw you on TV. Xia Gua made up a reason to get away with it. If I ever have a movie released in the future, I'll treat you to a free movie. You have to treat me to a game for free too. Good. However, cinemas in England and Norway probably won't show your film. Xia Yuan's words instantly brought Doraba to her senses. It's okay. I believe that one day I will be able to star in a Hollywood blockbuster. You will definitely be able to see me in foreign cinemas then. Xia Yuan. Just as Xia Yuan and Reba were having dinner and chatting, Xia Yuan's name once again went viral on social media in Xia country. Top trending topic, Xia Yuan assists in 4 goals. Second on the trending topics list, Xia Yuan helps Aston Villa secure victory. Third on the trending topics list, Aston Villa's 5th consecutive victory. Xia Yuan's contribution is crucial. They swept the top 3 spots. Various sports media figures also shared their opinions on Xia Yuan on their social media platforms. Dongqiyu.com commentator Zhang Jun, Aston Villa were still able to beat 4th-placed West Bromwich Albion 4-2 at home despite unfair refereeing decisions, which is almost entirely thanks to Xia Yuan. Huang Jianxiang, he's outstanding. I can hardly believe my eyes. Who would believe that Xia Yuan is only 17 years old? He will definitely be able to rival top midfielders like Zidane and Xavi in the future. Dong Lu, Xia Yuan is a very versatile player. After the Aston Villa fullback was sent off, Xia Yuan's performance at the fullback position was almost perfect. Perhaps playing fullback is the best choice for him. Refund guy, awesome. It's just a pity he's not from China. He can't help China qualify for the World Cup. Chapter 40, Away Game against Sky City. Stoke City. On Douyin, TikTok, numerous bloggers have released highlights of Xia Yuan's match against West Bromwich Albion. Once posted, it instantly garnered likes and comments from users. The highest number of likes reached 10 million. There are also millions of comments. Xia Yuan is outstanding. He provided all 4 of Aston Villa's assists. Even Zidane, Xavi, and Pirlo couldn't have reached this level at 17. 1,223,762 likes. Although Xia Yuan is of Chinese descent, the blood of the Xia nation flows in his veins. In a way, he is also a source of pride for the Xia nation. 6,789,342 likes. With Xia Yuan's current level, he is perfectly capable of playing for a relegation-threatened team in one of the top 5 European leagues. 3,312,983 likes. If Xia Yuan can be selected for the Norwegian national team and qualify for the 2022 Qatar World Cup, then Norway will be my favorite team. 4,898,328 likes. The next day. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. Inside a luxury hotel in Birmingham. After getting up, Reba immediately took the subway to London with her father, Murat, so they could catch a flight back to Xia country. On the plane, Reba's father, Murat, asked her, "Did you have dinner with Xia Yuan last night?" "I ate. He was a really nice guy. It was already 2 a.m. when I finished eating, and he even took me to the hotel before going back." Dilraba spoke at length to her father. "And what's more, Xia Yuan has already promised me. He'll give us free tickets if we go to watch a game live in the future." Murat smiled knowingly when he saw his daughter so happy. Birmingham, Aston Villa training ground. A new day of training has begun. Aston Villa are in excellent form after winning 5 consecutive matches, although they are still ranked 6th in the championship. But they are only 1 point behind the 5th-place team. Aston Villa's next match is against Stoke City. Stoke City are currently in 9th place in the championship. To be honest, Stoke City's ranking does not reflect the team's actual strength. As a long-established powerhouse in England, Stoke City has participated in the Premier League many times. Because this team's tactics particularly emphasize aerial bombardment, it is also known as the Sky City. Xia Yuan and Stoke City do have some connection. It was his outstanding performance in the match against Stoke City U17 that led to his recommendation by Terry to Dean Smith, eventually making him a player for Aston Villa's first team. After training, Dean Smith specifically gathered the Aston Villa first-team players together for a talk. "Lads, we're getting closer and closer to winning the championship. In a couple of days, we'll be facing Stoke City. It's going to be a tough battle. This team has many incredibly talented stars. And I won't be able to coach from the sidelines for the next game. But even so, I believe you can win away from home." The day before the match, Aston Villa's first team arrived in Stoke-on-Trent, a small town in England, by bus. At the pre-match press conference. Chapter 40, Away Game against Sky City. Stoke City. Dean Smith did not attend the release ceremony, but instead sent his assistant coach John Terry in his place. Dean Smith's only reason for refusing to attend the release ceremony was to protest the FA's decision. After the previous match against West Bromwich Albion, Aston Villa immediately appealed to the Football Association about the referee's unreasonable decisions. However, the Football Association rejected Aston Villa's appeal. The red cards for Dean Smith and House were not revoked, and the referee was not punished either. This infuriated Dean Smith. Therefore, Dean Smith refused to attend the release conference for this match. John Terry remained remarkably calm during the interview. Although our teams suffered unfair refereeing in the last game, it's all in the past now. What we need to do now is play well in this game. Stoke City is a strong team. When I was a player, I played against Stoke City in the Premier League almost every season. Although Stoke City, like Aston Villa, has been relegated to the Championship, the team still has a strong foundation and is very capable. Tomorrow's match will be a tough one for Aston Villa, but we are prepared. Terry kept a relatively low profile. Meanwhile, Stoke City manager Nathan Jones, only 46 years old, has shown his brilliance. He displayed extreme confidence in the pre-match interview. Stoke City have lost too many games they shouldn't have lost this season. I have made reforms to the team, and from now on, Stoke City will get back on track. Although Aston Villa has achieved 5 consecutive wins and is currently in 6th place in the league, which looks very impressive, I think this team is not worth mentioning. Neither Grealish, nor the 17-year-old Norwegian of Chinese descent, nor Abraham, can break through our defenses. Just wait and see, Stoke City will end Aston Villa's winning streak at home tomorrow night. Match day. Britannia Stadium. 7:15 p.m. Stoke City fans have already taken to the stands, eagerly awaiting the start of the big match. Meanwhile, in the dongchiyu.com studio, the two commentators, Jean Jun and Jean Lu, also began their pre-match team introductions. A key match in the 34th round of the championship. Stoke City host Aston Villa. Stoke City is currently only in 9th place in the championship. Stoke City's performance this season has not been particularly ideal, but the team has a very strong squad. Nathan Jones fielded a 4-3-3 formation. The goalkeeper position is held by Butland. The 4 defensive guards are Tom Edwards, Bass, Indy, and Klukas. The 3 midfielders are veteran Charlie Adam in the center, former Liverpool midfielder Joe Allen on the right, and Nigerian star Urtbo on the left. 3 forwards, Thomas Ince, Vokes, and Boyan. Aston Villa, playing away, made only one change compared to the last game. Defender House was suspended due to a red card and was replaced by Neil Taylor. Goalkeeper Lovray Kalinic. The 4 defenders are Hutton, Elphick, Mings, and Neil Taylor. The single defensive midfielder is Jedinak. 4 forwards, Xia Yuan, Hurricane, McGinn, and Grealish. Lone striker, Abraham. Chapter 41. The former prodigy. Boyan unleashes his power first. 7:30. Led by the referee, the starting players of Stoke City and Aston Villa stepped onto the pitch. The great battle has officially begun. Meanwhile, in the distant Xia Kingdom, Dilraba sat excitedly in front of the TV, looking forward to Xia Yuan's brilliant performance. Stoke City, playing at home, kicked off first. After passing the ball to midfielder Charlie Adam, striker Vokes immediately sprinted towards the opponent's penalty area. But the experienced Charlie Adam did not choose to pass the ball to Vokes, but instead opted to pass it to the wing. On the left side of the road, Boyan caught the football. This player, a product of La Masia's youth academy, was once hailed as Messi's successor. Unfortunately, Boyan's career was plagued by injuries. After reaching his peak upon debut, Boyan gradually began his decline. Now 29 years old, Boyan can only play in England's second division. Boyan received the ball on the left wing. Right foot cut inside. Although Boyan's form is not what it was when he first started out, he still easily dribbled past right back Hutton this time. Shoot! The football grazed the right post and went out of bounds. Stoke City put pressure on Aston Villa's goal immediately after the kickoff. Bojan looks to be in excellent form today. Aston Villa's defense needs to be careful. Although Bojan's shot did not score for Stoke City, the Stoke City fans in the Britannia Stadium stand still gave him a warm round of applause and cheers. Pretty. Bojan. Defeat Aston Villa with your superb footwork. A brilliant breakthrough. Please help Stoke City achieve victory. Keep pushing like this. We can beat Aston Villa. But the good times didn't last long. Just 3 minutes later, it was Aston Villa, playing away, who launched a fierce attack on Stoke City's goal. This time, it was Xia Yuan who made the steal. In midfield, as Stoke City midfielder Charlie Adam was about to pass the ball to Bojan on the wing, Xia Yuan suddenly appeared in front of Charlie Adam. Xia Yuan didn't waste any words with Charlie Adam. He seized the opportunity and decisively lunged forward with his right foot. Clean and efficient, without any unnecessary words with Charlie Adam, he successfully completed the steal. Then, Xia Yuan immediately demonstrated his long pass skills. He immediately passed the ball to his friend Grealish. On the left flank. After receiving the ball, Grealish took a deep breath and immediately broke through Stoke City's defense. Grealish's method of breaking through was also very simple, he used an inside cut. Facing Tom Edwards's blockade, Grealish quickly took a step with his right foot and then suddenly accelerated. In fact, Grealish is not a player with extremely high explosive power. For most of the time, Grealish was able to break through defenses largely due to sudden changes in rhythm. This time is no different. Grealish dribbled the ball and then immediately stopped. This made things quite difficult for Stoke City's fullbacks, who were unable to keep up with Grealish's pace. Upon seeing this, midfielder Ertbo immediately joined the defense. They attempted to halt Grealish's advance as much as possible by using a pincer movement. But the moment Ertbo appeared in front of Grealish, Yao Zi also completed the pass. Chapter 41 The Former Prodigy. Bojan unleashes his power first. A lob pass. The football appeared rapidly inside Stoke City's penalty area. More precisely, he appeared right in front of Aston Villa striker Tammy Abraham. Near the penalty spot. Abraham collided with Stoke City's two centre-backs, Bass and Indy. However, Abraham still managed to get a shot on goal thanks to his excellent physical attributes. Bang! Abraham's shot successfully pierced the opponent's goal. Stoke City's goalkeeper, Butland, didn't even have time to react. They could only watch helplessly as the football flew into their own goal. That's it. Aston Villa, playing away from home, have scored. It's Abraham's goal again. 1-0. Grealish provided the assist. Stoke City's defense has been completely overwhelmed by Aston Villa's attack. Although Stoke City has many big-name stars in their midfield and attack, their defense is simply terrible. Commentator Jean June couldn't help but complain. He could fully sense that Stoke City's defenses were quite weak. Aston Villa simply used a standard attacking tactic and easily scored. It was absolutely effortless. In the stands of Britannia Stadium, Stoke City fans instantly lost their fighting spirit. What are the defenders doing? How come Bass and Indy can't handle Abraham? This is absolutely hilarious. This is definitely the worst defense I've ever seen. Both centre-backs are sleepwalking. If the team's defense is like this, I feel that Stoke City will suffer a bloodbath from Aston Villa tonight. Fuck. If you don't want to play football, then get the hell out of here. Don't embarrass yourself on the field. Stoke City's manager is under immense pressure from the fans' harsh criticism. Nathan Jones immediately stood on the sidelines, constantly calling out the names of Stoke City's attacking players, urging them to launch an attack on the opponent's goal as soon as possible. Nathan Jones doesn't want to lose on his home turf. After the restart, Stoke City's players began their signature attacking tactics. Long pass and cross. Various high crosses were lobbed into the penalty area. They relied as much as possible on Vok's heading ability to create threats to Aston Villa's goal. Although this tactical approach is outdated, it is still very effective. The 10th minute of the match. The football appeared at Thomas Ince's feet. After receiving the ball, the Stoke City winger was capable of making a breakthrough despite the pressure from the Aston Villa defenders. But Thomas Ince did not do that. Instead, they chose to pass the ball directly. Bang! A clean and precise 45-degree cross. In a matter of moments, the ball was successfully lofted into Aston Villa's penalty area. Right in front of the door. Forward Vokes practically leaped into the air. Mings, the centre-back of Aston Villa, overpowered him to head the ball into the goal. Bang! The football flew rapidly toward the goal guarded by Lovely Kalinic. Chapter 42, Aston Villa completely dominates the opponent's midfield. They quickly establish a lead. Vokes' header was successful. This powerful header broke through Aston Villa's defense. Goalkeeper Lovely Kalinic's save was unable to stop Vokes' header. 1-1. Both sides are back to square one. Inside the Dongchiyu.com studio. Jean Jun couldn't help but praise, as expected of the Sky City. Stoke City's attack this time demonstrated their ability to fight in the air. Striker Vokes' header scores a goal. Aston Villa's defense also made a mistake this time. Only one centre-back, Mings, was marking Vokes, while the other centre-back, Elphick, was distracted. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, tonight's match is very likely to turn into a goal fest. Tens of thousands of Stoke City fans in the stands of Britannia Stadium erupted in excitement once again. The cheers and shouts of the fans once again resounded through the stands. Stoke City fans saw hope of turning the game around. Head coach Nathan Jones immediately instructed his players to continue pushing forward in the attack. Press the attack. We will strive to overtake the score in a short period of time. Unfortunately, it is only from this moment on that Aston Villa, playing away, truly start to take things seriously. The 17th minute of the match. Aston Villa have possession of the ball. Several midfielders, Grealish, Xia Yuan, and McGinn, exchanged passes in succession. After 3 or 5 passes. Suddenly, Grealish chose to cut inside from the left wing. It was still his signature technical move. Utilize variations in rhythm. Stoke City's defenders clearly learned from past mistakes. Besides fullback Tom Edwards, midfielders Charlie Adam and Joe Allen appeared on Grealish's left and right flanks. In an instant, Grealish was surrounded by a total of 3 defenders simultaneously interfering with him. 3-man encirclement. Stoke City's defense is quite lenient with Grealish. They actually deployed 3 players to mark Grealish in the region. In the Dongchiyu.com studio, as soon as commentator Jean Jun finished speaking, Grealish suddenly delivered a pass. With 3 Stoke City players interfering, Grealish naturally wouldn't choose to blindly dribble past them. The best way is to pass the ball. In a short while, the football appeared at the edge of the penalty area. McGinn received a pass from Grealish and immediately unleashed a long-range shot. Right now, all the Stoke City players couldn't help but tense up. As the last midfielder, Ertbo immediately leaped to block, trying to stop McGinn's long-range shot. Little did they know. This was McGinn's feint. Instead of taking a shot, McGinn cut inside and passed the ball to Xia Yuan on the right wing. He is currently Aston Villa's best assist provider. Xia Yuan already has a target for the pass. That was Grealish. After this series of passes, Stoke City's defense inside the penalty area was riddled with holes. Both centre-backs, Bass and Indy, appeared on either side of striker Abraham. Chapter 42, Aston Villa completely dominates the opponent's midfield. They quickly establish a lead. Prevent Abraham from heading the ball. Grealish, who had already quietly sneaked into the penalty area, made absolutely no move to react. Bang! Xia Yuan, utilizing his excellent vision and superb footwork, quickly delivered a fatal blow to Stoke City. The ball sailed over the heads of Abraham and 2 Stoke City centre-backs, landing precisely in front of Grealish at the far post. Grealish, however, didn't try to stop the ball, instead, he went straight for a volley. Boom! The football flew like a cannonball towards Stoke City's goal. Grealish's volley. Aston Villa have taken the lead. 2-1. Grealish has helped Aston Villa take the lead. Another assist from Xia Yuan. Stoke City's defense was turned upside down by Aston Villa's midfielders, and almost all of their players lost their positions. After Jean Jun finished speaking, Zhang Lu, who was standing next to him, also began to speak. Aston Villa's midfielders are really performing well. Grealish, McGinn, and Xia Yuan, these three players all have passing and shooting abilities, and their football IQ is very high. Most importantly, they are also very young. Although Stoke City's midfield also has players like Joe Allen and Charlie Adam who have already proven themselves in the Premier League, Aston Villa's midfield is still superior in terms of ability. Sidelines. Aston Villa assistant coach John Terry immediately applauded Grealish's goal. The 2-1 scoreline puts Aston Villa in a relatively advantageous position. For the Stoke City players playing at home, they started to get anxious. After the restart, head coach Nathan Jones once again gave the players on the field the order to attack. They were asked to equalize the score as soon as possible. Just as Stoke City's midfielders were about to unleash their power, Aston Villa's midfield delivered a crushing blow to them. The 20th minute of the match. After receiving a pass from his teammate in the backfield, Joe Allen attempted to use his dribbling skills to quickly break into the attacking third. Just as Joe Allen brought the ball to the center circle, danger struck. Xia Yuan, Jedinak, and Hourihane. A total of 3 midfielders directly surrounded and tackled the former Liverpool midfielder. Joe Allen panicked instantly. Especially when Xia Yuan and Joe Allen engaged in physical combat, Joe Allen instantly lost his balance. Meanwhile, another Aston Villa midfielder, Hourihane, immediately dispossessed Joe Allen from his side. Aston Villa have a chance to counterattack. Bang! Hourihane's long pass immediately found Grealish. Stoke City's defenders couldn't help but tense up when they saw Grealish receive the ball. In addition to fullback Tom Edwards, centre-back Bass also joined in the defence. But Grealish continued to use his changes of pace to slip past the 2 defenders who were trying to disrupt him. He forced his way inside and then unleashed a long-range shot. Bang! The football went straight into the top corner of the goal. Goalkeeper Butland could only watch helplessly as the ball went in. The score instantly went from 2-1 to 3-1. Grealish scores twice. Aston Villa leads Stoke City 3-1. Is this match going to turn into a bloodbath? Chapter 43, Liverpool midfielder intercepts the ball and delivers a superb long pass. It's a sure thing. It's a sure thing. It looks like the outcome of tonight's match is no longer in doubt. Aston Villa are truly strong. They don't give their opponents any chance at all. Awesome. A bloodbath in Stoke City. They're not giving Stoke City a chance to breathe. Aston Villa with Xia Yuan is terrifying. In the distant Xia Kingdom. In the live broadcast room of dongqiyu.com, Xia Guo fans saw the score reach 3-1 and believed that the game was no longer in doubt. At this moment, Stoke City fans in the stands of Britannia Stadium were in a state of despair. Frustration and helplessness filled everyone's eyes. Stoke City manager Nathan Jones stood on the sidelines, constantly sighing. Although Nathan Jones had anticipated a tough match before it began. But from the start of the match, Stoke City's defense collectively lost its way. This is unacceptable to all Stoke City fans. Press forward and launch an attack. Don't back down. Don't rush. Stay calm. After the restart, Stoke City, playing at home, immediately launched an attack. The Stoke City players are well aware of this. They have no way out. We must go all out. Stoke City still has plenty of time and can completely turn things around. 31st minute. Joe Allen suddenly accelerated after controlling the ball in midfield. This former Liverpool player remains confident in his individual abilities. After a sudden stop with his right foot, he suddenly flicked the ball again. By changing the rhythm, he easily got past Hourihane and McGinn. Joe Allen stepped forward. This midfield maestro from Stoke City has shaken off Hourihane and McGinn's defense. As is well known, John June is a Liverpool fan. When he saw Joe Allen's brilliant performance in the game, he couldn't help but get excited. But John June's excitement didn't last long. Soon, Aston Villa's defensive midfielder Jedinak appeared in front of Joe Allen. He is an excellent defensive midfielder. Jedinak's defensive capabilities are quite outstanding. He preemptively blocked the way, attempting to use his body to knock Joe Allen down. At the same time, another Aston Villa defender appeared in front of Joe Allen. And the player's name is Xia Yuan. Under pressure from Jedinak and Xia Yuan, Joe Allen eventually lost possession of the ball. After gaining control of the ball, Xia Yuan immediately looked up and glanced at the opponent's penalty area. Now, Grealish and Abraham have both charged towards Stoke City's penalty area. Don't let this Asian guy pass the ball. Stop him right now. After seeing Xia Yuan make the interception, Stoke City manager Nathan Jones immediately gave tactical instructions to the players on the field. Veteran Charlie Adam rushed towards Xia Yuan. But Charlie Adam is too slow. When he appeared in front of Xia Yuan had already successfully passed the ball. Bang! Xia Yuan's signature long pass. The football flew through the air, tracing a rapid arc before landing quickly inside the penalty area. Approximate location of the penalty spot. Aston Villa striker Abraham and opposing centre-back base jumped at the same time. In terms of strength, Abraham held the absolute initiative. They successfully knocked over base. They captured the first point. But at that moment, another Stoke City centre-back, Indy, had also made his defensive move. Chapter 43, Liverpool midfielder intercepts the ball and delivers a superb long pass. Indy's reaction speed was quite fast. Abraham was not given a chance to shoot. He immediately appeared before Abraham. At a critical moment, Abraham quickly headed the ball to another player inside the penalty area. Jack Grealish. There were no Stoke City defenders around the player interfering with him. So, this is a great opportunity to shoot. Bang! Grealish unleashed a powerful shot. The football went perfectly wide of the goal. Grealish missed a golden opportunity. What? How is this possible? Grealish's shot inside the penalty area went wide of the goal. This is absolutely unacceptable. Stoke City, playing at home, have narrowly escaped disaster. Jean June explained in an incredulous tone. And as the party involved, Grealish was dumbfounded. He stood there, stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. While Grealish was in a daze, Stoke City goalkeeper Butland quickly took the goal kick. Charlie Adam, in the middle, took the initiative in the header contest with Hurricane. They successfully captured the first point. Then, the Stoke City midfield maestro launched a long pass. The ball has been successfully passed to Boyan on the left wing. At crucial moments, Boyan still needs to step up and launch an attack. Although Boyan's speed is far from what it was at his peak, he still managed to easily get past fullback Hutton with a nutmeg, thanks to his excellent footwork. Then, Boyan quickly dribbled the ball into the edge of Aston Villa's penalty area. When Aston Villa's defensive midfielder saw Boyan break into the middle, he immediately moved to provide cover. Bang! However, Boyan did not give Jedinak a chance to defend. He quickly flicked the ball with his right foot, and the ball just flew over Jedinak's head and into Aston Villa's penalty area. To be more precise, it landed on the head of striker Vokes. Vokes is 29 years old this year and is in the prime of his career. As a Welsh international, Vokes has excellent heading ability. In addition, his height of 186 centimeters gives Vokes the upper hand in contests for high balls. And this time was no exception. After Boyan's pass flew into the penalty area, Vokes has successfully outmaneuvered Aston Villa centre-back Mings. Up in the air. In an attempt to win the header, Vokes even struck Mings in the face with his right elbow. This distracted Mings, ultimately preventing him from securing the ball. Bang! With no defenders interfering, Vokes easily headed the ball towards goal. The football successfully slipped past Lovre Kalinic's hands. It landed inside the goal. Finally, Stoke City, playing at home, scored. 2-3. Stoke City have narrowed the score to 2-3. A goal. Stoke City have not given up. Striker Vokes finally broke through Aston Villa's defense with a header. And Stoke City's scoring method is still their signature header. Chapter 44, Yao Zi scores a hat-trick. Xia Yuan completes his second assist. Commentator Zhang Lu remarked confidently, "This is getting interesting." Hehe, once Stoke City scores, it means that both Aston Villa and Stoke City will focus on attacking in the coming minutes. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this match will be a high-scoring affair. In the stands of Britannia Stadium, Stoke City fans could finally cheer and shout to their heart's content. However, as Stoke City's manager, Nathan Jones is still very nervous. As a head coach with considerable coaching experience, Nathan Jones knew very well that this game had only just begun. As expected, after the restart, Aston Villa, playing away, took the initiative. The 38th minute of the match. Xia Yuan moved to the right lane. As McGinn dribbled forward in midfield, he saw that Xia Yuan had arrived and immediately sent out a long diagonal pass. 2 seconds later, the football landed at Xia Yuan's feet. Meanwhile, in the stands of Britannia Stadium, Stoke City fans suddenly erupted in a huge chorus of boos at Xia Yuan. In fact, many extreme fans have started hurling insults at Xia Yuan. Although Xia Yuan has only managed 1 assist so far. On the defensive end, however, Xia Yuan's performance was quite sharp. He was often able to work with his teammates to limit Joe Allen's dribbling and advances, and even managed to win against Charlie Adam. The boos did not stop Xia Yuan from moving forward. On the contrary, Xia Yuan performed even better. On Stoke City's side, the fullback responsible for marking Xia Yuan is Klukas. Klukas seems to be better at offense than defense. So far this season, Klukas has scored 3 goals and provided 5 assists. He is the player with the most goals and assists among all Stoke City defenders. When Klukas rushed in front of Xia Yuan, he immediately stretched out his leg to steal the ball. This player didn't seem to take Xia Yuan seriously. Upon seeing this, Xia Yuan quickly flicked the ball with his left foot and poked it first. Immediately afterwards, Klukas made a second steal. At that moment, Xia Yuan immediately passed the ball. Klukas's tackle was quite aggressive, and he immediately stretched out his leg to intercept. Little did they know, Xia Yuan had already devised a way to get rid of Klukas. The moment Xia Yuan's right foot touched the football, he suddenly flicked it with the inside of his foot. Fake facts number. Klukas was completely taken aback. Seeing that Xia Yuan was about to pass the ball, he immediately jumped up, ready to use his body to stop Xia Yuan's pass, but Xia Yuan suddenly took a step back. Successfully evaded the Stoke City fullback's interference. Spike. Xia Yuan has bypassed Klukas. No sooner had Zhang Jun finished speaking than Xia Yuan decisively delivered a long pass. Inside the Stoke City penalty area. Aston Villa's attacking players are ready. McGinn at the front, Abraham in the middle, and Grealish at the back formed a 3-man attack. Grealish. A volley shot. Jack Grealish has scored his 3rd goal of the match. Hat-trick. And Xia Yuan scored 2 assists. For 2. The score difference is now 2 goals again. Chapter 44, Yao Zi scores a hat-trick. Xia Yuan completes his 2nd assist. Zhang Jun continued, "If I remember correctly, this should be Grealish's first hat-trick this season. Aston Villa's attacking firepower is truly formidable." Of course, Stoke City's defense also collapsed during this period. Stoke City's defenders focused on Abraham and McGinn, while Grealish, lurking at the far post, was only marked by 1 fullback. This is simply unacceptable. There were only 10 minutes left in the first half. Trailing 2-4, Stoke City has no way out. They had no choice but to take a gamble. In the stands of Britannia Stadium, tens of thousands of Stoke City fans were chanting attacking slogans hysterically. Even some die-hard fans have lost their voices. If Stoke City can score a goal in the final 10 minutes and shorten the score to 3-4, perhaps Stoke City still has a chance to win. Nathan Jones was well aware of this as well. He instructed his 2 fullbacks, Tom Edwards and Klukas, to push forward and use their crossing ability to put pressure on the opponent's defense. 44th minute. Finally, Stoke City had a chance to pass the ball down the wing. Charlie Adam is fighting two opponents in the middle lane. Despite the double interference from Jedinak and Hurricane, he still managed to pass the ball to Klukas with incredible precision. Near the sideline, Klukas received the ball and immediately crossed it. Inside Aston Villa's penalty area, Stoke City's star strikers Vokes and Thomas Ince are already in position. Be ready to grab a spot at the door at any time. Everything is ready, except for Klukas' pass. But at that moment, Xia Yuan made a crucial interception. The moment Klukas passed the ball, Xia Yuan successfully blocked Klukas' pass with his left foot. The timing was perfect. The pass was ultimately blocked out of bounds. Stoke City missed a chance to cross the ball. In the time that followed, Stoke City, playing at home, failed to create any particularly good attacking opportunities. The first half has ended. Aston Villa are currently leading Stoke City 4-2. Halftime break. Stoke City manager Nathan Jones is furious. In the locker room, he practically berated every single Stoke City player. Meanwhile, a small number of fans had already begun leaving the stands at Britannia Stadium. Stoke City has suffered a double blow. 15 minutes later, the second half of the match has officially begun. Under the strict demands of coach Nathan Jones, Stoke City's players began to launch attacks with all their might. The entire defensive line was even pushed forward to the center line. And at this moment, Aston Villa, who had already established a 2-goal lead, remained quite calm. They did not engage in direct confrontation with their opponents. Instead, they chose to avoid direct confrontation. All 11 players, including striker Abraham, dropped back to their own half to participate in defense. Under Aston Villa's defensive wall, the opponent had absolutely no chance. Although Stoke City has always been known as the Sky City by fans, striker Vokes does indeed have a certain ability to score in the air. However, when Vokes was constantly surrounded by 2 or 3 Aston Villa defenders, he was unable to unleash his heading power. Chapter 45 Bloodbath in Sky City. Xia Yuan scores the first goal. After 10 minutes of relentless attacking, Stoke City's players still hadn't achieved anything. Especially now that Stoke City only has one way to attack, which is to cross from the wing. As long as the centre-forward Vokes is contained, the entire Stoke City attack can be contained. Gradually, the taxi industry in Stoke City is gradually dying out. Even centre Vokes was exhausted. The prolonged battles with multiple Aston Villa defenders in the penalty area left Vokes exhausted. On the other hand, Aston Villa, the players were actually looking for counter-attack opportunities. Every Aston Villa player knows that just one more goal would completely shatter the opponent's confidence. Finally, in the 68th minute of the match, Aston Villa saw an opportunity. Aston Villa's defensive midfielder, Jedinak, has made a crucial contribution. This time it was another attacking opportunity for Stoke City. Fullback Tom Edwards received the ball and immediately crossed it. The result was regrettable. The tall striker Vokes still couldn't win the first ball. Instead, Aston Villa's centre-back Mings cleared it with a header. The football flew towards the edge of the penalty area. At that moment, Joe Allen cleverly appeared in the area, ready to unleash a long-range shot. But Aston Villa's defensive midfielder, Jedinak, also has a very quick reaction time. He leaped forward to block the attack. Joe Allen's shot hit Jedinak directly in the face. I almost got disfigured. Regardless, Jedinak managed to block the shot and immediately passed the ball to McGinn in the middle. Then, came Aston Villa's forte, counter-attacking. Upon receiving the ball, McGinn immediately chose to dribble forward through the middle. To some extent, McGinn's technical style is quite similar to Xia Yuan's. Both players possess excellent physical attributes and physical strength, as well as good basketball IQ and court vision. Of course, McGinn's passing was naturally not as accurate as Xia Yuan's, and Xia Yuan's shooting ability was also incomparable to McGinn's. McGinn has dribbled the ball into midfield. Charlie Adam appeared in front of McGinn. McGinn knocked Jedinak flying. McGinn is like a small tank, nothing can stop him from moving forward. Soon, McGinn dribbled into Stoke City's half, attracting the attention of the Stoke City players. At the urging of head coach Nathan Jones, centre-back Base immediately rushed out. Meanwhile, another deep-lying midfielder, Ertbo, also charged towards McGinn. But McGinn's crucial pass instantly neutralized Stoke City's double-team defense. The football landed at Xia Yuan's feet. Xia Yuan received the ball in a position that was right on the wing, a position he was familiar with. Meanwhile, Abraham and Grealish started making runs into the penalty area, and McGinn also rushed into Stoke City's penalty area. It's still three ghosts knocking on the door. Xia Yuan has 3 passing routes. The football has returned to Xia Yuan's feet. This time, who will Xia Yuan choose to pass it on to? Commentator Zhang Jun and guest coach Zhang both widened their eyes and focused all their attention on Xia Yuan. As the fullback responsible for defending Xia Yuan, Klukas is still in the attacking third and has not yet returned. This gave Xia Yuan ample time to prepare and think. In the end, Xia Yuan chose to pass the ball to Grealish. Chapter 45 Bloodbath in Sky City. Xia Yuan scores the first goal. Boom! 2 seconds later, the football, spinning intensely, bypassed Stoke City's 2 centre-backs, Bass and Indy, and landed precisely at Grealish's feet. The latter was just about to shoot. Tom Edwards, standing behind him, immediately pulled Grealish to the ground. Beep! Beep! Upon witnessing this, the referee immediately blew his whistle. That's the whistle for a foul. At the same time, the referee immediately pointed to the penalty spot. Aston Villa have been awarded a penalty. Penalty. The referee is pointing to the penalty spot. This is a very clear foul. Stoke City's fullback Tom Edwards pulled Grealish to the ground just as he was about to shoot. It was a very clear foul. The referee's decision was absolutely correct. On the live chat, Xiagua fans were celebrating collectively. Wow! This referee is amazing. He didn't deny Aston Villa's penalty. That's really rare. If it were the referee from the last game, they definitely wouldn't have awarded a penalty. The score is about to reach 5-2. Victory is beckoning to Aston Villa. It's really not easy for Aston Villa to get a penalty. You absolutely have to score. On the penalty spot. Grealish, who has already scored 3 goals in this match, is ready to go. His eyes were filled with determination. Keep a close eye on the opposing goalkeeper, Butland. Much later, Grealish suddenly accelerated. Run up, shoot. Bang! The football struck the right post of the goal with incredible accuracy. He missed the penalty kick. Just as Stoke City fans were preparing to cheer and celebrate in the stands of Britannia Stadium, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the goal. It's Xia Yuan. It turns out that Xia Yuan rushed into the goal the instant Grealish took the shot. He originally wanted to celebrate with Grealish immediately after he scored 4 goals. Unexpectedly, Grealish's shot hit the goalpost, and just then, the ball bounced off the post and appeared right in front of Xia Yuan. And just like that, Xia Yuan scored his first goal for Aston Villa. 5-2. The suspense has completely vanished. After Xia Yuan scored, the happiest person was none other than Grealish. He rushed to Xia Yuan's side immediately, hugged him tightly, and shouted excitedly into Xia Yuan's ear, "Xia. Do you know what? I actually gave you this ball on purpose. I deliberately missed. I knew it. You would definitely try to follow up." Upon hearing Grealish's arrogant words, Xia Yuan's face revealed a look of disdain. Really? Then I'm so grateful. Right now, in the dongqiyu.com studio. Commentator Zhang Jun shouted wildly, "Xia Yuan scored. Xia Yuan scored. This is his first goal for the first team. I never expected it to be scored in this way. It's so hard won." Hopefully, Xia Yuan can continue to score more goals in the upcoming matches. A score of 5-2 is enough to declare the game over. Chapter 46 6-game winning streak. Xia Yuan will help Vera win the championship. Congratulations to Xia Yuan on scoring Aston Villa's first goal. 666. Go Xia Yuan. Although this goal wasn't particularly spectacular, it was the game-winning goal. Xia Yuan's goal is all thanks to Grealish. Stoke City's defense is really terrible. No one was marking Xia Yuan. A goal given away for nothing. After the restart, more and more Stoke City fans began to slowly leave the stadium. They've had enough of the players' performance. Many reporters waited at the entrance to interview the departing fans. They played terribly. This is terrible. This is definitely not the true strength of Stoke City. Watching them play football is truly painful. I will never watch a Stoke City game again. On the field. The match between the two sides has entered its final stage. 80 minutes. Although Aston Villa had built a 5-2 lead, they continued to launch a fierce attack on the opponent's goal. Central midfield. Xia Yuan received the ball, and several Stoke City defenders rushed towards him at the same time. It's obvious. Xia Yuan has now become a key target for Stoke City players to mark and defend. Joe Allen and Charlie Adam are flanking him from both sides. Despite this, the two players were still unable to make a steal. Xia Yuan's physical strength and stamina were still on full display in this final stage. He even knocked Joe Allen over with his shoulder. The player completely lost his balance. After that, Xia Yuan continued to dribble forward, and in a short while, he appeared at the top of the penalty area. He raised his foot and unleashed a powerful shot. Nathan Jones immediately called for the centre-backs to press forward and do everything they could to stop Xia Yuan's shot. Bass and Indy, the two centre-backs, reacted relatively quickly. In an instant, these two players then appeared in front of Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan remained very calm and easily chipped the ball over the goalkeeper. The football flew successfully into front of Abraham. With both of Stoke City's centre-backs pushed up to the edge of the penalty area, Abraham was left unmarked in the box. Bang! A clean and crisp shot sent the ball flying into the top corner of the goal. 6-2. Aston Villa thrashed Stoke City away from home. Xia Yuan scored 1 goal and provided 3 assists in this match. He was once again named the best player of the match. Xia Kingdom. Inside a hotel, after seeing Aston Villa's victory, Doraba immediately sent a text message to Xia Yuan. Well played. Congratulations on scoring your first goal. But after waiting for a long time, Xia Yuan did not reply. Chapter 46 6-game winning streak. Xia Yuan will help Vera win the championship. The main reason is that Xia Yuan is too busy. Inside the players' tunnel, English reporters rushed up to Xia Yuan, frantically pointing their microphones at his mouth. He started asking Xia Yuan a barrage of questions. Xia, congratulations on scoring your first goal in the championship. Is there anything you'd like to say? Xia, you've once again achieved a hat-trick of assists in the game. What's your secret to maintaining such excellent form? Aston Villa are currently in 6th place this season. Do you think the team has the ability to win the championship? Faced with numerous questions from reporters, Xia Yuan remained remarkably calm. He bluntly told the reporters, this was a team victory. Not only did I perform well, but Abraham, Jack, and other players also showed excellent form. It's certainly something to be happy about to win the game. We will maintain this competitive spirit and help the team win the championship. This was the first time Xia Yuan had publicly stated his intention to help the team win the championship. Soon. This statement attracted a lot of attention from the media and fans after the game. Sky Sports, Aston Villa secured a resounding away victory. The team is gradually getting back on track under the leadership of 17-year-old Xia Yuan. Winning the championship title will be their main goal this season. Daily Mail, Aston Villa have secured their 6th consecutive win. A 17-year-old from the UK has provided an assist in almost all 6 matches. A great star is rising in the championship. The Times, Xia Yuan is creating his own miracle. So far, the Norwegian player of Chinese descent has already reached double digits in assists. And Aston Villa has also achieved a season-best 6-game winning streak. Winning the championship title seems to be a real possibility for them. Now, in Northern Europe, specifically in Norway, Norwegian men's football head coach Lars Lagerbäck has purchased a plane ticket to England. Because of Xia Yuan's outstanding performance in the recent matches, coach Lars Lagerbäck is preparing to recruit Xia Yuan into the national team. In addition to England, the trip also includes Austria to watch Haaland's match. The European Championship qualifiers will kick off in March. The opponents Norway will face at that time will be quite strong. Besides Spain, there are also teams from Sweden and Romania. Given the current strength of the Norwegian team, it will be quite difficult for them to advance from the group stage. Therefore, as the head coach of the Norwegian national team, Lars Lagerbäck needs to bolster the team's strength. Haaland and Xia Yuan, who have performed well in the Austrian Bundesliga and the English Championship, have become popular choices for the national team among fans. There is a great deal of demand for this online. So, Norway's head coach, Lars Lagerbäck, also made a special trip to the site for on-site observation. After securing 6 consecutive wins, Aston Villa are now focusing their attention on the next match. Aston Villa's next opponent is Derby County. Derby County has a long history of playing in the Championship. They are not very strong. They are currently ranked 11th in the Championship. They have lost all 3 of their last matches. The condition is still quite bad. However, Derby County's manager is none other than the renowned former England international Frank Lampard. Aston Villa manager Dean Smith will still be unable to be on the sidelines for the next match between Aston Villa and Derby County due to a red card. Therefore, John Terry, as assistant coach, will replace Dean Smith in directing the game on site. It's worth mentioning that both John Terry and Lampard were once Chelsea's star players. This has led many fans to call this match an all-Chelsea derby. Chapter 47, Norway's head coach is present to watch the game. Xia Yuan is in top form. March 2nd. Villa Park Stadium. This great battle is about to begin. 7:30 p.m. The stands at Villa Park were already packed with people. More than 40,000 Aston Villa fans came to the stadium to watch the game. Before the match even started, hysterical cheers echoed throughout the stands. Even more surprisingly, a large number of Aston Villa fans were chanting Xia Yuan's name loudly. Inside the players' tunnel, the starting lineups for both teams are now in place. Derby County manager Frank Lampard and Aston Villa assistant coach John Terry greeted each other. The starting players from both sides were chatting in the players' tunnel. They were all very happy. However, everyone knows that once the referee blows the whistle to start the game, the two teams will engage in a fierce battle. And it was a desperate, all-out battle. Although Derby County is currently only ranked 11th in the league, their main goal this season is also to be promoted to the Premier League. So, Derby County's players and managers are eager to beat Aston Villa at home. This is to narrow the gap between them and Aston Villa. Welcome, viewers, to the highlight match of the 35th round of the 2018-2019 Championship season. Aston Villa hosts Derby County. Aston Villa are currently in 6th place in the league, while their rivals Derby County are in 11th place, with a 12-point difference between the two teams. Next, we'll announce the starting lineups for both teams. Aston Villa, playing at home, are using a 4-3-3 formation. The goalkeeper is the team's second-choice goalkeeper, Jade Steele. The 4 defenders are Al Mohammadi, Elphick, Mings, and Neil Taylor. The 3 midfielders are Grealish, Xia Yuan, and Hurricane. 3 forwards, Adoma, Abraham, and El Gach. Due to Aston Villa's recent congested schedule and consecutive matches against strong teams, the physical condition of their key players has clearly declined. Therefore, Aston Villa made some rotations today against the weaker Derby County. And for Derby County, playing away, manager Lampard has fielded his absolute strongest lineup. Goalkeeper Carson. Fullbacks Wisdom, Curtis Davis, Tomori, Ashley Cole. The 3 midfielders are Marcos Bird, George Evans, and Holmes. 3 forwards, Josephson, Marriott, and Bennett. The match has now begun. Aston Villa, playing at home, launched the first attack on the opponent's goal. No sooner had Jean June finished speaking than the football came to Xia Yuan's feet. When Xia Yuan received the ball, the fans in the stands at Villa Park erupted in cheers once again. Xia! Defeat your opponent with your sharp footwork. Unleash your long passing skills. No one can stop your pass. Summer. The future midfield maestro of Aston Villa. Faced with the cheers and shouts of the fans, Xia Yuan's performance certainly did not disappoint them. After receiving a pass from Hurricane, he immediately sent out a through ball. Yes. This time, Xia Yuan didn't choose a long pass, but instead opted for a through ball. Chapter 47, Norway's head coach is present at the match. Xia Yuan is in red-hot form. The football skimmed along the grass and sped towards the opponent's penalty area. Although Xia Yuan's through ball attribute cannot be compared with his passing attribute. But Xia Yuan's through ball once again tore apart Derby County's defense. The football flew like lightning, darting through the gap between Curtis Davis and Tomori. Since the match has just begun, both of Derby County's centre-backs are in very poor form. I didn't even realize it. In the blink of an eye, the football appeared at Abraham's feet. The only downside is that the Aston Villa striker wasn't ready either. Abraham's shot hit the opposing goalkeeper directly. Carson held on to the ball tightly. They successfully thwarted Aston Villa's attack. Although Abraham did not score, Xia Yuan's through pass still demonstrated his excellent competitive form. The Aston Villa fans in the stadium immediately gave Xia Yuan a warm round of applause. The broadcaster then focused the camera on Norway's head coach, Lars Lagerbäck, who was sitting in the stands. In the Dongchiyu.com studio, commentator Jean Jun immediately demonstrated his outstanding professional skills upon seeing Lars Lagerbäck. He spoke eloquently into the microphone. Lagerbäck is also here to watch the game. He is the current head coach of the Norwegian national team, and he previously led the Swedish team to the 2002 and 2006 World Cups, as well as the small European football nation of Iceland, to the quarterfinals of the 2016 European Championship. He has a very rich coaching resume. It seems Lars Lagerbäck wants to personally observe Xia Yuan's performance tonight. Norway will be playing in the European Championship qualifiers in mid-March. The match continued. 5 minutes later, Aston Villa launched another attack. This time, Grealish broke through in midfield with the ball. Since Aston Villa's formation for tonight's match was changed from 4-1-4-1 to 4-3-3, Grealish returned to midfield. This time, Grealish remained remarkably calm despite the interference from Derby County midfielders after receiving the ball. A sudden touch after a quick flick of the ball with the left foot. He easily got past the opponent's interception. Then, two other Derby County midfielders, George Evans and Holmes, rushed toward Grealish. On the bench, Derby County manager Frank Lampard's eyes were also filled with tension. He knew very well how terrifying Grealish's strength was. If Grealish can easily break through in the middle, it will pose a fatal threat to Derby County's defense. However, Lampard was overthinking it. When Grealish saw two Derby County midfielders charging toward him, he decisively chose to pass the ball. Bang! The ball was passed to Xia Yuan, who also plays as a midfielder. After Xia Yuan received the ball, although there were no Derby County defenders around him to interfere, he still did not choose to dribble forward, but instead chose to pass the ball immediately. Right now, inside the Derby County penalty area, Aston Villa's three forwards, Adoma, Abraham and El Ghazi, are all in place. Adoma and El Gach appeared on the left and right sides of the penalty area. Abraham, on the other hand, was positioned in the center of the penalty area. Xia Yuan has three possible passing routes. In the end, he chose to hand the football over to Abraham. Chapter 48 Assist +1. 15th assist in the league. A superb long pass over the top. In the blink of an eye, the football landed perfectly on Abraham's head. Xia Yuan's pass was as precise as if he were measuring the ball with a ruler. For Abraham, he can now score by simply heading the ball. Faced with this excellent pass, Abraham, of course, did not waste any. He leaped high and headed the ball with all his might. The football, like a cannonball, slammed heavily into the opponent's goal. 1-0. That's it. Xia Yuan's assist. Abraham's goal. The score is now 1-0. Derby County's defense has been completely torn apart by Xia Yuan's passes. It's terrifying. In the first 10 minutes, Xia Yuan only made 2 passes towards the penalty area, but both passes posed a huge threat to the opponent's goal. 2 crosses, 1 assist. It's worth mentioning that this assist is Xia Yuan's 15th assist this season. After Zhang Jun finished speaking, Zhang Lu, the commentator next to him, immediately commented, "Through these few Aston Villa attacks, it is clear that the team's attack basically relies on Xia Yuan's performance. If nothing unexpected happens, Xia Yuan will be able to get at least 2 assists in tonight's game." In the stands of Villa Park, the place was bustling with noise. Tens of thousands of fans have begun hysterically chanting Xia Yuan's name. Although the player who scored the goal was Abraham. However, all Aston Villa fans know very well that without Xia Yuan's pass, Abraham would never have been able to score so easily. Xia. 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 Lars Lagerbeck in the stands couldn't help but applaud Xia Yuan. Without a doubt, the Norwegian national team coach has been completely impressed by Xia Yuan's superb skills. On the field, Abraham, who scored the goal, naturally rushed to Xia Yuan's side immediately. "Xia. Thank you for the pass. Looks like I'm going to win the championship top scorer award this season. I'll definitely treat you to a big meal then." Abraham's face was beaming with joy. To date, Abraham has scored 25 goals in the league, with Xia Yuan providing 7 assists. He is the Aston Villa player with the most assists for Abraham. And Xia Yuan has only made 7 appearances for Aston Villa. He basically provides an assist to Abraham in 1 game on average. This efficiency is truly terrifying. After the restart, the pressure naturally fell on the Derby County players playing away. Derby County manager Frank Lampard was clearly getting restless. He hurriedly stood on the coach's bench, constantly directing his players in the game. "Pass the ball to the wing. Pass the ball. Don't hesitate. Kick more decisively." Lampard was shouting at the top of his lungs from the sidelines. Unfortunately, it's completely useless. In recent times, Aston Villa, playing at home, have adopted a high-pressing tactic. The 3 players, Xia Yuan, Grealish, and Hourihane, made it very difficult for Derby County to pass the ball in midfield through their active running and pressing. Especially Xia Yuan. He can not only provide assists for the team's forwards, but also frequently make interceptions on the defensive end. Chapter 48 Assist plus 1. 15th assist in the league. In the last 10 minutes, Xia Yuan has successfully completed all 5 of his duels. He also made 4 steals. He instantly transformed into a defensive stalwart. The 28th minute of the match. Aston Villa, playing at home, scored their 2nd goal of the match. The player who scored the goal was still Xia Yuan. In midfield, using his excellent physical strength, Xia Yuan knocked down Marcos Bird and then quickly delivered a long pass. From intercepting the ball to passing it, Xia Yuan took less than 2 seconds. The reaction speed is extremely fast. Although Derby County's midfielders were eager to stop Xia Yuan's pass, they were completely unable to interfere. Bang! A few seconds later, the football appeared in the attacking third. More accurately, it appeared at Adoma's feet. This Aston Villa left winger possesses excellent dribbling skills. In previous matches, Adoma has scored a total of 4 goals and provided 4 assists. However, Adoma has not had many opportunities to play in previous matches. He's always stuck on the bench. Now, Adoma finally has the opportunity to showcase his talent. Adoma received the ball on the wing and immediately accelerated. He tried to break free using his explosive power. Upon seeing this, Derby County fullback Ashley Cole immediately made a defensive move. This player, like Lampard and John Terry, also played for Chelsea. But Ashley Cole, who is nearing the end of his career, no longer has the ability to play in the Premier League and has no choice but to join Derby County. He became one of Lampard's key generals. However, Adoma did not take Ashley Cole seriously. Without saying a word, he dribbled the ball. Adoma flashed past Ashley Cole's right side like a black lightning bolt. Ashley Cole can't deny he's getting old. In his youth, he was more than capable of defending against players like Adoma one-on-one. But now, Ashley Cole simply couldn't keep up with Adoma's pace. The opponent broke through in one step. Fortunately, Derby County's supporting defenders were very fast. As soon as Adoma got past Ashley Cole, Derby County's centre-back Curtis Davies immediately rushed in front of Adoma. Successfully blocked the position. This prevented Adoma from making further breakthroughs. However, even though Adoma had no room to break through, he still resolutely made a shooting motion. Inside the restricted area, Adoma, eager to score, completely ignored Curtis Davis's interference and decisively took the shot. However, the ball didn't hit the goal, it was blocked by veteran Curtis Davis with his right leg. The ball bounced to the edge of the penalty area. Great opportunity. Midfielder Greeley regained control of the ball. This also means that Aston Villa's attack continues. Bang! Grealish has a very high football IQ, he spotted Derby County's defensive weaknesses immediately. That's the right side. Adoma's breakthrough on the left caused all the Derby County defenders to focus their attention on the left side. This actually ignores the interference from El Gach on the right. Grealish's long pass found Al Gach. There's only one defender in front of Al Gaisai. His name is Wisdom. Speed up. Pass the ball. Chapter 49. 1 goal and 1 assist. Xia Yuan is in red-hot form. El Gach chose to cross. At the door, Aston Villa striker Abraham and Derby County centre-back Tomori jumped almost simultaneously. Tomori won the header. The football is flying towards the middle. It's Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan shoots directly at the goal without stopping the ball. Goal. 2-0. Xia Yuan has scored his second goal for Aston Villa. The score is now 2-0. At this moment, Derby County's defense once again collectively lost its footing. Everyone's attention was focused on Abraham, completely ignoring Xia Yuan, who had already quietly infiltrated the restricted area. Of course, Xia Yuan's goal this time also had a large element of luck. The opposing centre-back's clearance fell right in front of Xia Yuan. This was practically handing Xia Yuan a free shooting opportunity. On the screen, Bullet comments. Xiagua fans are collectively excited. A second goal. Scoring in 2 consecutive matches. Xia Yuan is evolving from a passer into a finisher. Well done. 1 goal and 1 assist. Xia Yuan's performance was outstanding. Holy crap. How could that score? Xia Yuan's luck is incredible. The ball just happened to land right in front of him. Hey upstairs, luck is also a part of skill, you know. Ha ha ha. Xia Yuan must have known before the match that the Norwegian head coach was in attendance. When Xia Yuan scored, all the Aston Villa players rushed to him to celebrate enthusiastically. After Xia Yuan scored, he also made his own celebration gesture. He put his hands over his eyes and then mimed looking through a telescope. Xia. 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 Summer. Take us to the Premier League. Aston Villa's savior. The team's absolute core. Xia Yuan from Norway. It's an honor for us fans that Aston Villa has a player like Haaland. In the stands of Villa Park, over 40,000 Aston Villa fans rose to their feet and applauded Xia Yuan as he scored his goal. The cards are all top-notch. As Derby County's manager, Lampard appeared quite helpless. He kept shaking his head on the sidelines, expressing his dissatisfaction in this way. After the restart, the Derby County players' mentality completely collapsed. Unexplained mistakes began to occur in the midfield. The 33rd minute of the match. Derby County's midfield maestro George Evans surprisingly passed the ball directly to Grealish. Fortunately, Aston Villa's subsequent counter-attack was unsuccessful. Another Derby County defensive midfielder, Holmes, made a sliding tackle from behind. He simply tackled Grealish to the ground. A yellow card was enough to stop Aston Villa's counterattack. However, in the remainder of the game, Aston Villa's players essentially took over. Grealish, Xia Yuan, and Hurricane formed a pincer movement in midfield, continuously exchanging one-touch passes. They toyed with Derby County's players. When the first half reached the 40th minute, Aston Villa really need to get serious. Chapter 49. 1 goal and 1 assist. Xia Yuan is in red-hot form. Xia Yuan moved to the right lane. This also means that Aston Villa will soon be making crosses from the flanks. Quickly. Press and seize. Don't let him get a chance to pass the ball. Foul. On the sidelines, Lampard felt a sudden pang of panic when he saw Xia Yuan pass the ball. After 40 minutes of play, the Derby County players had a clear understanding of Xia Yuan's technical abilities. Fullback Ashley Cole plus defensive midfielder Holmes. These two players practically charged at Xia Yuan with all their might. Although the defenders tried their best. But the result was cruel. Xia Yuan has successfully delivered a cross. The ball just cleared Tomori's head at the near post and appeared in front of Abraham. This time, the latter did not choose to continue with a header. Instead, he unleashed a stunning volley. Abraham's shooting motion was elegant and stylish. Unfortunately, Abraham's shot went wide of the goal. He kicked wide. Ah! Abraham actually kicked a shot from point-blank range out of bounds. My God! That was an incredible shot. Xia Yuan has done his best. He has perfectly passed the ball to Abraham. This is almost a guaranteed goal opportunity. In the Dongqiu.com studio, commentator Zhang Jun's tone was filled with disbelief. The Aston Villa fans at the scene were equally incredulous. What on earth was Abraham thinking? Why didn't he use a header? I'm speechless. This was a golden opportunity to seal the victory. Fuck. Abraham, are you serious? A volley? Do you think you're Ibrahimovic? Damn it. This is so disappointing. Is Abraham getting cocky? He wasted Xia's excellent pass. After Abraham's goal went wide, neither Aston Villa nor Derby County players posed a threat to the opponent's goal for the remainder of the match. At the end of the first half, Aston Villa, playing at home, were temporarily leading Derby County 2-0 thanks to Xia Yuan's goal and assist. Half-time break. Almost all major sports newspapers in Norway, the Nordic country, reported on Xia Yuan's performance in the first half and the news that head coach Lars Lagerbäck went to the stadium to watch the game. Norwegian sports newspaper, Xia Yuan scored his second goal of the season. In addition, he provided a brilliant assist. This is Xia Yuan's 15th assist for Aston Villa. Norwegian head coach Lars Lagerbäck was present to watch the game. Norwegian football news, the amazing young Chinese Norwegian continues to write his legend in the championship. His performance of 1 goal and 1 assist in the first half put his team ahead again. Hopefully, Mr. Lars Lagerbäck can bring this talented young man into the national team. The Norwegian newspaper Observer reports, who would believe that national team coach Lars Lagerbäck is actually watching Xia Yuan's matches. Could this 17-year-old be selected for the Norwegian national team? 15 minutes later. The second half of the match has begun. Lampard made the first personnel change, with 21-year-old Mount coming on to replace Marcos Bird. That's right, another Chelsea Youth Academy prodigy has made his debut. It has to be said that Chelsea FC really likes to loan out young talents who can't get playing time in the first team to championship matches to gain experience. Mount showcased his passing talent as soon as he came on. In the middle, he received the ball for the first time and immediately delivered a high-quality through ball. Chapter 50. A sudden turn of events. Derby County equalizes. Mount assists for his second goal. In a short while, Mount's through ball successfully found Derby County striker Marriott. Both Aston Villa centre-backs seemed lost at that moment. They have completely lost their place. It did not interfere with Mount's through ball. Great pass. Beautiful through ball. This young player, only 21 years old, has already demonstrated his excellent footwork as soon as he stepped onto the field. In the Dongqiu.com studio, just as commentator Zhang Jun finished speaking, Derby County striker Marriott unleashed a powerful shot. Inside the restricted area. No Aston Villa defender could keep up with Marriott's shooting technique. Bang! Marriott's shot went straight for the top corner of the goal. Aston Villa's second-choice goalkeeper did not touch the ball. All we could do was watch the football fly into the goal. The score has been successfully changed to 2-1. Goal. The goal scorer is Derby County striker Marriott. A pass from Mount. This 21-year-old youngster used his superb footwork to help his team score a goal. Derby County, playing away, seems to have seen hope of equalizing. Jean June continued, of course, Derby County's prerequisite for victory is a good defense. They need to limit the connection between Abraham and Xia Yuan. Sitting next to Jean June, Coach Zhang did not believe that Derby County could equalize the score away from home. He spoke into the microphone. Mount is indeed in good form, but it will be quite difficult for Derby County to beat Aston Villa. This goal will ignite Aston Villa's counterattack. Just as Coach Zhang said, Aston Villa, playing at home, immediately stepped up their game after the match resumed. The three midfielders, Grealish and Xia Yuan, became the core engines of Aston Villa's midfield. In less than 5 minutes, the two players had already made 3 deadly passes in a row. Aston Villa striker Tammy Abraham became the biggest beneficiary. Because all 3 passes landed on Abraham's head. 3 headers in a row. However, Derby County goalkeeper Carson was in excellent form and easily thwarted Abraham's header. The score remained unchanged. Not long after, Mount, who had just come on as a substitute, started to make a splash in Derby County's midfield. Middle lane. After Mount stopped the ball, he did not pass it immediately, but instead chose to go it alone. Mount quickly flicked the ball with his right foot, completely ignoring Grealish's defense. He seemed to be very confident in his own abilities. Just as the ball was about to appear in front of Grealish, Mount immediately made a save. They easily defeated Grealish with almost no effort. Mount's performance is not over yet. After getting past Grealish, Mount immediately delivered a long, over-the-top pass forward. Bang! Clean and efficient. The ball bypassed the heads of Aston Villa's 2 centre-backs, Elphick and Mings, and landed easily in front of striker Marriott. Great pass. Mount's long pass was incredibly penetrating. He successfully tore apart Aston Villa's defence. Marriott controlled the ball with his right foot. Shoot! Goal! The football went through the legs of the Aston Villa goalkeeper. A miraculous tie. The score is now 2-2. Chapter 50. A sudden turn of events. Derby County equalizes. Mount assists for his second goal. In the studio, Jean June frantically shouted into the microphone, Lampard's miraculous substitution. When the 21-year-old Mount came on, Derby County's attacking efficiency improved significantly. Mount proved his talent with 2 brilliant assists. Lampard made a brilliant substitution that helped the team equalize. When the team scores a goal, the happiest person is undoubtedly the team's head coach, Lampard. The moment Marriott scored, Lampard immediately sprinted down the sidelines. Without a doubt, at this moment, Lampard saw the dawn of victory beckoning him wildly. The pressure is now on the Aston Villa players. In the time that followed, Aston Villa, playing away from home, encountered tremendous difficulties. Derby County's players began a relentless and fierce attack on Aston Villa's goal. Not long after, the young Mount once again demonstrated his outstanding performance. In the 66th minute of the match, Mount received the ball in the middle of midfield, instantly attracting the attention of several Aston Villa players. Among them are Grealish and Hourihane. The two midfielders positioned themselves very aggressively, appearing on Mount's left and right flanks almost immediately. Aston Villa's defensive strategy is very clear, double teaming. But what about it? Mount, however, acted first and made the pass. The ball flew out between Grealish and Hourihane. That was a low, through ball. The football kept close to the ground, heading straight for the opponent's penalty area. Neither Elphick nor Mings managed to intercept the ball immediately, and it ended up inside the penalty area. To be more precise, the ball landed at the feet of striker Marriott. Bang! Near the penalty spot. Marriott decisively opted for a powerful shot. Simple and straightforward. The football flew towards the goal like a bullet. In that critical moment, Aston Villa goalkeeper Jade Steele displayed his excellent save skills. After leaping into the air, immediately catch the ball with both hands. A world-class save. A world-class save. This Aston Villa second-choice goalkeeper made world-class saves in tonight's match. He successfully caught the soccer ball in mid-air with both hands. The score remains 2-2. Nothing has changed. On the dongchiyu.com live chat, many fans of Xiaoguo were also quite shocked. That was close. Derby County almost took the lead. Holy crap. Derby County are really pulling out of the woods. Aston Villa have to hold on. Don't lose. Quickly pass the ball to Xia Yuan. Derby County's attacking form has been incredible since Mount came on. Unstoppable Mount. As a key midfielder for Aston Villa, Xia Yuan gradually realized Mount's strength. He knew it very well. If Aston Villa's midfield continues to allow Mount to receive the ball so easily in the remainder of the game, then Derby County's attack can naturally continue to threaten the goal. The most urgent task is to stop Mount's pass. So in the time that followed, Xia Yuan began to appear frequently around Mount.